The Paul brothers are YouTube's most infamous sibling duo. Jake Paul is the younger brother, and he's definitely the worst out of the pair. He's not just a bad YouTuber, he's been in a string of run-ins with the law, culminating in an FBI raid. It's a lot, so basically I just want to look at how the heck we got here.
He's my brother, he's my family, he's my blood. Sometimes I do not understand why he does the things he does.
I'll take care of you.
He's known for being in the public eye, but today YouTube star Jake Paul is making headlines after an FBI raid at his home in Calabasas.
They say that you've created a living hell out here, that it's like a circus.
Yeah, it is.
All the fans.
I mean, but people like going to circuses, right?
Hi and welcome back to me talking about whatever I want. Today I want to talk about Jake Paul. This is just one video in a two-part series I made about the Paul brothers, and I actually uploaded both of them at the same time. So you don't have to watch them in any particular order. If you want to see the one about Logan Paul, you can watch that one after this one or vice versa. Also, this is the part where I was supposed to promote my merch, but here's the funny part about that. I designed like the entire merch line myself, and then I got the samples and I didn't like them. Merch incoming, but unfortunately, it got pushed back. I guess instead of promoting the merch, I could just promote, me? Hi. I was nominated for a Streamy Award for Best Commentary Channel. So if you want to vote for me for that, that's great. Other than that, nothing much has been going on. I've honestly just been sitting around editing these videos that you're about to watch because what else is there to do during quarantine? But before you watch those videos, watch this ad read. Today's video is sponsored by Current, who's finally bringing banking up to date in the current year. Current is a mobile bank with a Visa debit card. Like, it's a real bank account. You can send money for free, you can deposit checks using your phone camera, you can withdraw from over 55,000 ATMs for free, you have free overdraft protection up to $100, you know, bank account stuff. But there's no hidden fees or minimum balance. They don't charge you for like existing, basically, unlike most banks. Plus, you can get points on purchases, which you can redeem for cash. Current works with Apple Pay, Google Pay, Cash App, Venmo. It's the future of banking, so you can do everything much faster. You can get paid up to 2 days faster, you can get refunds on gas station holds instantly. You can even sign up for Current faster than other banks. It takes about 2 minutes to sign up for your own Current, and they ship you a card for free. And to be honest, this card is almost as pretty as me. I was trying to use the chip as a mirror. You can set up an account even if you're under 18. Anyway, go to the link in my description and sign up for your own Current Black Premium card today. That's current.com/Dangelo Wallace. Every day I'm trying to push the boundaries creatively, and sometimes it does push the boundary too far, and that's what I had to learn. Jake Paul, 2017. Yeah, the only problem with that quote is it doesn't seem like he ever actually learned that, but we'll get into that. So who the heck is Jake Paul? Jake Paul is 23 years old. In fact, we're practically the same age. I actually turned 22 recently. So it makes this video extra weird for me because I try to imagine myself being in these same situations that you're about to see come up, and I just get an error message, basically. Anyway, Jake's massively popular. He has 20 million subscribers on YouTube, which he calls the Jake Paulers. Gosh, that's a terrible name. Could you imagine if I just called y'all the Dangelo Wallacers? The sad part is you would probably let me. What's up, Dangeloners? Welcome back to my channel. The joke is that you're all single. Jake's backstory is pretty typical stuff. He started off as just like a literal kid following in his older brother's footsteps. In fact, just like his brother, he rose to prominence on the video sharing app Vine before he ever had a YouTube following. Maybe I'm just completely out of the loop, but what exactly did people see in like Jake Paul's Vines? Like, what is here that would propel millions of children to say, yes, this is a person I'm going to follow very closely?
SpongeBob? SpongeBob! I know you're in there. You need to come out right now, or else I'm gonna come inside of there and I'm gonna find you, okay?
Top 10 questions science can't answer. Anyway, he got so popular from Vine that he moved from Ohio to Los Angeles before he even finished high school. He had such an impact on young audiences that he got the attention of Disney. Now, this was a much bigger break than his brother. See, I mentioned in my other video in this series that Logan Paul got a few cameos in films here. He got a few small roles on shows there. Jake Paul got a lead role as like a main character in the series Bizaardvark, which is a brand new show from Disney.
Here we go. You'll do anything you want, just don't try this at home.
At the time, Jake Paul was considered like the safer option out of the two Paul brothers, but unfortunately Disney had to learn the hard way that there is no good option basically when it comes to those two. Bizaardvark ended in 2019. But Jake Paul's time with them ended in 2017. To be fair, Disney claims that they quote-unquote mutually agreed that Jake Paul would leave his role, which is the most polite way of saying you're fired that I've ever heard. Like, could you imagine if Susan Wojcicki, CEO of YouTube, hit me up in an email and was like, hey, D'Angelo, can your people and my people like come to a mutual understanding where basically you don't upload YouTube videos ever again or have access to your account? Honestly, if she had asked me that like when I was in the middle of watching Jake Paul's video so I could make this video, I might have taken her up on that offer because my brain was just fried. But yeah, no, Jake Paul was definitely fired, okay, let's be honest. Even though he seemed to fit Disney's squeaky clean image at the time, with his harmless vines and his goofy persona, it turned out that Jake Paul was just kind of like a terrible person in general.
Neighbors say flames eventually grew higher than the
It used to be
house.
a really nice, quiet street, and now we're just this like war zone.
But as neighbors living with this every day, we're fed up.
I just wouldn't do that. A lot of the neighbors are complaining. They're very upset.
No, why?
They will decide whether to file a class action public nuisance lawsuit against Jake Paul.
Instead of taking this as a reality check and going like, oh wow, I might actually be the worst, Jake just took it as like a badge of honor and bragged about this occurrence. Needless to say, he wound up announcing his departure from Bizaardvark 4 days later, so come on. I mean, the timing of it all makes Disney's claims that they mutually agreed to part ways a little suspect, but the real truth came out when Jake Paul himself admitted that Disney had already been monitoring his social media and realizing that he was not a fit for their brand, and getting contacted by his local police was the last straw. That wasn't the only big opportunity that Jake Paul had lost though. Outside of his control, Vine had recently pulled the plug. I talk about that a lot in the Logan Paul video, but long story short, he now had millions of followers and nowhere to go but YouTube full-time, and the rest is history. Unless you don't follow him at all, which you probably don't, so that's why I'm making this video, so I can tell you the rest. You know, in retrospect, Jake Paul was literally handed a job at Disney for existing, and he somehow couldn't be okay enough to keep it. Couldn't be me. But as you're gonna see, that stubbornness really plays a part throughout this entire story. So Jake Paul honestly existed in like his own YouTube bubble. Granted, it was a very large bubble, but it was filled 100% with small children who idolized him. There was no adults in that fan base, I assure you. Granted, people on YouTube knew who Jake Paul was, okay? He was that kid from Vine that nobody liked because he was way too messy. But in 2018, he was about to get a huge launch into the public consciousness. Logan Paul wound up getting massive coverage because of the Forest incident, but Jake Paul actually wound up getting massive coverage because of something a lot different, something a lot more positive at first.
This is gonna be a nightmare.
The mind of Jake Paul. In what seemed to be one of the most unlikely partnerships of all, the YouTuber Shane Dawson announced that the subject of his upcoming documentary series was going to be none other than Jake Paul. People were so confused at this because, remember, this was 2018, so Shane's image at the time was squeaky clean. I know that sounds like really weird, but you have to take my word for this. Everybody loved him. And ever since Jake Paul had gotten fired from Disney, he had just gotten more and more extreme with the antics. So people wanted to know why squeaky clean YouTube golden boy Shane Dawson would willingly give a platform to extremely reckless Jake Paul. It was to the point where Jake had recently taken to posting inappropriate content on his channel on purpose, despite knowing full well that his audience was just kids. Shane Dawson caught flack for this decision before the documentary even came out. Why Jake Paul, out of all people? I love Shane to death, but I am honestly not hyped for this at all. If I see you trying to save him like you did with Tana, we're gonna have issues. See, the reason this person said this was because Shane Dawson's documentary series on YouTube weren't just documenting things. They were more so, how to put this? They presented alternative explanations of very bad behavior for the people that they were based off of. AKA, he made a bunch of excuses for them and they're literally just PR pieces. So like his Tana Mojo documentary, where she threw this disastrous convention called TanaCon, he basically made the excuse for her in his documentary that actually it was somebody else's fault. By the way, remember the name Tana Mojo because she comes up in this video like way more than I wanted her to. I sat down to write a video about Jake Paul and I can only deal with like one annoying person at a time, and that's usually me. So dealing with Jake Paul was already two annoying people, but then Tana Mojo kept coming up in the video script no matter how hard I tried to cut her out. So the two are like linked by fate. It's terrifying. Anyway, he also had another documentary about Jeffree Star, and I'm sure a lot of people who watch my channel are quite familiar with Jeffree Star and what exactly transpired in that documentary. But Long story short, he also made Jeffree Star seem a lot better than he was. At the time though, that's not how people saw Shane's documentaries. They legitimately believed these people had changed, or that they were, you know, blameless basically. So long story short, if anybody could save Jake Paul's reputation at this point, it could only be Shane Dawson. So the documentary series goes live on September 25th, 2018. The series is 8 parts and 7 hours long for some reason. And Jake Paul features in episodes 5 through 8. Now, there's a lot that could be said about that series, and it would probably wind up taking just this entire video. So for brevity's sake, I'll just sum up the main arguments presented. Basically, according to this documentary, it's everyone in Jake's life's fault, not his. His brother Logan is like extremely overbearing and always doing better than him. So Jake Paul is always being so brash because he feels the need to keep up with Logan. The documentary actually frames Logan Paul as a sociopath. It's like an interesting angle to take, and I see where they were coming from, but maybe not. Maybe let's not do that. The fact that Jake never knows when to stop and he's always taking things too far is because of his dad, apparently, you know? His dad just would never stop pushing the two brothers, so that's why Jake Paul never stops pushing it. I don't know why people were buying these arguments, but it worked, so let me just keep going down the list. The responsibility that Jake Paul should feel to be a better person is actually apparently on his girlfriend, who needed to teach him how to love again, or whatever they say in those like bad romance movies where they use that excuse to justify having a good person stay with a bad love interest. Basically, none of the responsibility was placed on Jake, like at all. Everything had a reason. He admitted to what he did, but there was always some alternative explanation as to why. And basically, it worked. The whole series was met with widespread acclaim and just wild levels of success. I'm talking about 174 million views across that series, and the finale was the highest viewed episode, peaking at 28 million views. It was #1 on trending, the whole nine. Because of the success, Jake Paul wound up getting massive mainstream media coverage in outlets such as BBC, Newsweek, and The Telegraph. And just most interestingly to me, it was well received. The finale episode has a 98% like ratio with over 1 million likes. This went a long way towards making sure that Jake Paul's reputation was repaired. So many people valued the series for providing what they considered to be a more realistic view of Jake Paul's personality, I guess. But I honestly consider it to be the opposite, especially in retrospect. All that documentary did was provide an extremely baseless hope that maybe Jake Paul wasn't as bad as everyone thought he was, because I guess that's a bit easier to believe than that he's just really like that. I think there's a series of videos that shows his true personality way more than that Shane Dawson series did. And that would be the Tana Mongeau vlog. So if you're unfamiliar with Tana Mongeau, the best way I can describe her is literally a female version of the Paul brothers. Like, she's blonde, she's extremely smart, but she pretends to be extremely dumb. She's only ever popular when she gets into controversy, so she does it on purpose. She has a history of very intentional and gross behaviors that she's never had to take responsibility for because nothing ever happens.
We don't care. Sorry.
And yes, she even had a documentary made by Shane Dawson to clear her name after a particularly bad controversy with TanaCon. She's so much like the Paul brothers, in fact, that she actually, literally, filmed a dead body and uploaded it to YouTube. I don't know how she got away with that, but it happened.
This would only happen to us. Only we would like want to have a nice beach day and then have to like save a dead guy.
But hey, this video isn't about Tana Mongeau, it's about her ex-fake husband, Jake Paul. See, Tana Mongeau purposely uploaded a photo in which it was very obvious to Jake's fans that she was in his bed, apparently. And that was all it took for the internet to get talking about a possible partnership between the two worst single people on the platform. And they capitalized off of this hard. At the end of April, they both uploaded videos at the same time. Meet the girl I've been hiding from you. So Jake Paul's video features him telling this story about how he met Tana Mongeau.
She was just like telling me about like how like she like just broke up with her boyfriend, and I was like, oh no.
His acting in this video is terrible, and I can't even tell if it's supposed to be real. Like, I would legitimately assume it was satire, if not for the fact that this is exactly how his acting was on his Disney Channel show.
Sorry, Kirk, but thanks to Paige, I'm not doing Dangerous Dares anymore. Only safe ones.
Tana Mojo's video, on the other hand, was called Mukbang, In My Bed With My Rebound, Jake Paul. Tana's video features her claiming that they just linked up on purpose to dunk on the internet for starting the false relationship rumors.
And people's interpretations and ideas of people from what they are on the internet isn't always like all of what they are. Sometimes it's only like sides of them and stuff.
I personally think this is a ridiculous explanation because let's be very clear. They started the relationship rumors themselves. You know, if I go to your favorite YouTuber's house and I take a picture of myself in their bed, half undressed, what message am I sending exactly? But I guess this is Tana Mojo world, so we're supposed to pretend like she never knows what she's doing and everything just happens to her. But those two videos that they uploaded simultaneously were all it took for their relationship to become basically like a new character that they could both use for views on their respective channels. Their relationship was so for profit that they sold Jana merch. Like Jake plus Tana, Jana. Yeah, they turned that into merch. A lot of people consider this to be them going public with their relationship, but I honestly, I think it was just a collaboration. Like YouTubers do this all the time, where it's like, okay, we'll get together and then we'll record 2 videos. One will go on your channel, one will go on my channel. And then we both have cool content and some new followers. But for some reason, they decided to do the same thing, but with a relationship. So that happened. They both got a spike in views because of this, with Jake getting nearly 10 million and Tana Mojo getting over 7 million. And after those two, they went hard with the Jana videos, just back to back to back. And I personally feel like in these videos is where we see Jake Paul's real personality. In these videos, his personality is a 180 from how he just appeared in Shane Dawson's series. He is extremely self-aware of how controversial he is, and he seems to take pride in it in some weird way.
We're in a mess right now. We're in a little scandal, I guess you would say.
Yeah, I kind of like it.
Me too.
It's kind of fun. It's kind of like edgy, you know, it's just different. And the internet's so boring.
But just starting a simple relationship for YouTube clout wasn't enough because I'm sure you saw this coming. Then they announced their marriage. Jake Paul apparently proposed to her at her 21st birthday or something like that.
There we were. Shane Dawson's sociopath kids getting engaged at a nightclub in Las Vegas, Nevada.
You know, the fact that Jake describes them as Shane Dawson's sociopath children really just shows me like how much of a play the whole Shane Dawson series was, and he's just fully aware of that. They got married the next month during like this disastrous live stream event. It seems like Tana Mojo and large-scale public planning just, they don't mix. And honestly, neither did Jake Paul and Tana Mojo, because their marriage was never real in the first place, okay? To be clear, there were no court papers. And I'm not saying that you have to get court papers, you know, to live together and have a relationship. I'm just saying they got married for YouTube clout. Tana Mojo got a bunch of clout for her MTV original show, Tana Turns 21. And in this show, we see Jake Paul kind of like he really is, just like a jerk, basically.
There's no one here that who's
That's
happy.
Crazy. That's crazy.
I care about more than this.
I don't believe you.
I keep saying he seemed different than he did in Shane Dawson's series, but I think the truth of the matter is he seemed exactly like he did before Shane Dawson's series made everyone think that he was different. You get what I'm saying? Eventually their marriage stopped trending, so they ended it. They announced that they were ending their partnership merely 6 months after tying the knot. Except there was no string apparently. Strangely enough, they still pretend to be together every now and then for views, and it's weird. Like, Tana Mojo just put out this video. Even though it was like never real in the first place, their marriage got them a ton of press coverage, and I personally think that's the real Jake Paul. Not somebody who, you know, has no idea why he's like this and he can't change no matter how hard he tries. More so somebody who very deliberately uses any and everybody around him for content. No matter what happens in his life, he has to be able to turn it into content. And ultimately, that wound up being his downfall. Now, that being said, if you are a famous YouTuber and you are willing to marry me for YouTube clout, please leave your applications below. I will be reviewing them after this video goes up. So that's a picture of Jake Paul and how he's given chance after chance to seem like a good person, but just revels and letting everybody know that he's not really like that. Now I want to look at Jake Paul's content. That's a lie, I don't, but I wrote it into this video because I find it very interesting to discuss Jake Paul's content. You can't talk about Jake Paul without talking about Team 10. Basically, Team 10 was a bunch of internet famous people living together in a house, because how could that go wrong? The initial lineup was quite simple. Jake Paul, Alyssa Violet, Niels Visser, Alex Lange, the Dobre twins, and AJ Mitchell. The issue with Team 10 was that everybody in that group acted exactly like Jake Paul. These people put out a ton of content when Team 10 was first introduced, but none of it seemed like watching a bunch of friends having fun together. Like the Vlog Squad, for example. That is definitely a creator collective where they all use each other for clout. But like they seem like friends, like it's nice, it's wholesome. Team 10 on the other hand seems like a nightmare where there's just a bunch of Jake Pauls of various shapes, sizes, and ages, and it was terrifying. There was no chemistry, they were just loud. That was the chemistry, loudness. The biggest drawback to them all being basically Jake Paul though was that now his destructive capability was multiplied by 10. Or however many people were in the group. Was it 10 people? They shared Jake's general recklessness and never-ending chase to do everything bigger than he did last time. In fact, remember earlier when I mentioned he got criticized for being super loud by the neighbors and they called the police? That was Team 10, okay? That was the house that they were in. It was the Team 10 mansion. They were so rowdy in that mansion that Jake Paul wound up getting slapped by legal for $2.5 million because it was revealed that he didn't even own that house. He was just renting it apparently. So between the mix of extreme irresponsibility, complete disregard for their neighbors, and seemingly limitless money, Team 10 quickly secured their spot as the worst group of friends on the internet. Their theme song, It's Everyday Bro, is one of the most disliked videos on all of YouTube. It's everyday bro with the Disney Channel flow. Jake's brother Logan Paul put out an apology video for the Forest incident, and that has over 2 million dislikes. It's Everyday Bro has twice that. I cannot imagine reaching 1 million comments on a YouTube video. Like 1 million people took time out of their day to let Jake Paul know, hey, we never want to see this ever again. But the reason I bring Team 10 up is because it doesn't just represent a friend group, well, because they're not friends. It really represents a business model. Team 10 is an agency that Jake launched with $1 million worth of backing from various investors that he raised beforehand. The business model is simple. They all provide each other a collective boost in internet fame by collaborating often, which is easy because they're all in the same location. And then they use that internet fame to secure bigger and bigger brand deals every single time, of which, presumably, Jake Paul gets a commission. Basically, everybody just gets richer and more popular in like a loop. Current influencer houses are modeled off of it, like the Hype House or the Sway House, and they're massively successful despite their flaws. So he had seemingly everything, a group of super young people that kids liked, and a business model to keep 10 running forever. The only issue was, as mentioned several times, Jake Paul is not a great person. So let's just say Team 10 turned out to be an extremely hostile work environment. Why I left Team 10 became basically an entire genre on YouTube. I'm not going to get into the specifics of each story, but it really did all seem to come down to the fact that Jake Paul does not know how to treat people well. I don't have much sympathy for anybody who willingly works with Jake Paul knowing who he is, but I do feel sorry that people were treated this way when the only reason they signed up was just for some influencer money. It got so bad that Jake Paul began burning through Team 10 members. There's a point where out of the members on Team 10, none of them were the original people except for Jake Paul. Literally everybody left this man. Everyone left one by one, and from what I can tell, Team 10 is now defunct. Their website currently lists no members under the lineup. Their Twitter has been scrubbed and simply reads, "A new team is coming soon," except it said that for like a while and no team has come. And the Instagram bio just seems like a bitter end to the whole chapter. Who will leave next? Stay tuned. That's actually funny. Like if I was running the Team 10 account, that's unironically exactly what I would change the bio to. And just like that, it's been over a year since the Team 10 YouTube channel uploaded. What I personally find even sadder than that though is none of the original members of Team 10 really have anything to do with Jake nowadays. AJ Mitchell became an actually famous singer with like 7 million monthly Spotify listeners and a collaboration with Ava Max. Alex Lange went on to become a TV actor. The Dobre brothers went on to be a lot. Niels Visser left the social media influencer life completely and now just leads a very low profile on Instagram. And Alyssa Violet, I don't know what she does, but good for her. What I find pathetic though is that somehow Jake Paul claims that it wasn't him, but the original members of Team 10 that used him.
I'm sick and tired of ass kids who like somehow are able to fool me and the nice person that I am into thinking that they're good people and me giving them everything and then them stabbing me in the back.
I almost feel like Jake Paul knew from the beginning that Team 10 was going to slip right through his fingers because he tried to start this thing called Team 1000. Yes, literally. And maybe if they went through the entire course, they could join Team 10.
I have one of the best jobs on the earth. I get to do what I want, where I want, with who I want, and make a lot of money doing it. And so I wanted you guys to be able to do it too.
So instead of collecting a commission from all of his quote-unquote friends for the sponsorship deals that they're getting, why not just collect direct payments directly from your audience, because they're paying you in the hopes that maybe someday they could be your friend. Unfortunately though, Team 1000 turned out to be an actual scam, but I'll get into that later. It's bizarre to me that Jake Paul's primary method of expanding his revenue is to just create more Jake Pauls, but if anything, I guess I should just be grateful that it didn't work. So this would be the part where I look at Jake Paul's videos and how they evolved from before Shane Dawson's series. In the Logan Paul video, that's what I did in this part anyway. I looked at how his content changed from before. But when I went to look at Jake's profile, it turns out that he doesn't even consistently post vlogs anymore. He's actually turned his attention to music. His entire YouTube channel is currently being used to promote his recently released singles. The banner is a giant ad to listen to 23 on Spotify, which I will not be doing. I'm sorry, the graphic design of this advertisement is so unforgivable. The text is like super sharp, but Jake is super blurry. They couldn't even clearly remove the background of the Spotify logo. There's a rainbow border at the top, but it just ends right here for no reason. You know what? Let me stop. Otherwise, the entire video is just going to turn into a graphic design review. Funny part is, I would actually still watch that, like a graphic design review. Why don't people do that? I should do that. Anyway, Jake Paul has only uploaded 8 videos in the past 3 months. I don't know why I said that so forcefully when I've uploaded fewer videos than that. But my point is, Jake Paul went from uploading every single day around 2017 to just barely anything. Anyway, 3 of these 8 uploads of his are music videos, and 1 is just behind the scenes of the music video, and the other 4 are vlogs. But what I discovered when I tried to watch his vlogs so I could break them down is that these vlogs also contain ads for the music videos.
Subscribe, right?
I don't need new friends, I don't like fake friends, only here to make it.
I'm not sure if that's gonna get me copyright claims, but some music is worth getting claimed over. The issue is none of it was created by Jake Paul.
Say what's up, everyone. My new song Dummy comes out in 3 days.
Okay, ready?
Alright, ready? 3, 2, 1. What's up, everyone? My new song Dummy comes out in 3 days.
Hey look, he's using Tana Mojo for clout. Literally.
People will start to realize this kid is actually like taking this music seriously.
Are you sure about that one?
Don't take score, we in first place. We make them more on our worst day. Body them all in the first 8. They put it all on the line to get rid of me, leaving them shook like an earthquake.
It's legitimately embarrassing because you can tell that he actually thinks it's good. Like, that makes it worse than if he knew it was bad, honestly. But hey, you know what? I have to give him the benefit of the doubt. He seems to be promoting this music very hard, so let's see what it is. This is called Fresh Outta London, apparently. Okay, wow, I do have to give props to whoever directed the music video. Actually, you know what? No, I don't. I do not have to give them props. Jake Paul is a multi-millionaire. Good quality is basically like the bare minimum for him. Never mind. This video is literally just alternating between shots of skimpily dressed girls, a bunch of people dancing, Jake Paul awkwardly wobbling in front of the camera, and demonstrations of opulence. What I'm trying to say here is I've seen this music video before, and several hundred other music videos before it. The song itself is honestly just so boring. Like, it doesn't sound bad, it's devoid of substance. Every single line in the song is one that I've heard a version of in somebody else's song. So what I'm trying to say is I've heard this song before in hundreds of other songs before it. Alright, so this next music video is called 23, and this is barely a song. Like, the song itself is less than 2 minutes, and he repeats the chorus a bunch of times. Clearly, his songwriting ability is not that far because he could barely get enough generic rap lyrics out to fill up an entire runtime. I'm gonna be honest, flexing your wealth in a rap song when you got that wealth from marketing adult vlogs to toddlers is pathetic. But hey, rapping about cars and girls and how you're better than other rappers. How innovative.
I got the paparazzi at the front of my door. I can't leave shit, I need to disguise.
The line, I got the paparazzi at the front of my door. You mean your front door? I think the reason that this is grating on my nerves is because I enjoy rap music. Good rap music made by people who love rap music. And it's very obvious that I am listening to somebody making music because rap music makes money. Alright, the last song I can bring myself to look at is Dummy. Actually, why is this song called Dummy in all caps when 6ix9ine has a song called Dummy in all caps? That's weird.
You stupid dummy, you stupid little dummy. I got money, now they love me.
Oh my gosh, it actually sounds like a rejected 6ix9ine song, which is a lot because a lot of 6ix9ine's songs sound like they should have been rejected already. Okay, even though this recent rap career revival has only lasted 3 months, he's clearly gone downhill somehow. Now, the featured rapper on this track is named TV Gucci, who I've never heard of in my life, but go off. He's honestly giving me TV Walmart. I'm just whipping through the city with JPZ and the Mozzie with a baddie in the backseat. I mean, I won't judge this TV Gucci person off of just one song, which is terrible, but I will judge this one song. It's terrible. Why is he so heavily auto-tuned when he's only rapping one note? Also, the lack of care put into this just in general is so bad. Like, this animated lyric video has a typo in it, and I have typos in like a lot of my videos, but this says spinach instead of spinach, and that I don't understand how you could accidentally type spinach. It almost hurts to say, like, when it comes out of your mouth. Anyway, my only guess, what with the banner promoting the music and all of this hardcore promotion for these singles, is that Jake Paul might be gearing up for an album release. But I legitimately don't understand who has been asking for Jake Paul to release an album. You need to feel ashamed. I never thought I would say stick to your day job to somebody who was never good at their day job, but Jake Paul needs to stick to vlogging. Okay, the music is somehow worse. Jake Paul, for the first time ever, I am asking you to make vlogs on purpose. I mean, I'm making a lot of jokes about this. Honestly, his music isn't making my ears bleed or anything dramatic like that. It's just soulless, and I don't want to listen to it, so I'm never going to listen to it ever again. And I'm sorry that I made you listen to it, but I had to share this pain. I can't take this by myself. Like, he doesn't add anything to the world of rap, you feel me? He's just putting out rap in an already oversaturated market, and he's entering this market with inflated numbers because of the legion of actual children that will click into anything that he puts his face on. So I hope that works out for you. Anyway, I promise that's the last Jake Paul song I'm going to play in this video. There's actually like an upcoming section in this video about him being a career criminal, but somehow I consider that music to be more criminal than what he did later. But hey, so making bad music is not objectively wrong, even though it should be in Jake Paul's case. But never fear, because Jake Paul has plenty of objectively bad things that he's done.
To be honest, most people aren't ready to be on Team 10 and still have things to learn. And this is why I'm stoked to introduce you to something super special today. Team 1000.
Basically, you take the course and maybe someday you can be on Team 10. As you know, I already mentioned this and how it was a scam. In fact, it was so much a scam that the website is just gone. Team 1000 was basically called Edfluence. That was like its official name. And if you go to edfluence.com, there's nothing there anymore. It redirects you to this empty website. The only thing that I could really find that's still up is their Twitter, where they were using to promote the course. And all that has is one single solitary advertisement.
There were users that were posting 20 a day, and they were at the top of the leaderboards. Now that's not as good of a thing to do. However, you at least want to post one time a day.
Scams aside, that's legitimately bad advice. Like, posting as much as possible when you're just starting off in social media is not going to propel you to the top of the algorithm. It keeps people at the top of the algorithm once they've already gotten there. If you're posting an absurd amount of content when your numbers are low, all you're doing is just saturating the lower end of that algorithm, therefore making it harder for anybody to break out. Instead, you should focus on posting high quality content at a moderate frequency. I don't know why I'm giving you like a course. I should charge you. It won't be a scam, I promise. Anyway, it seems obvious to me that Jake Paul wasn't really in charge of marketing this course because honestly, it's lame. Like, it's very uncool. The Twitter feed legitimately seems like it's being run by a bot. Say what you will about Jake Paul, but he has a lot of personality. Not really. But this website has none of it whatsoever. But the reason that the website is gone and the Twitter's dead and you can't get to the course anymore is because the whole basis of people realizing, oh yeah, this is a scam, was that it was set up in an extremely misleading way. See, the entire course was billed as being $7, or at least if you read the website, you might come to the conclusion that this is $7 and then you get access to the whole website. But after you paid that $7, it was revealed that you actually only paid for lesson 1. And so you would have to pay an additional $47 if you wanted to continue with the thing that you had just already paid your money for. Besides that, if we're being honest, the majority of the people interested in a course from Jake Paul would be kids. So if you just had your mom, you know, enter her credit card stuff for $7 and then you see a $47 button there, are you not going to click it? Drew Gooden actually made a much longer and more in-depth video about like how predatory of the thing Jake Paul was doing. So Go watch that. Drew Gooden's the best. Another time Jake Paul got caught promoting scummy things to his audience was with Mystery Brand. In my opinion, this one was almost worse than Edfluence because of just how blatant it was. This wasn't even limited to Jake Paul either. A bunch of YouTubers like Jake Paul, Rice Gum, Reaction Time, Guava Juice, they posted a sponsored ad for this company called Mystery Brand. The issue with Mystery Brand though is that it's just straight up a gambling website. And Jake Paul's audience, as he knows, is made up of children. So he was intentionally promoting a gambling site to kids in a video in which he made it seem like you could pay a few dollars and win some designer shoes. After Jake got called out for this, he actually doubled down. H3H3 Productions uploaded a scathing video calling out Rice Gum and Jake for promoting this, and Jake Paul claimed to be unbothered by the call out. Ethan of H3H3 tweeted, "You loved being called out for selling a gambling scam to underage kids?" To which Jake Paul replied, "Yes. Love it. Heart emoji." Remember, this was almost 2 years after he bragged about the neighbors calling the police on him. Like, it's legitimately the same energy. He hasn't changed at all. The last one I want to talk about is the financial freedom movement. Now, I actually made like an entire video about this. It's like 20 minutes long. You can feel free to watch that. But basically, this was not a scam, for once. Instead, this was a desperate cash grab to shift his audience towards paying a subscription-based model for a course in which you learn financial independence. It was nearly identical to Edfluence, but instead of paying a one-time fee and then another one-time fee that was hidden behind the first one-time fee, you just pay $20 a month for this one. So what exactly is the issue? The issue is that the advertising was extremely misleading. First of all, he tried to make it seem like it was backed by a bunch of companies, but it wasn't. He also marketed it as a replacement for a college education. Literally, he encouraged kids to do this course instead of going to college. And beyond all that, he capped it off with a letter to parents, which shows me that he literally knows that only kids would be interested in this. And in this letter, he just puts a bunch of fear-mongering rhetoric about how all the kids' jobs are going to be replaced unless they develop their skills by taking his course. Like, I can't make this up. It's all in my longer video about it. But long story short, this is also gone. There's no more Financial Freedom Movement website. Team 10 is gone. The Financial Freedom Movement is gone. Edfluence is gone. Like, if you just look at the trail of nonsense that Jake Paul leaves behind, it becomes really clear that he doesn't do these things because he's interested in them. He does them because they make money, and the moment they stop, he just moves on to the next thing. Like, he knows exactly who his audience is, but he doesn't care about them. He's all too happy to squeeze every bit of money out of their parents with misleading purchasing practices to get the kids hooked on gambling sites just so he could cash some sponsorship money, and to mislead them about what it takes to be just like him. Also, he can get another dollar out of them. It's pathetic, legitimately. Now, that conflict I mentioned earlier where the police were called on Jake at his house, that was just the beginning of an ever-growing list of run-ins with the law that Jake Paul has had because of his own actions. He just does things that are worse and worse, and recently it got to the point where he got hit with criminal charges. But first, let me just start with the most mild of it all, the pandemic parties. Unfortunately, this issue isn't just specific to Jake Paul. A lot of influencers have been throwing parties in the middle of a pandemic with no social distancing because they can, basically. Tana Mojo of all people, TikTok star Lorray, YouTuber James Charles, these are all people who have had to post apologies for attending these parties and promoting them to their audience via social media, which is obviously incredibly irresponsible to do during this time. But worse than those three are the people who are doing this and then refusing to apologize. YouTube collective The Nelk Boys, or TikTok star Bryce Hall, or yes, also Jake Paul. They have all been caught doing this, but offered no statements or even willingness to stop being so unsafe during a global pandemic. And so now they're getting in trouble with more than just Twitter. Bryce Hall got the power shut off at his mansion because of a party he threw. And Jake Paul is the latest to face backlash from officials because of a gathering. Remember the music video for Fresh Out of London, and I mentioned it was nothing but boring scenes, some of which were people partying? Yeah, that was filmed during the pandemic. It was so bad that the mayor of Calabasas came out and said that they will be enforcing a zero tolerance policy for gatherings like that. As ridiculous as that is, that's just on the lower end of the spectrum of the times Jake Paul wound up getting the authorities involved. Jake Paul was spotted at a riot that was going on in Scottsdale, Arizona. I mentioned this briefly in the Logan Paul video, but I'm going to go into it in more detail here. He went there with his camera crew to try to get vlog footage from this riot. And for some reason, obviously the cameraman saw nothing wrong with it because he's the one who posted the videos of them to his Instagram. However, this got worse than Jake just being there because more footage came out that showed that people were actually looting. They were breaking into stores and stealing things during this riot. And there's a video clip of Jake Paul accepting stolen vodka. Now, granted, did Jake Paul or anybody on his team break through the glass and steal anything? No, but let's just be honest. If you're standing around in the middle of a riot with a vlog camera and you see that people are bursting into stores and then someone hands you a fully unopened bottle of vodka with no context, like where do you think the vodka came from? Obviously you just chose to accept stolen goods, right? People were notably outraged since this is, you know, criminal behavior. So Jake Paul put out a response. It was a Twitter Notes apology. Yes, the man put out a Twitter Notes apology after getting caught at a riot. It was really bad, by the way. He just basically clarified that he and his team weren't taking part in the looting and that they were only there because they were trying to bring awareness to the things that were happening in the streets, which is a really funny way of saying get video footage of it so you can get more views on YouTube. People on Twitter were not buying it. I mentioned this in my other video, but even his own brother, Logan Paul, had to call him out for being there with the camera crew. Just a few days after that incident, Jake Paul and his team were charged with criminal trespass and unlawful activities. See, it turns out that Jake Paul didn't just happen to be in the right place at the right time to get some killer vlog footage. It turns out that police had already told everybody to leave that area, and Jake Paul and his crew entered anyway and chose to stay so that they could continue recording footage for their vlog. Now, as for the charges, they were actually dropped by the Scottsdale Police Department a few months later. So nothing came of those. As far as the criminal stuff goes, I want to talk about the most recent thing he's done, which was getting raided by the FBI. Now, this part legitimately sounds like it's straight out of a movie. A literal small army was deployed by the FBI to raid Jake Paul's mansion in Calabasas. There is a ton of speculation about what it could possibly be over, especially since the FBI was photographed confiscating weapons from Jake's house. Neither Jake nor the FBI gave a comment, so people used their imaginations and went into overdrive. This was further complicated when it was revealed that Jake's longtime friend Arman Izadi was also raided by the FBI, which was doubly weird because his mansion was actually in Las Vegas. So weeks went by of people wondering what in the world was wrong with Jake Paul's squad. But then the truth came out when Jake posted in a now deleted vlog that it was actually related to the looting incident. This would make sense since Arman Izadi was also at the site when that was happening. So it turns out the charges weren't dropped by the Scottsdale Police Department because Jake Paul was getting away with it. They were dropped because the FBI got involved, so they decided to take it from there. Now, the FBI search warrant affidavits for this Jake Paul case are currently sealed, so we're not going to learn the exact reason why they were there or what came of it, but I have a feeling someday we'll find out. Breaking the law for YouTube content is just a new low, even for Jake Paul. And a low for Jake Paul was already like below the ground. Like if I compare Jake Paul to his brother Logan, who many people already consider to be one of the worst people on the platform, it becomes so clear how Jake is more than just a bad YouTuber. He's just legitimately a bad person. I mean, first of all, Logan Paul's content is better, and I never thought I would say that. Everything Jake does seems lazy in comparison to Logan Paul's stuff. I mean, Jake outputs so much less content than Logan does. And again, that's not necessarily the mark of a lazy person. I mean, I took like, what, 2 months before I uploaded these videos because they took me so long. But if you're barely uploading any videos, and the occasional times you do upload, they're like low quality ads, then no, that's lazy. Logan Paul uploads multiple episodes of his podcast a week and still manages to upload vlogs a couple times a month as well. Whereas Jake Paul literally only materializes on his channel when he has music to promote. On top of that, Jake's vlogs have no polish compared to Logan Paul's. Like I mentioned, there's a whole section in my Logan Paul video where I give like a breakdown of how I feel about his vlog content. And one of the things I criticized Logan for was that his stuff was weirdly overproduced for vlogs to the point where it felt like a movie. But at the same time, that takes effort. Jake Paul's content, on the other hand, has no effort whatsoever. Nothing much happens, there's only ever a few scenes per video, and there's never a concrete storyline, so it's like, I never understand why he decided to create this vlog. If Logan Paul's vlogs feel like hanging out with your cool older brother, then Jake Paul's vlogs feel like being forced to watch your annoying little brother. Besides this, Logan's online persona is just like extremely detached and bored.
Guys, also don't forget that Fresh Out of London music video's out now. Save the song on your Spotify, run the numbers up, everyone send a song to your friends.
He feels like he's just going through the motions, basically. Now, to be clear, I kind of relate to not being very animated. I feel like I'm somewhat known for sounding very similar, and I definitely wouldn't prefer if Jake was just acting hyper for no reason like so many vloggers tend to do. But there's gotta be some energy if it's a vlog, okay? In my videos, I sound like I'm just talking about things that happen to other people, because I am. So why does Jake Paul also sound like that in his own vlogs when he's talking about his own life? It's bizarre. Logan Paul, on the other hand, is full of energy in his content. Not just in the vlogs, but in his podcast as well. To be clear, I think Logan Paul is full of like too much energy. It's definitely not content I would be watching, but all the same, I would vastly prefer that to somebody who seems like they don't care about the video that they're making. I guess my best way of summing this up is Jake Paul puts out less than half the content with less than half the energy. I also just get the vibe that Jake Paul is kind of copying Logan Paul, but like worse. Like to a certain extent, I do understand that they're brothers, and brothers often do similar things just by nature of being so close to each other. But the issue is when Jake Paul does those same things that Logan does, they're like lifeless and lower quality. So it really just comes across as blatant copying. Logan Paul's boxing career was exciting, and Jake Paul's boxing career was just like there. Logan's vlog is exciting, and Jake Paul's vlog is just there, basically. Logan's podcast is legitimately interesting to me, personally. I find it quite insightful at times. And Jake Paul doesn't have a podcast yet, but I'm guessing if he gets any whiff of how much money Logan's probably making off of it, the Jake Paul podcast is incoming, and it will be terrible. But content aside, you know, again, making bad content doesn't make you a bad person. The issue is, I just get the vibe that Jake is legitimately a bad person, like a worse person than his brother. Now, this is in no way a defense of Logan Paul. Let's just clear the air. Logan Paul recorded a victim of suicide and posted that to his YouTube channel for views. And then when he got called on this by the entire world, he put out a slew of pathetic apologies and performative philanthropy to try to trick people into thinking that he somehow changed overnight. You know, I go into like a lot more detail about this in my other video, as you know, or if you haven't seen it yet, check that out. But in that video, I also talk about how Logan Paul's current actions do not reflect what he did in that forest. Logan Paul built a track record after that, and that track record is not full of incidents similar to the forest thing. It's full of incidents where you can see that Logan Paul has tried to grow and improve from that situation. I mean, granted, that track record still has some really stupid stuff on there because, you know, the Paul brothers are gonna Paul brother. But my point remains, Jake Paul, on the other hand, his track record just shows him getting worse and worse and worse. I mean, this is Jake Paul's track record. Let's get things very straight. He was so reckless that he got sued by his property owner, and his neighbors called the police on him. He promoted scams and gambling sites to his child audience multiple times. He violates social distancing just to throw parties so he can get content for his music videos. He uses any and everyone around him, forming and breaking off entire relationships just for clout. He violated the law just to get video content for his vlog. And he's in the middle of an ongoing FBI investigation over literally who knows what. And yet somehow, never at any point has he taken responsibility for anything I just mentioned. I think the thing about Jake Paul is like he gives off the impression of being somewhat harmless. I suspect that's why Disney went with him over Logan Paul. I suspect that's why Shane Dawson went with him over Logan Paul. But the truth is, by now, it's become all too apparent to me through the hours and hours and hours of content that I've had to consume just to create this video, that Jake Paul is the worst Paul brother. Hands down. It's to the point where Jake Paul's own comment section doesn't even like him. I mean, I mentioned in my other video at length how Logan Paul's comment section never likes Jake whenever he shows up in Logan's videos. They claim that his channel is bad, that he hasn't grown as a person like his brother, or that he's only tolerable in short doses on Logan's vlogs. But what surprised me even more than that was the fact that Jake Paul's own comment section doesn't even like him either. This beef is faker than his marriage. Honestly, the conflicts or the beef that goes on in Jake Paul's vlogs are so fake that I didn't even write them into the script. I took one look at it and I was like, oh, this isn't a thing that happened. I'm only here because he just got raided and damn, he's so cringe. I do think a large portion of Jake's current viewers find him through the terrible things he winds up in the news for, and then they don't even like what they find when they check out his channel. I actually had the idea to make this two-part series on the Paul brothers after I found out that Jake Paul had been raided by the FBI. I was like, oh, wow, there must be a lot going on here. Suffice it to say, there was a lot. Why does Jake always sound like he's reading a book he doesn't want to read? I found that comment funny, but I think it actually sums up my entire view on Jake Paul's current content as a whole. The man sounds like he doesn't want to do it. Jake Paul is a character in his vlogs that doesn't want to be there. Like, when I look at Jake's comment section, I see a person who's being viewed by people who don't actually like him. He's not getting views because people enjoy his content. He's getting views because he's making people mad. So if at any point he stops making people mad, he will not be relevant. Therefore, he continues to purposely make people mad again and again and again. And he literally pats himself on the back and measures his success by how upset he can make people. When I look at Jake Paul's content, his brand, when I look at him as a person, it just leaves me with questions. Did Jake Paul ever really want to do YouTube in the first place? Or is he just doing all of this because his older brother did it and he saw it could make money? How far is Jake Paul willing to go for YouTube content if he's clearly okay with violating the law to do so? Does any of this mean anything to Jake Paul at all is my biggest question. And I feel like the unfortunate part is I know the answer is no. I've never personally seen him grow from a situation once. I can't even wrap my head around why he's still on YouTube, but it's obviously at this point just because he still makes money. Jake Paul's entire story is like something out of a bad play. Constantly hiding in his brother's shadow and formerly considered to be the good one, powerful influencer pushes the boundaries of what he can get away with, escalating his antics to the point where federal law enforcement has to get involved. But with this insane life path that Jake Paul has chosen, I just kind of want to look at where did that leave him in terms of his viewership, and where's that going to take him in the future? So it's worth noting that his YouTube growth hasn't kept up with his brothers at all. This entire year so far, Jake Paul has experienced a channel expansion of 500,000 subscribers. And granted, that is a lot of subscribers. He went from 19.7 million to 20.2. However, by comparison, if you look at Logan Paul's channel, you can see that Logan Paul's audience has grown by 2 million subscribers. We're talking about 4 times more than Jake Paul has this year. And that's even with Jake getting an influx of new viewers from both Shane Dawson and Tana Mojo. The new people finding Jake aren't doing so because of a podcast or a vlog. They do it because every time they go to turn on the news, there he is, smiling about the latest wrong thing that he's done. His views right now are also the worst they've ever been. To be fair, his music videos both have over 17 million views, which is extremely high for this kind of thing. So it kind of makes it seem like he's getting a ton of views if you go to his social blade. But if you look at the actual vlogs he's uploading, they're tanking compared to his past uploads. Logan Paul consistently pulls around 6 million views per vlog, and Jake Paul is getting anywhere from 2 to 4. The lower end of 2 to 4, to the point where his latest upload only passed 1.4 million views, and it's been over a week. That is a lot of his subscribers not clicking into his recent content, and if I had to guess, it's because of how advertising his vlogs are getting. If you see that Jake Paul uploaded and you got excited for a second, but then you remember that's probably just an advertisement for his upcoming music and you don't have an interest in his music, then you don't really have an impetus to click into the video. And I think that's how his views are just going lower and lower and lower. Overall, he's doing worse than ever before, and I do not see it turning around unless he starts putting some real effort into his content. And I just have a feeling that's probably not going to happen. My projections for Jake Paul in the future are quite simple. If he doesn't fix his stuff, he's gonna start losing subscribers instead of gaining them. And as for the future of Jake Paul himself, I'm worried, because if we started off with something as minor as getting the police called on you because you and your friends were too loud, and we're escalating it up to the point where it's an FBI raid and a closed investigation, then what is next? What is Jake Paul going to do next in the name of YouTube content? I honestly don't want to have any part of it. That's all I know. Anyway, that was my big video about Jake Paul. Again, remember, this is just one of a 2-part series, so if you're interested, go watch the other video. It's about Logan Paul, and ooh, trust me, Logan Paul is just as interesting. And, you know, I guess if you're like a Jake Paul stan and you somehow made it this far into a video, I do want to say, I understand that you might like Jake Paul and I don't, but at the end of the day, it's my channel, not yours, so honestly, who cares? I've been blocked by over 5,000 people on Twitter. Now, this doesn't totally surprise me, because if I had to see me every day and not be me, I would probably block me too. But I do have to say, I'm kind of shocked, kind of proud, that one of those 5,000 people happens to be none other than Jeffree Star.
Jeffree Star. Where do we begin with this guy, man?
We have a lot of emotional tea to dive into.
That my fans are totally hating on someone like Jeffree Star.
Jeffree Star autobiography, it needs to come soon.
Oh, and if my body's found dead in a ditch somewhere, it's Jeffree Star.
Hi, and welcome back to me talking about whatever I want. Today I want to talk about Jeffree Star. If you've been on Twitter, YouTube, or the mainstream media, you may have noticed that there's kind of a lot going on with the 3 least necessary YouTubers of all time: Shane Dawson, Tati Westbrook, and Jeffree Star. 3 people I never want to hear about ever again. So I have decided to make one video about each one of them, and this video is about Jeffree Star. Now, a lot of Jeffree Star supporters get angry when you bring up his dark past full of racism, bad wigs, and literal clown makeup. They claim that he's changed and he's grown as a person, but I mean, his makeup still looks like a Snapchat filter in bad lighting, and you can literally see the tracks in his wig, so what exactly changed? The racism? Not likely. But I actually think his stands are onto something. We get so distracted by Jeffree Star's past that we fail to look at the absolute buffoonery that he's pulling in the present. So in this video, we're going to do exactly that. After a lot of research, a ton of editing, and one too many Jeffree Star videos, that's a joke, even one is too many, allow me to present not an exploration of Jeffree Star's past actions, but a comprehensive timeline of Jeffree Star in the present, in which we're going to see that this man managed to fake everything about basically everything. But first, let's talk about me. I'm proud to announce that my 2-month break is over. I mentioned this in my last video, which was about Lana Del Rey. I'm actually not back. I'm, after this video, probably going to take another 1-month break. And now I am back, and not just with a pretty smile. I have content. I started a new weekly podcast called The Office Husband Podcast, and the first episode is already up. There's no new episode this week because it's the 4th of July, but go watch that if you want. That's linked down in the description. I also have an entire video planned for my bonus channel. That's going to be the one about Shane Dawson. So I'll also link that in the description. That's coming soon, so look out for that. And lastly, I'd like to announce my upload schedule for my YouTube videos here on my main channel. Yes, I'm admitting that this is the main channel now. I will be uploading new YouTube videos whenever I finish them. That's what I realized on my break. That was my grand epiphany. I don't have to upload YouTube videos at a specific time. I just have to upload good YouTube videos every time. So I promise I'll do my best to pull that off, as long as you promise to keep watching them. And I really appreciate everyone's support, just almost as much as I appreciate today's sponsor, ExpressVPN. With a VPN like ExpressVPN, you'll never have to worry about getting your data stolen through public Wi-Fi networks ever again. Then again, literally nobody has to worry about that right now. We're all trapped inside our homes right now, and I haven't connected to anyone else's Wi-Fi in what feels like 5 years. But even with no public networks to worry about, I still get plenty of usage from ExpressVPN's other features, like changing your location with one click. With all this extra free time I had, I clearly wasn't making YouTube videos, so I have been watching a ton of stuff on Netflix. Canadian Netflix. These people have the entire Lord of the Rings trilogy and Naruto Shippuden. Clearly the superior Netflix. ExpressVPN isn't just good for finding new content, it also helps you unblock content. This video is not available in your country. Try again. I'm Canadian now. Of course, the best part of all this is that you can get 3 months of ExpressVPN for free by going to the link down in the description. It's expressvpn.com/Dangelo. So go download TechRadar, CNET's, The Verge's top-rated VPN from the link down below. expressvpn.com/Dangelo, and thank you ExpressVPN for sponsoring this video. Now let me tell you the story of Jeffree Star. Basically, he used to be popular on MySpace about 10 years ago for being a legitimately awful person. I'm not even exaggerating, by the way. His entire persona was that he was not good. You look like you have autism. He was only popular because he was stereotyping himself in the most demeaning way possible. If there's one thing bigots love more than degrading you, it's when you degrade yourself for their amusement. So he turned that fame into a brief music career, but I'm gonna be honest here. I feel like me even acknowledging that Jeffree Star songs exist is disrespectful to actual musicians. Yeah. No. So anyway, once his music career inevitably died, he launched a makeup company called Jeffree Star Cosmetics. And once MySpace died, he joined the perfect place for anybody with little to no talent and even fewer people skills. YouTube.com. My home sweet home. And so that past history that I just gave a brief synopsis of is what brings us to the beginning of our timeline that we're going to go through in this video. 2017. It's now 2017 and Jeffree Star Cosmetics is worth millions of dollars. He has millions of subscribers, and he decided to start his redemption arc to become a less awful person in the future by apologizing for how he was in the past. Except he didn't. He literally didn't apologize for being racist. See, these are just a few of the clips that people wanted an answer for.
I win by having diamond rims, and you win by being a poor Mexican. Shut up, you fucking nigga, bitch. You stupid ape, I'm gonna spray you. You beat that nigga. He's a fucking nigga. You're a nigga, you ugly ass bitch.
Trust me when I say, as bad as those are, there are far worse ones, and plenty of them. So Jeffree uploaded this video on June 20th, 2017, titled simply Racism. It's 15 minutes long, it has no ads and no comments. I'm just gonna be honest, disabling comments on an apology video is weak. The fact that someone is unwilling to hear any input on their apology, even from the people that they're supposedly apologizing to, sounds hella remorseful to me. But I will say, he does say the words, "I'm sorry." It's just, he doesn't say, "I'm sorry for being racist." He says, "I'm sorry for the words I said." Now, in most cases, I would just chalk that up to bad wording. See, listen.
So I want to let you guys know that I am so sorry
for ever saying those things. That does not represent anything how I feel. That is not who I am. And I apologize deep down to the core of my being. I'm so sorry for my words. I am so sorry for everything that I've said in my past. I can never turn back time and take those moments away.
But the issue is, it's not bad wording. Jeffree Star just literally isn't even admitting to being racist. His own apology titled racism.
I think that racism is a very serious subject, especially in today's world. I'm embarrassed as a person because that is not what I've ever stood for. The intent behind my words back then, it was not about race. Racism does not live inside of me. I don't even know what the fuck. Like, I don't know how that exists into people.
Talking about dropping the hard R and claiming that it's not about race, I have to give him points for originality. Jeffree Star was really setting the blueprint for this kind of thing in 2017, and seeing as this is his only available apology, I for one am kind of tired of his stance saying he apologized when A, he clearly didn't, you can watch the entire video for yourself, and B, all he really did was contribute to the normalization of racial slurs by claiming that they're not, in fact, related to race. And now that's what all his followers will tell you when you call them out, so imagine how tired we are of it. I don't know who needs to hear this, but being in a dark place and then lashing out from that dark place by being racist means that you're racist. When I'm in a dark place, I just watch Netflix, listen to sad music, go to sleep, do all three at the same time. And this is not just me. Somehow I feel like most people manage to avoid recording themselves shouting racial epithets at people and then uploading that to the internet. And the fact that we let people like Jeffree Star normalize that behavior by behavior like this in this 2017 video, tragic. But there is one thing that Jeffree's sorry to see. He actually spends more time in his apology video addressing how unhappy it makes him that people bring up his past at all than he does addressing actual racism.
A lot of stuff from my past constantly gets dragged up. It's been happening for years. My past has been recorded, it's been videoed, it has been exploited all over the internet. I see them resurface, and it just makes me sick to my stomach. It really makes me sick to my stomach to watch those old videos. And every time that they get re-dragged up, it just makes me just sad because I don't know who that person was. I am so sorry that any of you ever had to see me like that. It makes me want to just, I don't know, it makes me want to erase myself sometimes. I don't want you to see an old video of me and be like, wow, Jeffree says this, but he's really about this.
That's why his stands get so defensive when you mention his past, because Jeffree makes it seem like he's the one most affected by it. You know, not the people who have had to go their entire life having this kind of stuff spewed at them. Victimizing yourself in your apology video. A YouTube classic. I'm serious, Jeffree Star was a professional. He also mentions repeatedly that these clips are from 12 years ago. He would really like you to know that these clips are from 12 years ago.
It concerns old videos that were filmed of me 12 years ago. And those videos were 12 years ago. Let's go back to 12 years ago.
And you know what? A lot of these clips are actually from 12 years ago. But the issue with that is, it's 2020. They're from 12 years ago. Today. He made this apology video in 2017. So normally I wouldn't come after someone for not remembering a date because I'm going to be fully honest, I barely remember my own birthday most of the time. But you can literally see that the most popular clips he was referring to have a 2008 copyright date on them, meaning they were less than a decade old when he was apologizing for them. He can't admit that the problem took place. He can't admit when the problem took place. The only thing that Jeffree Star promises to change in his I changed video is to stop clapping back at people online.
I don't want to deal with anger and rage and drama anymore. I just feel like it's just so unhealthy and it eats away at you. It's just wrong. And I don't want to continue that behavior. I should be setting an example. Fighting with people online and all this bullshit is so unhealthy, and it's something that I'm going to completely stop. I'm not going to feed into it anymore. I am not going to feed the fire of hate with hate. I just think it has to stop.
Let's see how well that worked out for him. Anyway, that was 2017. It was the beginning of a beautiful change for Jeffree Star, in which he changed absolutely nothing about himself, but nobody could point it out because the comments were disabled.
I think that 2018 was one of the most insane years of the beauty community. I think we learned a big lesson last year. Don't come for Jeffree Star, because you'll end your career.
So, 2018 was the year that Jeffree Star stepped into the larger public consciousness as a new and improved Jeff. Gone were the days of, nothing really, again, like I said, he didn't change. He just told us all that he changed. In retrospect, he didn't change for the better. He claimed to be better and everyone believed him for some reason. And that reason was named Shane Dawson.
I think one of the most life-changing things that happened to me this year was my series with Shane Dawson.
This, of course, was the beginning of the worst timeline. The worst man on YouTube decides to start a collaboration documentary series with the other worst man on YouTube. All you need to know for context is that I have mixed feelings about Shane Dawson for a number of reasons, none of which we will be discussing in this video. So Shane Dawson made a 5-part documentary series called The Secret World of Jeffree Star. But the issue with this Shane Dawson series is the same issue with everything involving Shane Dawson, and that issue is Shane Dawson. The man is simply not good at making docuseries. His documentaries document nothing. They're just extended vlogs with an indie film soundtrack and an unholy runtime, and they're designed to make the subject look as good as humanly possible. No objectivity, no educational value, no tripod. These just aren't documentaries. They're really, really long PR videos. See, the 2018 Jeffree Star series wasn't just for fun. It was a calculated move to shift Jeffree Star into that same wholesome, positive space that Shane Dawson had scammed his way into years earlier. See, before this series, Jeffree was a PR nightmare. His terrible history with literally everything wasn't very good for other people's brands. And when celebrities decided to take a risk and work with him anyway, this is what happened to them, even the biggest ones.
Guys, and I see you being so petty, bringing up things in his past where he, was, negative, but he's also apologized for those things. And I get it's a serious deal if you say racial things, but I do believe in people changing, and people that apologize, I will give them the benefit of the doubt.
2 hours later.
Hey guys, so I really wanted to apologize to you guys and my fans for defending a situation yesterday that I really didn't know enough about.
So Shane and Jeffree's genius idea was to give Jeffree a platform to present his racism in the most sympathetic way possible, in the best possible light. Again, notice how he still doesn't admit to being racist, even at that time, but instead he just hyper focuses on one clip and gives context for that one.
And this is from 13 now. This is 13 years ago, I think. I was 19, and we are on the streets of Miami on the boardwalk. And there is a bunch of chicks screaming, "You fucking fag freak," at me. So I turn around and I say some really vicious stuff back. If you go and find the footage, the people I'm screaming at are Caucasian. Yeah, what I said was racist, but I wasn't saying it to a person of color. I was saying a horrible, offensive word to cut back at someone calling me something awful. So it's not about race, it's not about any of that. It was just about being an offensive, attention-seeking, angry person.
Maybe if we zoom into his face close enough and make people feel sorry for him, then people will almost forget it's racism. Of course, this sob story did succeed in changing the tide of public opinion in Jeffree's favor anyway, because people would rather believe that someone is just misunderstood than that someone's bigoted. So yeah, Shane Dawson's PR stunt worked. Millions of people saw the new brand safe Jeffree, the new Jeffree that Jeffree invented and is cosplaying as, while still being the old Jeffree. And as we're going to see later into this video, the old Jeffree is a compulsive liar.
I've been lying to all of you. And the woman that I have been posting for the last 5 years is not my mother.
Now, I want to make something very clear. As you can tell, I have plenty of criticism for Jeffree Star. But when it comes to decisions that people make about their family, I'm never gonna judge. You honestly never know what somebody's life is like outside of the small window that they tell you about on YouTube. And even though Jeffree's window is kind of stained, his family stuff that he doesn't choose to put forward publicly on the internet is all up to him. So when I learned that he hadn't spoken to his mother in years and years, honestly, I felt bad for him and I respected his decision. But then when I learned that he had a different family member playing his mom the entire time and he was pretending that that was his birth mother, it all started to feel a bit weird. Now, I'm not really exposing or sharing new stuff with this point. I'm just including it to prove a point. See, in 2018, Jeffree actually came forward with this information himself, right after the Shane series.
The imagery that pops up when you Google my mother is a lie. The name that pops up when you Google my mom and pictures of us, all of it is a lie. It's been a lie this whole time, and it started out as like a cute white lie. And I'm sure all of you are wondering, who is this woman? Her name is Lori, and she is my actual aunt.
Now, again, being closer to your aunt than your mom is a family thing. Everyone's family's different. Ultimately, I'm just glad he had someone there for him. But parading your aunt around on social media as your mom? That's some next level stuff. The reason I'm including this point is not to say, you know, he shouldn't have done this or he's a bad person for how he dealt with his mother. It's just more so like, you can't really trust anything about this person. He may have his reasons sometimes. He may not have any valid reasons at all most of the time. But Jeffree Star just kind of lies. All of the time.
Now we are one of the top 10 brands in America. Like, what the f***? 2019 has been a blessing.
So, 2019 was shaping up to be a great year for Jeffree Star. For better or for worse, he managed to outrun his reputation. Thanks to Shane and his new direction, he now had an even more massive audience than before, and all of these new people were just as emotionally invested, and they had their wallets ready. It seemed like 2019 was going to be a great year, but like all record highs, it was followed by a new low.
Jeffree got in contact with the
Star
FBI, watching for any trace of the
$2.5 million worth of his cosmetics, $2.5 million in cosmetics stolen from Jeffree Star.
Now, I would like to include a preface for this part. Unlike the other points in this timeline, this whole robbery section is actually just me speculating. Behold, Jeffree Star Cosmetics' alleged $2.5 million robbery that made national news last year. Now, this isn't me saying that it didn't happen, but it's just me sharing my opinion, which is that it didn't happen. Here's why I believe that it's completely possible that Jeffree Star faked this entire $2.5 million robbery for promo for his new line of concealer products. So, the first source that Jeffree Star was robbed was Jeffree Star himself. They came in through the roof, and he claims that there's footage, but then he doesn't show any footage. Now, again, this could very easily just be because there's an ongoing investigation. Or it could just be because this is literally an advertisement for his concealers.
They hit us really hard. They came in through the roof. It was a very professional job. It was a team of people. And when you watch footage of this stuff, it is so gut-wrenching. They took thousands of Northern Lights. They took thousands of lip liners. And they took an entire shade of concealer. Like, I have 30 plus shades in this amazing line. I am so proud of it. The formula is unreal, and I am so excited for you guys to experience it later this month. I didn't plan on talking about it or showing things off today, but hi, things happen.
So according to Jeff, the FBI got involved, tracked down an unnamed individual who was selling that makeup, and then jailed that individual. You following? So this unnamed individual sold this makeup to a random lady who then tried to sell it on Facebook. Now, that Facebook listing is real. That's confirmed, and that random lady was named Tessa Rollison.
I have hired a whole entire investigative team to help me with law enforcement. We are in contact with FBI. The picture that a lot of you saw online was from a girl that stole the original picture. So this person is in jail. The girl that leaked the photo, she is part of the problem.
So basically, a team of highly trained and professional thieves broke into a warehouse through the ceiling, stole millions of dollars worth of makeup, and then sold some to some random girl on Facebook who immediately got them caught. Right off the bat, that story is nonsensical and way too conveniently lined up with the launch of Jeffree's new concealer. 30 shades, you guys, 30 shades. It's just so convenient that they managed to steal an entire shade of his new concealer that he hadn't even launched yet, therefore making his robbery announcement double as the concealer announcement. And then the FBI got involved. Except, guess what the FBI and local law enforcement had to say about it? Nothing. There are no statements or confirmation about this outlandish tale other than Jeffree Star himself. Now, again, my initial thought was maybe, you know, the police department just doesn't comment on things like this. But then I looked into it, and the reason so many people believe that Jeffree Star was telling the truth without being shown any evidence or confirmation from other sources was because there actually had been a string of makeup-related heists that occurred before Jeffree Star announced this. One of the most notable ones was an ABH makeup warehouse getting robbed. But when you look at how they got robbed, magically, it's the exact same as Jeffree Star's story. But the article says the LAPD said that subjects sawed through the roof. So despite this being the same story by presumably the same people, notice how law enforcement actually made a statement in ABH's case where it was confirmed, but magically didn't answer reporters when asked for a statement about Jeffrey. For ABH, an LAPD spokesperson shared more information, and in Jeffrey's case, there was no spokesperson, no police records, no evidence of any kind. Just the pictures of empty boxes that Jeffree Star released and a few Facebook listings. The issue with that is anybody can make a Facebook listing if you have a picture of the product, and Jeffree Star himself admitted that people were using pictures of the product that they didn't even own. This means these listings don't even confirm that people actually had the makeup. Here's a statement from that Tessa Rollison lady explaining that she didn't in fact have the makeup, but moreover, that the FBI didn't actually contact her.
In the moment, it was like, wow, I can just get these concealers. I have access to them. Like, this would be great.
Rollison says she never had possession of any of the stolen makeup, but she did break her own rule when she did not get receipts or other proof that the goods were legit. Rollison says the FBI has not contacted her.
So the FBI is on the case, but they don't even bother to contact the lady who's confirmed to have purchased this makeup from the person that they arrested. It was at this point that I realized there's just no evidence for this robbery at all. Like, none that I was personally able to say. Now, again, I will just end this one by saying I'm still speculating. I'm not saying that without a doubt this $2.5 million robbery absolutely did not happen and no products were stolen. In fact, I can't really prove that no robbery happened at all. But Jeffree Star can prove that it did happen, and for some reason he hasn't. And then after that, the story just got dropped completely. There was just no follow-up to a $2.5 million robbery in the news. The only stories you can find about this are the ones reporting that Jeffree said it happened. Basically, he said it was true, nobody questioned it, he generated a ton of buzz for the announcement of his new concealer product, and then everyone just promptly forgot about it. Now, if I see anything in the future that is evidence that this giant multi-million-dollar robbery did in fact occur, then of course, that's what I'll believe. But as of now, seeing as believing this story means believing Jeffree Star of all people at face value with no evidence, when the story itself already doesn't make any sense, yeah, I choose not to.
Okay, hey, I'm editing, and this is just a quick note. While I was editing, this is how easy it is to get people to write about you, even when you don't have proof. There is now an MTV Australia article about me claiming that Jeffree Star's robbery was fake on MTV Australia. They're basically going down some of the tweets I had outlined with some of the stuff I put in this video. Yeah, guys, it's literally that easy to get people to write about what you're saying. Oh my gosh.
Hi sisters, how are ya? Alright, so today we have James Charles here and he is going to transform me like you guys have never seen before.
Now, one thing that had been brewing in these past couple of years was a wholesome friendship between Jeffree Star and James Charles, aka not just his new friend, but also his biggest competitor on YouTube. James Charles managed to rise to the same level of fame and then a bit higher than Jeffree Star in a much shorter time period. And seeing as he didn't have a past history of all that stuff that Jeffree was doing, it turned out that he was much more widely loved. So despite the love that Jeffree showed, it was kind of inevitable that their friendship was going to end with a bang.
Very
these are
scary.
dark thoughts.
Yeah, these are
like,
really
bringing back traumatic experiences.
Yes,
honestly.
I know. We're having a little bit of PTSD right now. I'm shook.
Jeffree called James a predator. He's a danger to society.
There is a
the internet
reason
went
that
crazy
Nathan
after Tony
banned
posted
James Charles
this
from
video.
ever coming over to our
Blown
home
away
again.
by
There's a
how
reason
everybody
why-
just dropped James on a dime like,
I'm sorry.
So, the YouTuber Tati Westbrook made a video in which she exaggerated, misrepresented information, and at times flat out lied in order to accuse James Charles of predatory behavior. Like I said, I have a video about Tati coming soon, but for now, all you need to know for context is that I have mixed feelings on Tati Westbrook for a number of reasons, none of which we will be discussing in this video. Jeffree, on the other hand, used this bombshell video to insert himself into this drama, not for no reason, but with a very specific aim to take down James Charles once and for all. He called James not just a predator, but a danger to society and claims that he banned him from his home. He did this all publicly, and according to James Charles, he privately said even worse things about James. Now, Jeffree told the world that he was going to come forward with receipts that prove that everything Tati said in her video was correct. Then instead of coming forward with receipts, he came forward with this video.
I do regret sending those tweets. Before fully accusing an individual of doing anything, I need more facts. So moving forward, I want to let you guys know something. I'm done. I am done with the tea, with the drama, and I don't want to be involved in anyone's situations anymore.
Sound familiar? 2017 vibes. Jeffree Star never changes because he never tries to change. Like, the reason he never learns is because he already knows. He already knows exactly what kind of person he is and that the things he's saying aren't true. This man never shares proof of anything, and yet somehow he has us constantly discussing his drama as if it even exists. I have to be honest, that's a bit of a power move.
The sold out Shane Dawson X Jeffree Star Cosmetics collection, the coveted conspiracy palette.
Now, I'm actually not going to go into too much detail about this one because I already made an entire video about it. Long story short, Shane Dawson and Jeffree Star lied and manipulated their audience using the bi-sister drama in order to sell out their new makeup collection. It was pretty elaborate stuff, but just watch that video if you want the details. But I will add this, something I didn't cover in that video. Notice how, now that Shane has done the dirty work of making Jeffree Star seem like a good person via the PR series, he now releases a physical product with him in a collaboration. If he had done that before making that first docu-series on Jeffree, then he would have gotten the same treatment that Kim K did, which is getting shunned for working with a racist. You know, like an understandable reaction. But because he did it after the world believed Jeffree was such a good person, the two of them got universal love, and the palette sold out within like minutes. See, these people might be dumb, but they're not dumb. And I, for one, just want to know how much money is in the contract that they made each other sign. And now we're to the 2020 part of this timeline. As you can see, Jeffree started off in a bad position in 2017, but he used the power of persuasion and an airtight PR strategy to become not just the internet's darling, but legitimately one of the richest people on YouTube. And he managed to do it all without doing the one thing that he can't, which is change his behavior. But 2020 is where this story takes a nosedive. Even though I have focused this video on Jeffree's recent actions, like I said I would, some things from his past were about to come back in a big way this year. There's a lesson in here somewhere about how him and his fans trying to force other people to ignore his past wound up not working out, since his past was not just something that happened a long time ago, but rather something that shaped and explained his behavior today. But I digress. All right, now this one right here is just weird, okay? I don't know how else to explain it. Remember how Jeffree publicly claimed that James Charles was a predator and banned from his home? Well, here he is publicly congratulating James months after making those claims. James killed it as per usual, he said, referring to a makeup job, and acting as if nothing had happened between them. Honestly, what sense does that make? Now, this on its own is a little weird, but it's much worse when you start to realize this isn't even the first time that Jeffree Star flopped back and forth between calling James Charles a menace and publicly showing support for him. In fact, he even told James that he misses him on Twitter, supposedly after the time when he got banned from his house. I'm going to insert this picture right here. It's just a full timeline created by the YouTuber Sebastian Williams of every single time Jeffree Star flops back and forth when it comes to James Charles. Pause it and read, and you'll see just how unhinged he's becoming at this point. You can literally see his lies catching up with him. Alright, so thankfully this point on the timeline is pretty lighthearted. I included it because while it fits the theme, it's mostly just funny to me, and it's a much needed break before we get to what is ultimately the darkest part of this video. So basically, Jeffree Star had uploaded a video last year called Surprising My Boyfriend with His Dream Car. In the description, he says that his boyfriend's dream car was an Aston Martin. You know, typical YouTuber stuff. Typical YouTubers who can, like, afford an Aston Martin. So that, in and of itself, not really worth noting. However, Jeffree and his boyfriend went through a public breakup in March of 2020, and that's when fans noticed that, Jeff still had the car, almost as if he never actually gave it to his boyfriend in the first place. So when people asked him about that, he went back and changed the title to Pretending to Surprise My Boyfriend with His Dream Car, and then goes on to explain in this new description that an Aston Martin was actually his dream car. So all this to say, Jeffree got 12 million views on what is ultimately just a 15-minute video of him and his boyfriend being horrible actors.
Calling Nate right now.
Jeffree's calling me. Hey, babe.
Surprise!
Damn.
Yes. This is so nice.
If it's not clear by now, literally nothing this man says is true. Nothing this man does is real. Like, with most people, people say things and I believe them, and then later I might find out, oh wow, that's not true. With Jeffree, he says things and I just immediately assume it's not true until I find out otherwise. All he does is lie and get caught by his lies. And, you know, while this one is just something as silly and inconsequential as a car, a much bigger, darker lie was about to resurface and face Jeffrey head on.
We've got an exclusive interview with Jeffree Star on Sunday as we continue our investigation into the Davi vanity case.
In April of this year, Jeffrey appeared on a live stream with former TV host and the man behind To Catch a Predator, Chris Hansen. Now, Jeffrey wasn't there because he was a predator. He was there to discuss his involvement with the musician Davi Vanity. The two were very close because they came up together in that same MySpace area of music, but then things started to get really dark. See, here's Jeffrey around 10 years ago calling Davi out for messing with kids. As you can see, he specifically said he saw Davi taking girls into his hotel room. 100% illegal. For context, Davi Vanity is in fact guilty of messing with kids, according to the Pinellas County Sheriff Office. He just got away with it because he claimed he didn't know the victim's age and they had trouble moving forward. But then a bunch of other people came forward and said similar things had happened to them, so yikes. So all in all, it's really good that Jeffree Star called this out and was so vocal about somebody who he had a connection with on his platform. The issue is, about 1 year later, he took this all back and then congratulated Davi. Are you starting to see a pattern here? Here's Jeffrey claiming that he's on good terms with Davi, congratulating him, and then announcing a tour with the man that he saw take girls into his hotel room. 100% illegal. By publicly going back on this information, Jeffrey made it extremely difficult for the victims to come forward and be taken seriously, because what was a high-profile witness was now claiming he and Davi were just buddy-buddy. So basically, Jeffree Star either decided to work with an alleged criminal for profit, or he had lied about seeing that alleged criminal in action. And considering Davi Vanity's actual criminal history, I feel like the answer is kind of obvious. So, fast forward 10 years later to Jeffrey being asked about this by Chris Hansen. All you need to know for context is that I have mixed feelings about Chris Hansen for a number of reasons, none of which we'll be discussing in this video. But basically, instead of questioning him outright, Chris Hansen just let Jeffrey make a bunch of excuses and didn't even nail him down for contradicting himself.
I don't have anything to report. If I actually saw and witnessed something, he would be rotting in jail this very moment. But I never saw anything besides inappropriate behavior. I never witnessed anything that could be used as evidence. And I think somehow people think I do and I'm not saying it.
You send out these tweets, and yet in 2012, I believe, correct? You go back out on tour and essentially make public statements that
and a lot of people want
a good guy, and you're supporting him at this point. Well, how do you square that with
me calling Davi my brother? That's just me being dramatic.
At this point, Jeffrey's lies don't even make sense as they come out of his mouth. But at the exact same time as those lies were blowing up in his face, a much more recent one was about to come back in a big way.
We have the guest Jeffree Star on the show, the queen of YouTube. Oh, hi.
In the same month, Jeffree Star went on the popular podcast Mom's Basement, hosted by the YouTubers Keemstar, FaZe Banks, and Colossal is Crazy. On that podcast, they asked Jeff a few tough questions, including whether or not James Charles was really a danger to society. Now remember that at this point in time, Jeffrey had already flip-flopped on his opinion on James Charles multiple times. But instead of answering their yes or no question, Jeffree Star did something much more extreme and much more serious. He claimed that he had a voice note on his phone that he interpreted as evidence that James Charles was a predator.
One thing, real quick. Is James Charles a danger to society? Is he a predator?
Keem. If you want, we can pause and I can go in another room and play Banks what I have on my phone, and he can determine if he would have sent the same tweet.
This was now getting real, okay? We went from Jeffree Star making vague claims and refusing to support them to Jeffree Star very deliberately claiming that he has evidence of bad behavior. A first-hand witness testimony that one of the biggest YouTubers on the platform is hurting people. Now, of course, as far as I'm concerned, this evidence isn't evidence of anything because it's coming from Jeffree Star. And on top of that, nobody has come forward and said, oh yes, this is me, I made that voice memo. But just to so proudly flaunt that you have blackmail material against James Charles on your phone to such a public platform is absolutely insane. But if that wasn't bad enough, Jeffree Star then proceeded to lie about the Davi Vanity situation again while he was on the Mom's Basement podcast.
I mean, that's such a misleading tweet, isn't it? That's so misleading.
Which part?
No? We saw Davi bring underage girls to his hotel rooms and do things 100% illegal. Of course, people are going to interpret that as you seeing that with your own eyes.
Oh, of course. So 10 years later, I'm telling people, did I see a crime or anything actual illegal? No. Other people did and told me that at the time. And then it was not proven, but it was convinced by him being a master manipulator and people that I trusted in our circle that said, no, actually, we've never seen anything. I had someone that had 4 children themselves, a grown mother, as his band member say, Jeffrey, I've been in his world for years and I've lived on the tour bus and I've never seen anything.
As you can see, at this point, there are a lot of people, much like those podcast hosts, who know that Jeffree Star's stories simply do not add up. But even when they confront him directly, he just still lies, almost making it pointless to confront him in the first place. Alright, so this next point is actually the one that I wound up getting blocked over. Not only does it show how aware Jeffree Star is of his behavior, but it also kind of just shows he hasn't even stopped clapping back at people online in the worst way possible like he claimed that he would. Long story short, questionable fashion brand CEO Shadi Lin posted a picture to her Instagram, which many interpreted to be in support of the police who were out against the protesters. She was obviously catching a lot of flack for this online, but Jeffree used this situation as an excuse to slide into her DMs and literally just harass her. According to screenshots that she shared, he sent and unsent multiple messages in which he called her the C word, said that her store should burn down, and even going so far as to hope that she got shot in the face with a rubber bullet. No matter what reason you might have, there is just never a reason to talk to somebody this way. So that was that. But then I personally saw Jeffree Star tweet out this quote saying, "Shaming someone into action creates acting. Inspiring someone into action creates change." And this was just days after he was not just shaming, but harassing and threatening Shadi Lin into action. So that set me off, and I did reply to that tweet and pointed out what he had done and his hypocrisy in the situation. And I said that the only thing that Jeffree Star inspires me to do is pass away. And then I woke up next morning to find that I, Dangelo Wallace, had finally been blocked on Twitter by Jeffree Star. And I'd be lying if I said I wasn't proud of myself.
Shout out to Grandma Mary Star. How you doing, girl?
So, in the midst of all this current drama that Jeffree has going on, he decided to let us know how unbothered he was by hopping on a plane to fly his grandma out to Montana for her 103rd birthday. According to that Instagram post, she's turning 103, which is of course fantastic. However, there's a few weird things about this because last year, Jeffree repeatedly claimed that his grandma was in fact 100. So how is she turning 103?
My grandma said, Jeffrey, I don't want to be on camera. I'm 100. My 100-year-old grandma. My grandma is 100 years old. Like, she is 100.
Now, I'm going to be honest. I personally kind of just dismissed that one because a lot of people do round their age down, especially with numbers as high as like 100. But what does make it weird is that in the description of that video, he specifically says that she turned 100 last year. But now, this year, she is turning 103. So that's a little weird. When you start looking at that together with the fact that he has gone on record and said her birthday was in June, but then another time said that her birthday was in July, it definitely starts to raise some eyebrows. With all that aside, even if Jeffree's 100% on the up and up about his grandma, and he just somehow manages to get the dates and her age wrong every single year, this is literally still a fake post because he was not on a plane flying out to Montana with his grandma. This image right here, he uploaded 6 months beforehand. Here it is on Twitter in January, and now he's using it to prove that he's flying somewhere in June. The final piece of this puzzle was that people saw Jeffree Star taking photos with fans in California with no masks, by the way, and not social distancing during a pandemic. So honestly, I could just tell that he was that kind of person. But anyway, let's move on.
You can't silence me. I know you paid to silence people. You can't silence me. And I'm just not going to be that person.
And now this journey that we started in 2017 brings us to our final stop, which is actually like last week, June 2020. So in June, well-known YouTuber Blair White came forward with a bombshell video about Jeffree Star claiming not just that he reached out to her, but that he actually played her the alleged voice note from this alleged victim of James Charles. Presumably the same voice note that Jeffree mentioned and offered to play on the Mama's Basement podcast. Rightfully withholding the source, Blair called this note credible.
He then provided me with receipts of a voice memo from a YouTuber who was allegedly sexually molested by James Charles. And it's credible. It's a YouTuber. It's credible. It is not my place to out this YouTuber's name at all. I reached out to this person privately, the alleged victim, and offered my support.
Now, this was a really strange move to make on Blair's part because, first of all, that's an extremely bold claim to make without evidence. But what makes it make even less sense is that she spends the entire first part of the video explaining how Jeffree Star lied to her about his involvement in the Davi Vanity case and then went on to contradict himself in multiple different places. But then she just decides to publicly assert that the voice note is credible. In addition to that, she even admits in this video that she knows Jeffree Star pays people to say things. So I don't understand why she would present this as if this is some sort of credible thing.
A lot of people have Jeffree in their ear constantly in their DMs, trying to manipulate them or get them to run with certain stories. He's paying off people for silence. He's paying people to say certain things.
What further confused me was that she goes on to reveal that Jeffree shared with her the identity of an alleged criminal on YouTube, who is currently just still on YouTube. But for some reason, she named James Charles, but she didn't name this person, even though they're both alleged and she doesn't even have evidence for either one of them.
Jeffree then revealed to me someone else, a very famous YouTuber, who, yeah, I'll use the word raped someone. Did he provide me with receipts of that one? No. Do I personally think it's credible? Yes. And part of the reason why I'm doing this video is to come to you guys and ask, if you guys know this information, what would you do with it?
Personally, I'd much rather know the name of an alleged criminal on YouTube, and not just that Jeffree Star thinks James Charles is a danger to society and he has some magical evidence that he refuses to share publicly. Because I already knew that. Everyone already knows that. That's the story with Jeffree Star and James Charles. Like this whole basis of Blair's video that Jeffree Star keeps private receipts and he shares them to other influencers. It wasn't even news. I'm not sure why the video was marketed as some sort of grand expose. In fact, it started to get weird when I really thought about the fact that the only new information in Blair's entire video is the fact that she thinks that Jeffree Star's voice note is credible. So basically, even though she trashed him by saying things that people already knew and believed about him, all she really did was help him out by confirming that she believes this is a real thing. A lot of people in the comment section pointed out that Blair played right into Jeffree's hands, and honestly, whether or not this was intentional, I can't really say. I mean, Blair has been on record before misrepresenting facts to cover for Jeffree in the Davi Vanity situation. There's a video about that you can watch. I'll put it on screen. It's actually very detailed. So as far as I'm concerned, she's not credible either. In this situation, there is no victim. It's literally an alleged fact that this person exists or not because they haven't come forward. Now, I want to make it crystal clear. If/when somebody comes forward and claims that they've had this sort of experience with James Charles, I will believe them and I will listen to what they have to say. But for now, seeing as the only person who holds this evidence is literally Jeffree Star, and we just spent this entire video kind of showing that Jeffree Star doesn't tell the truth about anything and will do anything to achieve any goal, which this goal definitely seems to be getting James Charles out of the picture, I'm gonna have to be honest, I don't believe there's a victim at this moment in time. And that is the last thing I have in this video because, again, it happened last week. He hasn't really said anything since then, so there's nothing much to cover. So this has been a critical look of Jeffree Star in recent times. As you can see from my video, there's plenty of stuff to discuss regarding his recent actions, some of which are humorous, some of which are far more serious than the 2010 stuff, and all of which paint a picture of a person who has faked everything about, well, everything. I do want to personally thank you if you've made it all the way to the end of this extremely long video, but honestly, if you're like a Jeffree Star fan, I know I was taking a lot of digs at him, but I really hope this video kind of explained why I and a lot of people are not Jeffree Star fans. But at the same time, I'm not sure why I'm pretending like any real hardcore Jeffree Star fan would have made it this far into the video. We all know that didn't happen, so ultimately, who cares? Lana Del Rey let that Grammy go to her head. And she didn't even win it. Hi, and welcome back to me talking about whatever I want. Today I want to talk about Lana Del Rey, because she had a lot of statements about society, and as somebody who lives in a society, I have a lot to say about those statements. But first, of course, I'd like to do my comment shout out. This shout out actually goes out to Ali, who says, "It feels like it's been 5 years since you posted a video, but who's counting?" It honestly does feel like it's been 5 years. Full disclosure, after all the absolute garbage that happened in my last 2 videos, I was not in the frame of mind to make good content, so I just stopped. I took a 1-month break, and y'all would not believe, it was just the most refreshing period of my life. But I wasn't just sleeping on that break. I know you'll see this camera quality right here. I know you see this new PC that I'm editing my videos on. I got knocked down, and I'm just coming back stronger than ever. But at the same time, I'm actually not back. I'm, after this video, probably gonna take another 1-month break. I just wanted to break up the break kind of at the halfway point, just so I could make something nice and lighthearted for you to watch. And because I really wanted to talk about the topic in this video. I'm also gonna do one more video before I go back on my break, and that's gonna go on my other channel, and it's gonna be about Micah Stauffer, Micah Stauffer. That lady who gave her kid back after making a bunch of sponsorship money off of him. But that's that video. This video, we're talking about Lana Del Rey. So for those of you who might not know who Lana Del Rey is, she's an American musician. She debuted around 2010-ish, and she's released 6 albums so far. Some of those albums are even platinum, like Born to Die. She's really popular. Even if you don't listen to her, there's a high chance you probably still have heard her voice, if anything, just on the remix of her smash hit Summertime Sadness. Her music's pretty unique, you know, it covers dark themes like toxic relationships, depression, stuff like that. But she does it through this sound that's very reminiscent of, like, you know, 40s, 50s, 60s. Her whole aesthetic is kind of taken from like vintage films and literature. I think it's nice, it's nice. But one thing you have to understand is she's not quite your average run-of-the-mill alternative singer, because Lana Del Rey is a very polarizing figure. She's been criticized just to an insane degree. Some of that criticism is not that serious, like, you know, her horrible SNL performance. I was like, no, please stay here. I promise you she can sing better than that. But then again, some of the criticism she receives is actually very serious, like people who say her music is dangerous for young listeners, which personally I think is a ridiculous argument. But at the same time, it's important to note that she's also been praised just kind of universally. She's won a ton of accolades for her work. People consider her to be, you know, one of the most talented songwriters out there. Basically, the tide of public opinion has turned in her favor, and that kind of peaked with the release of her album last year, Norman effing Rockwell. Through it all though, she's had a very strong connection with her fans, which is good and bad, because some of them are just delusional, and that's kind of what we're running into in this video. Now, for the record, I don't think all Lana Del Rey fans are delusional, because I'm really about to admit this on camera. I'm a Lana Del Rey fan. I'm not here to cancel her. I've never canceled anyone on my channel before. But look, Cherry, her song, is literally in my top 2017 plays. For years, I've been listening to her music and hyping her up kind of behind the scenes. So I'm going to be fully honest, when she came out with these recent statements that we're going to be going over today, I was a little bit surprised. So what did she say? Why were we making this video? Why are so many people talking about it? Well, Miss Del Rey posted this statement right here to her Instagram, pretty much just out of the blue. As you could see, there's a lot to unpack. It made a lot of people angry. It made a lot of people agree with her, but it sparked a lot of backlash. I'm not talking about some people were mad on Twitter. This was in the national news. Everybody on YouTube was talking about it. The post itself currently has over 150,000 comments. She wound up causing such a wave of backlash that before I get into that, I just want to give my own opinion of her statement based off of just this statement. Even though it's long, she made 6 main points. That's not 6 fingers. She made 6 main points, so I'm going to go over those 6 points and kind of just give the pros and cons of what I think about each one, because she did have some good points, but as you're about to see, there's also some stuff in here that's just weird. But I have time, and I know you have time. You clicked into a video this long. Thank you, by the way. Behold my dramatic reading of her statement. in which I just use the same voice I use for literally everything. I don't care about it that much. Question for the culture. Now that Doja Cat, Ariana, Camila, Cardi B, Kalani, and Nicki Minaj, and Beyonce have had number ones with songs about being sexy, wearing no clothes, freaking, cheating, etc., can I please go back to singing about being embodied, feeling beautiful by being in love even if the relationship is not perfect, or dancing for money, or whatever I want, without being crucified or saying that I'm glamorizing abuse? Okay. So point one, other artists make songs about cheating and other things, and they're popular, so can she please go back to making her art without being, you know, criticized so heavily for glamorizing abuse? On its own, that's kind of a good point. I mean, no, the heart of it is definitely true. I wholeheartedly agree that making art about controversial topics does not mean that you are glorifying or glamorizing controversial topics. And she has every right to speak up about that. On the negative side, why is she naming like 6 different artists? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 different artists. There's no way she posted that without knowing that it was just gonna make everyone really upset. And that's because she describes their music in such just a really reductive and kind of rude way. Like, they make songs about cheating and taking your clothes off, but then she goes on to describe her music as about being embodied and in love. And it's like, you literally just hyped yourself up and put these people down at the same time. A lot of Lana Del Rey's fans were like, she didn't put them down, like she didn't come for them. Honestly though, like if I'm like, now that Drew Gooden, Cody Ko, and Curtis Connor have all made videos about weird Amazon products, can I please go back to making my videos about serious topics and important coverage without being accused of being negative? Okay, maybe I have a point with that statement, but at the same time, why am I coming after Cody? He didn't do anything. I'm just using those 3 as examples because I literally love all of their content. So yeah, I'm just gonna be honest, that was weird, and seeing as that was the very first paragraph, it sets a really weird tone because it comes across like she's not jealous, but she does mention that all of these artists are number 1, but at the same time they're not all number 1 because Camila Cabello, she hasn't had a number 1 song this year. Kalani has never had a number 1 in her life, even though that's robbery and she deserves it, but that's not what this video is about. Overall, it's a bad comparison. Now that these people are popular, can I go back to not being criticized over this unrelated issue? There's no correlation. I'm fed up with female writers and alternative singers saying that I glamorized abuse when in reality, I'm just a glamorous person singing about the realities of what we are all now seeing are very prevalent emotionally abusive relationships all over the world. Alright, so point 2, female writers and singers often miscategorize her description of events as her promoting those events. On the positive side, I definitely think that she's right. I do see a lot of people saying Lana Del Rey is responsible for the problems that she sings about, which is ridiculous. So I'm really glad that she's speaking up about that because someone had to say it. I guess my only nitpick is I'm just a glamorous person is the cringiest statement I've ever read in my entire life today, but at the same time, I have literally no room to talk because I too am just a glamorous person. With all of the topics women are finally allowed to explore, I just want to say over the last 10 years, I think it's pathetic that my minor lyrical exploration detailing my sometimes submissive or passive roles in my relationships has often made people say I've set women back hundreds of years. Alright, so point 3. It's not right that she's been called a detriment to women's rights just because she's been honest about her experiences as a woman and those experiences are different from other people's. That's kind of deep. Honestly, I have nothing to say about that. It was like worded perfectly and I totally get her point. But I find it weird that seeing as this is her main issue, why did she need to name the artist in the beginning? Why are we talking about number 1s? And like, it's a little weird. It really should have just been her full statement. I don't think anyone would have gotten mad at her if this was the whole statement. But unfortunately, the rest of this is just kind of her digging a hole in the ground and then proceeding to jump into it. Let this be clear. I'm not a feminist, but there has to be a place in feminism for women who look and act like me. The kind of woman who says no, but men hear yes. The kind of women who are slated mercilessly for being their authentic, delicate selves. The kind of women who get their own stories and voices taken away from them by stronger women or by men who hate women. Okay, so point 4. she's not an anti-feminist, but she feels feminism is intolerant of more delicate women who get talked over by other people. That's what she's saying, right? I don't think that's me, you know, mischaracterizing her statement. But at the same time, what is she talking about? I guess I don't understand how you could claim to be more delicate than other people. Like, how does that work? Also, she, at the end of that statement, lists strong women and men who hate women in like the same category as people who talk over her. And doing that directly after claiming to be more delicate than other people has super weird implications. Also, I have to point out, I'm not a feminist is terrible wording, and like 95% of the people I saw react to that misread it as I'm not a feminist. And I'm talking about smart people that I follow and love, and I know they know how to read. I was about to say they know reading. I don't know reading, but they know. Why not just say I'm a feminist? You know what I mean? I know a lot of her fans were like, it's a double negative, obviously. And yes, I understand double negatives are important for emphasis, but this is coming from a woman who's claimed point blank she doesn't care about feminism. Someone who said, and I quote, "Whenever people bring up feminism, I'm like, God, I'm just really not that interested." I can understand why people are thinking she's writing, I'm not a feminist. Also, the whole idea that feminism needs space for women who look and act like her. Have you looked at yourself? Feminism has always had space for women who look like Lana Del Rey. Let's just be completely honest. And lastly, just my input as a man. The kind of woman who says no, but men hear yes. That's not a kind of woman. That's a kind of man. Like, that's the same argument I hear people use when they try to blame women for bad things happening to them. I think it's important to push back against that because there is no kind of woman who says no and men hear yes. That's just 100% gonna be on the man. You know what I mean? Overall, that was a weird statement, and epic cringe, bro. I've been honest and optimistic about the challenging relationships I've had. Newsflash, that's how it is for many women, and that was sadly my experience up until the point that those records were made. So I just want to say it's been a long 10 years of BS reviews up until recently, and I've learned a lot from them, but I also feel it really paved the way for other women to stop putting on a happy face and to just be able to say whatever the hell they wanted to in their music. Unlike my experience, where if I even expressed a note of sadness in my first 2 records, I was deemed literally hysterical as though it was literally the 1920s. Okay, so I guess point 5, she's saying she's just been singing about her experiences, and even though that's led to her getting shamed and criticized, by doing so, she's paved the way for others to do the same. The positives of that, I'm glad that she has continued to just stick up for what she wants to do in the face of criticism. And I'm also glad that she recognizes the space has changed a bit and it is much more accepted, you know, to tell your story. On the flip side though, just I paved the way for other women to say whatever they want in their music. For any one person to claim that is insane, but I think especially somebody who debuted as late as 2010, like by the time 2010 rolled around, the way had been paved by all the other artists that came. It's the artists that Lana Del Rey tries to sound like on her albums. Those are the ones who paved the way. Like, that's just a very martyrish and self-important stance to assume. I could definitely understand why people reacted negatively to it. I feel like if anything, she more so paved the way for her listeners, you know, to speak up and not have to put on a happy face and all that stuff. That makes sense, but claiming that, you know, you've had that kind of impact on the music industry as a whole, I'm not sure about it. Anyways, none of this has anything to do about much, but I'll be detailing some of my feelings in my next 2 books of poetry, mostly the second one, with Simon & Schuster. Yes, I'm still making personal reparations with the proceeds of the book to my choice of Native American foundations, which I'm very happy about, and I'm sure there will be tinges of what I've been pondering in my new album that comes out September 5th. Thanks for reading. Happy quarantining. Alright, so that was her last point, and I know some of y'all saw it coming. Y'all saw it coming, right? You saw the album plug coming. So point 6 is she's going to talk about this more in her upcoming 2 books and her album, which comes out September 5th. And also she donates to Native American people, apparently. On the one hand, I think that's kind of inspiring that this lady has enough material to work with for 2 entire books and a full-length album. That's crazy. And another positive thing is it's never a bad thing to donate. Like, it's really good that she's donating to these causes. But on the other hand, wow, this statement just really puts this whole thing into context, doesn't it? Now all of a sudden the random name dropping is just, it makes complete sense. She got the attention of millions of people with the drama that she's bringing to the table, and then she ends the same statement with an announcement for her album. And this is literally the first time she's announced the date for her new album too. Honestly, that's kind of impressive. Also, I have to point out, mentioning the charity at the end is super weird. Like, as I said, I'm not into donation shaming. If you donate $2 or $2 million, you did the right thing. But mentioning it at weird times, I'm totally into shaming, because it's like, why is that relevant to this conversation in any context other than the fact that you're trying to use it to deflect criticism? But hey, that's just a theory. A game theory. So that was a statement, y'all. Face value. Honestly, my personal opinion about it, it's fine. It's not that bad. Like, it's worded terribly, and I think if you don't read it graciously, you will definitely pick up negative vibes. I think even me admitting that it's an okay statement, I also have to concede that it has negative energy all over it, especially with the comparisons and the weird statements about feminism. But was it worth her getting canceled over on Twitter? No, nothing is really. But I also think it's important to note she wasn't just getting canceled on Twitter. You know, people like to pretend, oh my gosh, they're getting all this hate because people were just mad for no reason. No, I was reading these tweets. People had some really, really good points. So I picked 4 tweets out of this storm to illustrate what people were saying at the heart of it. I don't know who was giving Lana Del Rey a hard time, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't black women. Now, if you're wondering how this happened, she did compare herself to a group of mainly black women, which I didn't cross my mind the first time I read the post, but looking back, is interesting. I don't really agree with this post though, because I don't feel that Lana Del Rey was saying these people gave her a hard time and they're responsible for her criticism. But at the same time, it's really hard to decide what Lana Del Rey was saying at all, so I can understand why people are interpreting it. This tweet says, Lana Del Rey really threw a bunch of black women under the bus before saying that feminism needs to accommodate women like her. This I do agree with, because when I read her say feminism needs space for women like me, I knew they were going to come after her. I knew they were going to drag her. Whether it's about race or not, she did mention like 7 different artists and then proceeded to work very hard to distinguish herself as being different from them. Like, it has very, I'm not like other girls energy. And the thing is, she kind of is like the other girls, because Kehlani specifically, I listened to her album after reading that post because I was curious, and her last album, It Was Good Until It Wasn't, is literally about assuming a passive role in a toxic relationship. It's a great album, by the way. You should listen to it if you're bored. But when you look at how the only difference between like Kehlani's album and some of Lana Del Rey's album are just the vernacular and the beats, her comparison does start seeming like it has undertones of her thinking she's better than them for reasons other than the ones she disclosed. I can admit that, and I can also admit that that's not what she explicitly said. You know what I mean? This third tweet right here says, the optics of Lana, a white woman, complaining about feminism lacking space for her while critiquing the acclaim allotted to several black pop artists is mortifying. I mean, this tweet is very hard to disagree with. I like that this person mentioned optics specifically, because that's just like a whole realm of PR where you work hard to make sure that things aren't coming across the way you don't intend them. Not because people are dumb or like because you want to censor yourself, but just because so much of this could have been avoided with some extra clarity. I also really like that this person mentioned she critiqued the acclaim allotted to those artists, because that's kind of absolutely what she did. She really didn't need to mention that they all have #1. So it just makes her sound really bitter. This last tweet I want to read says, I think Lana's post would have been fine if she hadn't compared herself to a group of mostly black women with the clear tone that she thinks she's been treated worse by the media, when that's observably untrue. And yes, I also agree with that. Even if, again, it wasn't really about the race, she still did mention them to prove that she's had it harder than them, which is just, as this person said, observably untrue. Now, my personal opinion, I don't believe she wrote it with the intention of singling out black artists and just sparking a ton of black outrage. My personal opinion, I do think she mentioned them on purpose to spark general outrage. That way we would be doing things like making really long videos about her, in which we also mentioned that she's releasing an album on September 5th. Every single article that mentioned her and this post mentioned that her album was coming out on September 5th. She just got free promo just by being messy. Like, if you really think about it, why would she not do that on purpose. So, was Lana Del Rey profiting off of Blackout Rage to sell her album? Yes. Now, I know you're thinking, you just said she didn't do it on purpose. And no, I don't think she did it on purpose. But once she realized who she was making mad and that it was getting her even more attention than she initially was looking for, bruh, she made 4 follow-up comments. 4. And they were all about the outraged part of it. I'm gonna read parts of these comments out, and I'm just gonna be honest, this is where my respect for her started to dip, because holy crap, man, just listen. To be clear, because I know you love to twist things, I love these singers and know them. Hashtag that is why I mention them. I would also like to have some of the same freedom of expression without judgment of hysteria. And it's kind of like, if you know we love to twist things, why wouldn't you mention that in the post that you're bringing them up as positive examples, even though you were describing them negatively? Maybe because if you did that, then we wouldn't be having this conversation now would we? I haven't had the same opportunity to express what I wanted to express without being completely decimated. The same opportunity as Beyonce. Beyonce,
sweetie, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Beyonce got blamed on national TV for teen pregnancy. And if we're just talking about criticism from like the feminist space, like Lana was allegedly doing, Beyonce's album Lemonade sparked a discussion in the feminist community among some of the top scholars there about, and I quote, the perception of femme women, those who, like Beyonce, present themselves as traditionally feminine in the Black feminist movement. In other words, Beyonce has gone through the literal exact same thing you're complaining about in the post. So the fact that you brought her up to prove that you have it harder is just, it's not just tone deaf. At some point, it just starts bordering on delusion. If you want to say that has something to do with race, that's your opinion, but that's not what I was saying. Okay, that's fair. She should have left it at that. I think that's a fair response to accusations of that, but no, of course she didn't. This is the problem with society today. Not everything is about whatever you want it to be. It's exactly the point of my post. There are certain women that culture doesn't want to have a voice. It may not have to do with race, but I don't know what it has to do with. I don't care anymore, but don't ever, bro, call me racist, because that is BS. So, don't ever call me racist is hands down the single most disappointing reaction to accusations of racism just in the book. You're basically expressing that you're more upset about the fact that somebody called you racist than the possibility that you could have unintentionally made people think that you were racist. So that's interesting. But wait, there's more. And my last and final note on everything, when I said people who look like me, I meant the people who don't look strong or necessarily smart or like they're in control, etc. It's about advocating for a more delicate personality, not for white women. Thanks for the Karen comments though, very helpful. I mean, first of all, literally imagine being upset over the Karen meme. But on a more serious note, when you use the words people who look and act like me, then people are going to assume you're talking about physical appearance, because if you were just talking about people who act like you, then why did you go out of your way to make the distinction that you're also talking about people who look like you? There's no flattering way of interpreting this. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm really sitting here trying to make excuses for this person, but at this point, it's either one of two things. She meant something, got backlash, and then pretended that she meant something else, which is super disappointing, or she's just so incredibly bad at expressing opinions in a public space that this is how much room people had to misinterpret what she was saying because she worded it so terribly. In other words, she's either just like a bad person or a bad writer, and she's going with the bad writer angle. She's going with the bad writer angle in the same breath that she's announcing a new poetry book. So can't wait to read that. Actually, if this video gets any amount of likes at all, over 0, then I will purchase Lana Del Rey's poetry book and read it. Can we get 1 like? That'll be crazy. I don't know if we can do it, guys. So you know how she said, I don't care anymore, and this is my last and final note on everything? After that, she released another statement, an entire statement on Instagram. Can you say desperation? But she has an album to promote, so honestly, can you blame her? I mean, yes, you can, and I will. As disappointing as her follow-up statements were, just this final statement was the nail in the coffin for me. A couple of final notes on my controversial post that is not controversial at all. So now we're just we're just lying. It literally was controversial. Like, even if she somehow wasn't trying to start drama, it got national news coverage. That's called controversy. It reminds me of like the fake apologies. It reminds me of like the fake apologies I would do when I was a kid and I thought I was so smart. Like, I would throw a ball in someone's direction, like with the intention of them catching it, but then it would hit them in the face, right? And the teacher made me apologize, but I was just so offended that you would make me apologize for something that I wasn't intending. So I was very intentional with my apology. Oh, sorry I threw that ball and they hit you in the face, even though it didn't hurt. And like, I really thought I showed them. Like, I thought I was the wittiest person on planet Earth, when in reality, I was just mad over nothing. Despite the feedback I've heard from several people that I mentioned in a complimentary way, whether it be Ariana Grande or Doja Cat, I want to say that I remain firm in my clarity and stance, and that what I was writing about was the importance of self-advocacy for the more delicate and often dismissed softer female personality, and that there does have to be room for that type in what will inevitably become a new wave / third wave of feminism that is rapidly approaching. Watch. So she didn't mention those women to stir up drama, but now she's going public with the information that Ariana Grande privately contacted her and expressed unhappiness with her post. Because that's not going to cause any drama. Also, imagine saying, I remain firm in my clarity, when the reason you're in hot water is just because of how decidedly unclear your original post was. And that third wave of feminism she's talking about, it started almost 20 years ago, and it took me almost 20 seconds to Google that before saying it just now. So she's mad that feminism doesn't have space for her, but she doesn't even know what feminism is. That's like calling out your friend publicly, just like, you refuse to compromise. When will you admit that there's not enough space in your house for me to live there and be happy? And your friend's just like, my house? You don't live there, and you've never even been to my house. Like, you don't know what it looks like. Perhaps I could have given more context to my post by mentioning the title of the second book that would be out next March, called Behind the Iron Gates: Insights from an Institution. Now, how in the world would that give us more context to her terrible post? The only context that gives me is that she's read Sylvia Plath at least once. Also, nice book plug. Again, I'm sorry that the folks who I can only assume are super Trump / Pence supporters or hyper liberals or flip-flopping headline grabbing critics can't read and want to make it a race war, when in fact the issue was with female critics and female alternative artists who are dissociated from their own fragility and sexuality and berate more sexually liberated artists like myself and the women I mentioned. Alright, so this just makes me not upset, but like tired. First of all, calling some tweets and Instagram comments a race war when you can look around and see what's happening in the world today, that's beyond disappointing. And you know what? I don't think she's being insensitive. I think she's being inflammatory, and there's a big difference. I think at this point she's just trying to make people mad. Like, if you're trying to dispel something, do you think that's gonna work by calling people Trump supporters and or hyper liberals? Like, what? That's such an immature and intellectually weak response to criticism. Like, instead of sorry, she's like, sorry that you're a Trump supporter and you're turning it into a literal race war. And I think on another level, instead of just accepting that people are allowed to have a different opinion than she does about these issues, she's like, sorry that you're too dissociated from your own fragility and you're just mad at me because I'm more liberated than you. Like, what in the pretentious is happening? Lana Del Rey let that Grammy go to her head, and she didn't even win it. But in truth, making it about race says so much more about you than it does about me. You want the drama. You don't want to believe that a woman could be beautiful and strong and fragile at the same time, loving and all-inclusive, by making personal reparations simply for the joy of doing it. We want the drama, said the person who made an entire unprompted Instagram statement, and then 4 follow-up statements, and then another follow-up statement on Instagram, literally all of which just proceeded to cause more and more drama. But nope, we just hate women, apparently. Good to know, because personally I had no idea, but you learn new things about yourself every day. Nothing new here in your reaction. Same as 10 years ago when a million think pieces came out about me feigning emotional fragility or lying about coming from no money, when that was the truth. My aim and my message are clear, that I have control of my own story. If the women I mentioned don't want to be associated with me, that's absolutely fine with me. And that was her statement, her final statement, after her other final statement. after the 3 other statements after her first statement. And then she made a video, and no, I'm not kidding. All right, so for the final part of this video, in this 6-minute video of hers that I cut down to 4.5 minutes because, you know, editing, Lana Del Rey proceeds to make things even worse. Don't ask how. Don't ask how. Just observe.
Hey, so I don't want to beat a dead horse, and I don't want to, you know, go on and on about this post thing, but
Are you sure about that?
I just want to remind you, in that post, my one and only personal declaration I've ever made, thanks for being so warm and welcoming, you know, was about the need for fragility in the feminist movement. It's gonna be important. And when I mentioned women who look like me, I didn't mean white like me. I mean the kind of women who other people might not believe because they think, oh, well, look at her, she deserves it or whatever.
Then maybe that's what she should have said in her original post. Just a suggestion. I don't have like a PR degree. What do I know? Honestly though, I don't want to lecture on feminism or what we need in feminism from somebody who doesn't know what wave of feminism we're on.
There's a lot of people like that, you know. I just think it's sad that the women I mentioned about, you know, whether they sing about dancing for money or whatever, the same stuff, by the way, that I've been singing about and chronicling for 13 years. That's why I'm in that echelon. Yes, they are my friends and peers and contemporaries. The difference is when I get on the pole, people call me a whore. But when Twigs gets on the pole, it's art.
Okay, so now we're comparing ourselves to FKA Twigs. I'm so tired. First of all, I've found people making disparaging remarks about FKA Twigs' pole dancing in the comment section of Twigs' own videos, so to pretend like she doesn't get called names as well is just... Also, since we're here, I just have to point out, Twigs did so much more for that video than you did. It's like comparing apples to apple seeds. And what I still fail to understand throughout all of this from the very beginning of her first statement is why it has to be a comparison at all. Why does it have to be that Twigs had it so much easier than you, even though you know she didn't? Like, why do you have to believe that? Lana Del Rey wants to be the less fortunate person, and she's playing the victim. I don't know why I'm trying to word it so weirdly. Why are we playing the victim?
I'm reminded constantly by my friends that lyrically there are layers and complicated psychological, you know, factors that play into some of my songwriting, but I just want to say the culture is super sick right now, and the fact that they want to turn my posts, my advocacy for fragility into a race war, it's really bad. It's actually really bad.
You know what's actually really bad and super sick? Actual race wars. Getting dragged on Twitter is just like another Monday. I've been dragged on Twitter. It sucks, I will admit, but I hate to be that person. You can log off Twitter, you know what I mean, my guy? Like, we can't log out of a race war, Lana.
Especially when in that same declaration, I was talking again about the idea of how important it is to make reparations to the Navajo community, because they touched me so much in my youth, that I believe in personal reparations because it's the right thing to do. And, you know, I think what's really sad is, like, as a personal advocate, as a girl's girl, as somebody who wants the best for every culture, you know, when Marianne Williamson was talking about reparations to the black community that never got done during the emancipation period, that was why I liked her, because I always felt that way.
There it is, folks. It's really bad that I'm being called racist, especially since I've donated money to Native American. I knew that's why she mentioned it at the end of the post. I've seen it too much. I knew that's why she brought it up at the end of her last post, so she could fall back on that if anything happened to her. Like, when I look at it in hindsight, everything is just so clear to me. Also, I like how she didn't go the I have black friends route. She instead went the I follow somebody who has talked about black people before. We're evolving. Devolving. That's the word I'm looking for.
So I just want to say to all of the other women out there who are like me, good girls, good intentioned, who get f***ed up the ass constantly by the culture, just because you know, say what you really mean. I'm with you, I feel for you, and I know that you feel for me, and I'm super strong. You can call me whatever.
You know those girls. those girls, the good ones that everyone misunderstands, like me, because we're not like other girls. Also, I don't doubt that she's super strong, because you kind of have to be to purposely invite this kind of storm into your life. But I will say she does seem super bothered. I mean, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 posts, 2 of which were supposed to be your final post, and then a whole video to finish that off. That's not really the mark of somebody who's unbothered and doesn't care, but what would I know?
I'm sorry that I didn't add one Caucasian, 100% Caucasian person into the mix of the women that I admire, but it really says more about you than it does about me. And I think that what's interesting is the very first time I decide to tell you anything about my life, or the fact that I'm writing books that chronicle that fragility, 200,000 hateful, spiteful comments come in. My phone number leaked. Comments like, "You f***ing white bitch." It's the opposite of the spirit of an advocate. It's what causes fragility.
There were not 200,000 hateful comments on her post. Of course, there were some hateful comments, and there was name calling, but you're gonna get that just by breathing on the internet. But to group all of the criticism you're receiving in the same box as the people who leaked your phone number and were calling you names, that way you don't have to address any of it at all. Just, she must be a YouTube fan. She watches YouTube. I know she's taking notes from our apology videos at this point. She just removed the apology itself, and honestly, that's kind of genius. Just the dishonesty, super cringy. But this is the same person who says she had it harder than Beyonce. So, what did we expect at this point?
But it's not gonna stop me, period. So I just want to say, nobody gets to tell your story except for you. And even if that means it's kind of messy like this along the way, because unfortunately when you have a good heart, it doesn't always shine through, and you trudge on anyway. You make those personal reparations to heal your own family karmic lineage and the sickness of this country.
She said, period. Nobody's gonna stop me. Period.
But it's not gonna stop me. Period.
Period.
Domestic abuse, mental health problems is the second epidemic that's arising out of this pandemic. It's a real thing. That's what I was talking about. As ever, I'm grateful that my muse is still here, and that I have, over the last 3 years, been blessed to have the insight and ability to channel 2 books worth of beautiful poems. And I think my new record, Chemtrails Over the Country Club, is special as well.
So she's finally announced the album name. I can't lie, Chemtrails Over the Country Club sounds like exactly what I would name a Lana Del Rey parody song if I was making one.
Sorry that a couple of the girls I talked to, you know, who were mentioned in that post, have a super different opinion of my insight, and especially because we've been so close for so long. But it really, again, makes you reach into the depth of your own heart and say, well, am I good intentioned? And of course, for me, the answer is always yes. I barely ever share a thing. And this is why.
Why do you never share things? Because you're bad at it? Like, honestly, this idea that everyone hates Lana Del Rey and we're just here to pick apart everything she's saying and spin it into some negative thing is not true. You can go into her comment section and see that she gets overwhelming support on most of her ventures. You can go into the criticism she was getting and see that there's a lot of people still defending her because they saw the good points. You can look at this video in which I can see that there is a lot of good points in her original statement. It was just kind of buried under a lot of things that didn't need to be there.
And the reason why I'm making this post, and I know it seems a bit much, right? But there are women out there like me who have so much to give and don't quite get to the place spiritually or karmically where they're supposed to be, because there are other women who hate them and try and take them down, whether in my case it's certain alternative singers or malintended journalists, or, you know, men who hate women. But I'm not the enemy, and I'm definitely not racist, so don't get it twisted. Nobody gets to tell your story except for you. That's what I'm gonna do in the next couple of books. So God bless, and f*** off if you don't like the post.
Wow. 3 out of 10. This video gets a 3 out of 10 for me. It would be a 0 out of 10, but I must be honest, I did derive some sick entertainment value out of just the blatant dishonesty. And how she said period. That was really funny, like unironically. Alright, so in conclusion, My thoughts on Lana Del Rey have not changed. In fact, I don't even think she's a bad person. Like, it's not the vibe I was getting. Now, I will be honest. There is now a bit of a disconnect in my head when I think about her because I didn't think she was this kind of person. But you gotta do what you gotta do for album sales, I guess. I think if you had asked me before this, I would have just said she's chill. But now I have the knowledge that Lana Del Rey is kind of ruthless in her pursuit of getting people to talk about her, and she doesn't seem to care who gets angry in the process or even if what she's saying is right. So that's a lot. It's kind of iconic, but it's also kind of ironic because if anyone's music is strong enough to stand on its own without needing the drama stirring and the inflammatory comments, I really would have thought it would be Lana Del Rey. But ultimately, I'm still going to be streaming her album on September 5th. Like, she might be bad at all of this, and she might really hold some really problematic views, but that does not change the fact that her last album slapped. So who cares? The Paul brothers are YouTube's most infamous sibling duo. Logan Paul is the older brother and easily the most hated out of the two. He hit a low point a couple of years ago with the Force incident, but I actually want to look at where he's wound up since then because it's interesting to say the least.
I don't know what to do when there's a lens on me and my actions are essentially being validated by 5 to 7 million people.
Liz, I do have to stop you right there. So you said you used the word controversial.
Yes.
Just so you know, I am an ex-controversial YouTuber. That's it's no longer me.
I know that.
I should have never posted the video. I should have put the cameras down, stopped recording what we were going through. There's a lot of things I should have done differently, but I didn't.
Hi and welcome back to me talking about whatever I want. Today I want to talk about the Paul brothers. Both of them actually. What you're watching right now is part of a two-part series. This one's about Logan Paul and the other video is about Jake Paul. And it's already up.
Hi, this is me editing this video. No, the other one is not up right now. I don't know why I thought I could upload 2 videos on the same day and have nothing go wrong. But as you can see, I'm currently staring at a blue screen of death. It'll be up in 24 hours.
So as you can see, I might not have uploaded in a while, but I haven't been on a break. A lot of crazy things have happened too. Like I uploaded on my other channel and then it wound up number 5 on trending. And now I have over 800,000 subscribers there. Oh, I was also nominated for a Streamy for best commentary channel. So vote for that if you want. I wound up in a Business Insider article because my last series was so popular. You know, like every day in quarantine, things have been going very quickly, but very slowly at the same time. But that's enough about me. Let's go ahead and talk about the Paul brothers. Just kidding, my sponsor, ExpressVPN. Now at this point, I think everyone knows ExpressVPN encrypts your data to stop it from getting stolen over public Wi-Fi. And I also think everyone knows that doesn't really matter during quarantine. Like, when was the last time you connected to somebody else's Wi-Fi? When was the last time you connected to somebody else at all? So that's why I'm glad ExpressVPN has a ton of other features that come in handy when you're stuck inside with nothing to do. For one, you can change your location with one click. Look, I'm no longer in America. God, I wish ExpressVPN worked in real life. Now I can watch all kinds of stuff on Netflix, like American Idol or America's Got Talent. Neither of which are available in America, go figure. It works on YouTube too. The words, "This video is no longer available in your country," just make me laugh now. You have no power here. The best part of all of this is that you can get 3 months of ExpressVPN for free by clicking the link in my description. expressvpn.com/Dangelo. So go download TechRadar's, CNET's, The Verge's top-rated VPN from the link down below. That's expressvpn.com/Dangelo. Now without further ado, allow me to present the Logan Paul video. I want to be the biggest entertainer in the world. That's my deal. I'll do whatever it takes to get that. Logan Paul, 2015. Oh, if only he knew. Anyway, Logan Paul is a 25-year-old YouTuber and entertainer and was actually born on April Fools, which I just find deeply humorous. He has 22 million subscribers, which he calls the Low Gang, and he's been at that level of relevance for years now. Now, Logan Paul's backstory is actually kind of interesting. He's always been doing this. Like, ever since he was a literal child, he started off uploading YouTube videos with his younger brother, Jake Paul. Before he ever joined YouTube, he actually rose to prominence on Vine, a now defunct app where you can upload 6-second videos. He was actually so popular on Vine that he wound up dropping out of college and moved to Los Angeles to pursue a career full-time.
I have a scene, you have your own scene, and you only have one line.
Wait, you're so funny, man. Hey, nice haircut, by the way.
All right, dude, yeah, whatever.
Now, for his whole early career, Logan Paul was like, kind of famous is the way I can describe him. Like, he wasn't not famous, but he definitely wasn't actually famous. So his Vine popularity did get him a few minor roles here and there on television and film. He showed up in The Space Between Us, where he's credited simply as buff college kid, which is incidentally how I would just describe his entire brand in general. He was in a movie called Where's the Money, where he played Eddie. I've never heard of it. His TV shows were a bit more prominent. You could actually find him in Law & Order SVU and even Stitchers for multiple episodes. But none of these were main roles. Like, Logan could never actually catch his big break. In fact, the first time he was given a lead role in a movie, it was actually a YouTube movie called The Thinning, and therefore it doesn't count. By the way, it's like impressive, of course, getting these roles here and there, but let it be known, Logan Paul is a terrible actor. Like, don't get it twisted.
We have to do something, Dad.
I don't know why he was getting these roles. I think it was solely because he had followers. But no matter how many roles he seemed to get, it's almost like Logan Paul could never break out of that internet person bubble. In fact, he himself started to get a bit annoyed at this because he became famous for one thing, i.e. making really stupid videos that literally only children enjoyed watching. But he wanted to do another thing, which is pursue a serious career full-time and have a more adult audience. So shaking his reputation as everyone's favorite YouTuber unless you're over the age of 13 didn't come easy. But that didn't stop him from uploading the adult content to his platform anyway, even though he was clearly conscious of the fact that it was mostly children. In retrospect, it was really weird, but hey, I guess whatever works, works. So that's a bit of backstory on Logan Paul. As you can see, he was at the top of his game, but he was still waiting for his big break, so to speak. Not too different from many top internet influencers, if you ask me. But even though the first few years started off pretty normally, things were about to get really weird for Logan Paul. So in late 2016, Twitter actually pulled the plug on Vine, seemingly out of the blue. See, Vine didn't die because people stopped using it. It died because it wasn't making money. So because of this, the Vine stars were still massively popular and had these giant audiences, and now they had nowhere to post their content. So as you're probably familiar, for the most part, they just migrated to YouTube in waves, and it was terrible.
You may have seen the onslaught of Jake Paul,
People
Logan
like
Paul.
Logan and Jake Paul, Lily
Get ready for the invasion, my
The
friends.
Viner invasion.
blowing up on the YouTube
It is
scene.
happening, and it is very real.
People did not like the fact that these Viners were taking up spots on the trending page with content that doesn't even make sense for YouTube, and crushing it in the algorithm with an unfair advantage because of how their channels were all jump-started from literally already having massive subscribers. Imagine several million people watching your first video from jump. You're gonna take over the entire platform, and that's what they did. So needless to say, the attitude towards them from the YouTube community was pretty negative, and people like the Paul brothers and Lele Pons bore the brunt of everyone's ire. So the reason I bring this all up is because, as you can see, this created a very hostile environment for Logan Paul. He was sort of set up to fail here. His personality was already extremely unlikable, and now he was being watched by a new community of people who weren't there because they liked him, but rather they were criticizing every little thing he did. On Vine, it was good to post often and quickly, and Logan somehow converted that into a YouTube mentality. The man was posting vlog content every single day for over a year. Now, most of these vlogs were relatively harmless, but every now and then he really pushed the envelope with the subject matter that doesn't quite seem appropriate. Rest in peace, Jake Paul, the death of Logan Paul, Kong killed another animal. All of these 3 videos came out within a 30-day period before the forest incident. Every time he would upload something revolving around death, even if it was just clickbait, his views would spike. So between the amount of content Logan Paul was uploading every single day, his never-ending quest for views, and the fact that everybody was watching him with a very critical eye, this was a recipe for disaster. The Logan Paul situation was about to explode in a huge way, and explode it did. For some reason, Logan Paul thought it was a good idea on December 31st, 2017 to upload a video titled, "We Found a Dead Body in a Japanese suicide forest. Now this should come as no surprise, seeing as the kind of content he was uploading directly before that, and how well that was performing for him. And this video blew up as well. It got #1 on trending, several million views in 24 hours, and you know, the overwhelming majority of that vlog was pretty normal. I mean, it starts off with the content warning, but it launches into pretty typical Logan Paul fare. We get this cinematic travel montage, Logan Paul acts like an idiot for no reason, and then they purposely wander into a restricted area of a known suicide forest with a vlog camera, and the rest is history. Now, what I found insulting, well, besides the fact that this is already quite insulting, is that they tried to spin this into some sort of weak awareness message.
Suicide is not the answer.
No amount of awareness will ever be a reason for why somebody would knowingly film a dead body and then post that to YouTube. And the thing is too, this wasn't staged. Like in the video, they call the authorities and they show up. And then Logan Paul spends the rest of the video centering it around himself and how this is the craziest thing that's ever happened to him and how you should subscribe to his channel. I'm not making this up.
If you're not a part of the Low Gang, make sure to subscribe.
Now this video's premise, i.e. filming somebody's lifeless body and then posting it to your YouTube channel for clout, was bad enough. But the reason that this was a literally unforgivable thing is because Logan Paul showed the body, just close-ups of this individual that they found hanging from a tree. If I sat here and listed the reasons for why this is horrible, I think it would take up the entire rest of the video. But I guess the main two I can go with is this was a real person and you were disrespecting them like that. And two, your audience is full of children. Like, what? Not only that, but he spent like the majority of this section laughing at the fact that they found the body. Now, he claims that this was just because that's how he copes with dark things, but that's fine. That's all well and good. It raises the question in my mind, if this laughter doesn't represent how you felt about this tragic event, then why did you leave it in the video when you could have easily edited it out? So yeah, all this to say, the big break that Logan was looking for turned out to be the day he uploaded a suicide forest vlog for YouTube Cloud. Now, the video was obviously removed from YouTube, but it had already been up for 24 hours and the damage had been done. And Logan Paul went into overdrive trying to salvage his reputation. The backlash was swift and powerful. I think unanimously, everyone criticized him for this.
He certainly has had a very swift and large response to what he did.
Logan Paul has had an outsized impact on the YouTube community.
And the YouTube community had a field day. Logan Paul had finally given us all a reason to just despise him.
Now, I always knew that Logan Paul was a jackass.
This douche noodle wearing the alien hat, his name's Logan Paul.
We told you about Logan Paul.
Traditional media people wound up joining the fray as well. It made worldwide news in an instant, even winding up in publications that don't usually cover YouTube. And I swear we only ever wind up in the news when somebody does something bad on their channel, but hey, I'll take what I can get. Celebrities were roasting Logan Paul as well. Aaron Paul from Breaking Bad called him pure trash. Dylan O'Brien from the Maze Runner series called him a POS. And Sophie Turner from Game of Thrones called him an idiot in a now deleted tweet. And to be clear, I agree with all of these. Like, they're harsh, but yeah, no, they're correct. YouTube itself wound up taking actions against him, but not that much action. Like they removed him from their Google Preferred program, which is basically just this program where you get more expensive ads on your video, therefore you make more money than everyone else because you get more views on them. Yeah, they publicly announced that they were removing him from that, and they also announced that they were shelving his upcoming movie. Remember I pointed out he was in that Thinning movie or whatever it was called? Yeah, it was supposed to get a sequel, but YouTube was like, maybe we shouldn't put this out right now. So they postponed it indefinitely. Now, when the backlash is this big, there's just no way you can ignore it. So Logan Paul began the apologies. First came the Twitter Notes app apology. Yes, he uploaded a Twitter Notes app apology in response to everyone criticizing him for filming a dead body. It was absolutely impressively awful. He says, I'm sorry, but he doesn't name anybody specifically. He didn't apologize to the victim he recorded. He didn't apologize to Japan for disrespecting their country. He didn't apologize to the family of the victim that he recorded. He didn't even apologize to his viewers. Instead, the entire apology is just him bragging. I didn't do it for views. I get views. I upload a 15-minute TV show every day. I'm often reminded of how big of a reach I truly have. Hashtag Logang for life. Like, okay, it was blaringly obvious that he wasn't sorry, like, at all. So, predictably, this Notes app apology did not go over very well. This isn't an apology. He's making it all about himself. You're not sorry. You don't have sympathy. So, overall, that was a 0 out of 10. Next came the apology video. Now, this second apology was no, it was still terrible, but it was an upgrade, okay? He at least rattles off a list of the people he's apologizing to. He admits point blank that he should not have done what he did, and he asks his fan base to stop defending him for his actions. Like, by itself, that's not a bad apology. The issue is, gosh, he seems so fake in that video. I've made a severe and continuous lapse in my judgment. The man seemed like a robot. He seemed like he did in all the acting roles I showed you earlier. Even though this video was better than a Notes app apology, what kind of bar is that? Being better than a Notes app apology? I mean, this was still a less than 2-minute video in response to, you know, capitalizing on someone's dead body. And predictably, this video didn't go over well either. It currently sits at number 30 on the list of the most disliked YouTube videos of all time. For reference, this video had more dislikes than the YouTube Rewind that happened the year before it, and nobody likes YouTube Rewind. On top of that, the apology video went viral, therefore causing a bunch more people to find out what he had done. So yeah, it wasn't great for him. So at this point, it was clear that what he did was more than a simple mistake. So it was going to take more than a simple apology. So what did he do? He came out with an apology documentary. God, I wish I was making this up. Later that month, Logan Paul uploads a 7-minute short documentary about suicide awareness. And you know what? Finally, we had something that was not terrible. In this video, Logan Paul sat down, shut up for once, and let other people do the talking. He talked to a survivor of a suicide attempt. He talked to a founder of a recovery center. He talked to the director of the National Suicide Hotline. It was a good move. At the end of it, he pledged to donate $1 million to various organizations that help combat this problem. Like, the documentary itself is short, educational, and finally treats the situation with the nuance it deserves. But the timing of it all, it's still awful. The whole thing just comes across as very performative, okay? We have like the sad music cranked up to 11.
And I know I've made mistakes.
The shots of Logan Paul looking so sorry. Logan Paul playing with a dog near a river for literally no reason at all. Like, it's a good video, but it's fairly obvious that he wouldn't have made it if he didn't desperately need people to think he was a good person. And it kind of didn't matter either way because it didn't desperately make people think he was a good person. But hey, at least he didn't pass 1 million dislikes this time. So his Notes app apology didn't work. His YouTube apology didn't work. His apology documentary didn't work. So next he went on national TV and did an apology interview. He went on ABC News and claims that he actually disagreed with YouTube's decision to drop him from their preferred program. Now, this was pretty telling to me of Logan Paul's entitlement because it's called the preferred program for a reason. It's literal preferential treatment, and he was upset that he was no longer getting it. YouTube could have disabled ads on his channel entirely. They could have suspended him for a period of time. Heck, they could have deleted his entire channel if they felt like it. But all they did was now treat him the same as they treated everybody else. And that's something he doesn't agree with. It's beyond entitlement. In this apology interview, he also is in denial about his fan base.
I want to make jokes that kids my age are going to like. I'm my own demographic.
Are you 12? Because if not, then no, you're not making content for people your age. The whole thing was pathetic. Even though in the short documentary, it almost seemed like Logan Paul was finally capable of not making it about himself. Yeah, no, he just completely destroys that in this interview.
Like, dude, this has been, to be honest with you, the hardest time of my life.
This has been the hardest time of his life. You know, doing the research for this video, just looking back through this whole disaster, I realized something. I don't think Logan Paul was capable of apologizing at that time because he didn't think he did anything wrong. Or more specifically, he didn't care that what he did was wrong. Kind of a fundamental human failure to not see an issue with filming a dead body. I don't think Logan Paul learned from his experience whatsoever. And how could he when he didn't really face any consequences? I mean, people were mad at him on the internet, okay, sure, but his subscriber count did not go down whatsoever. In fact, his subscriber count went up. So this means no one was really leaving because Logan Paul's core audience didn't care that he did this. So the only people who could actually hold him accountable didn't because they were too young to see a problem with what he did. Therefore, there were no real repercussions in his mind. I mean, other YouTubers have lost hundreds of thousands or even millions of subscribers for things far less insidious than filming a dead body. Also, you know that movie that he was supposed to be in but they shelved it? Yeah. YouTube released it anyway, just a few months later. Like, there were no consequences for his actions. Can we just be honest here? Even a few months afterwards, he didn't sound regretful about the situation whatsoever.
Liz, I do have to stop you right there. So you said you used the word controversial.
Yes.
Just so you know, I am an ex-controversial YouTuber. That's
Correct.
that's no longer me.
I know that. I know that. We can get to that.
He does that thing where if you even bring up the fact that he did something wrong, then he has to force you to admit to his face that he should not be held accountable for it in the present.
It's hard for me to listen to someone to my face tell me that I was laughing at the guy.
I'm telling you how it.
I understand.
I'm telling you my perspective.
I understand.
So that was my initial impression of Logan Paul based off of his rocky journey to wherever the heck he ended up after that video. So with all that being said, I decided to take a look at where he is now. A lot of you might know that Logan Paul had a weird and seemingly random boxing career, but I actually think these boxing matches did a lot more for his reputation than people realize. I mean, once again, he was getting massive mainstream media coverage, and he was lucky enough for this to happen the exact same year that his controversy did. In 2018, the British YouTuber JJ Olatunji, better known as KSI, had recently started a white-collar amateur boxing career. The boxing event was a smash hit. It broke a ton of records for mainstream boxing, and KSI wound up with the YouTube championship belt. Fresh off of his boxing win, and never one to let a marketing opportunity go to waste, you'll never guess who KSI called up to the ring next.
Jake Paul, Logan Paul, any of the Pauls, I don't care. Bring it.
After this unofficial challenge, he doubled down on this in a video in which he directly called Logan Paul out to fight. Logan Paul stepped up to the ring, the fight was decided for August 25th of that year, and all of a sudden, Logan was back in the mainstream media coverage. But finally, not for something terrible. Their fight got coverage from BBC, Business Insider, Men's Health. For some reason, I think just deep down, people wanted to see Logan Paul get punched in the face. So that's why everyone was talking about it. In retrospect, this boxing match was honestly one of the best things that could have happened to Logan Paul. Like, it had two main effects. The more press coverage their fight got, the less coverage Logan Paul had to worry about for his forest incident. See, the internet runs on a very short news cycle, so the more stuff you can do in the present, the more you can effectively push the past out of people's minds. I mean, Logan Paul wasn't escaping his reputation as the guy who did that thing for his vlog anytime soon, but it was clear that the bigger story was now Logan Paul versus KSI. Now, the other effect this had was that it actually established Logan Paul as the more popular Paul brother. Now, don't get me wrong, he was still very much in a villain role during this time period, just in terms of how people perceive him, and at that time, he was considered to be far worse than his brother. However, during the boxing promo, Logan Paul wound up taking the limelight, since Jake Paul was literally just on the undercard. Part of this was Jake's fault because he handled the situation poorly. He refused to step up to the ring at first and instead suggested that his dad fight KSI in his place. Joke or not, that was just a bad look. Honestly, Logan Paul is just more of a showman than his younger brother. I mean, they do have a similar on-screen presence, and they've always been at a similar follower count, but Logan Paul just seems larger than life. And Jake Paul has a tendency to just fade into the background, despite his brash persona. I legitimately do not remember if Jake Paul won against KSI's younger brother or not, and I don't care. Like, I didn't even look it up for this video. Who cares? It's Jake Paul. But I definitely remember the outcome of Logan Paul versus KSI. The new biggest amateur boxing match of all time ended in a draw. Yes, really. Both YouTubers received the same amount of points, so KSI just got to keep his belt and then everyone clapped and went home. I could not think of a more disappointing ending if I tried. To be fair, Logan Paul did wind up getting punched. Like, a lot. So that was one highlight. In 2019, the two had a rematch where KSI actually won, so that leaves Logan Paul 0 for 1, where he's been ever since. So, you know, even though Logan Paul didn't win this fight per se, he kind of did win a chance at redemption. I mean, both Logan and KSI got an immeasurable amount of views, ad revenue, and press coverage from this. But Logan Paul also got a sympathy story out of it. He spun the whole thing into this underdog tale, and there's nothing people like more than rooting for an underdog. He got multiple videos out of it, along with this very long vlog, which he was calling a documentary for some reason. Haven't seen that one before. In this vlogumentary that he released the week before the rematch, he positioned himself as somebody trying to use this fight as his chance to bounce back for something, you know, other than the Forrest thing. And for all intents and purposes, it worked, even though he lost. Now, the theatrics with Logan Paul's very scripted redemption arc are not enough alone to make me think that somebody's changed, especially when Logan Paul still acts the exact same way in his current vlogs. Speaking of which, I've been trying to avoid talking about his current vlogs hitherto, but alas. I think the thing that confuses me the most about Logan Paul's content in the present is, like, what is it supposed to be exactly, and who is this for? When I think vlogger in my head, a very specific image comes to mind. I think of people like Casey Neistat or Emma Chamberlain, even Jenna Marbles perhaps. You know, they give us quirky, neatly packaged content that shows us that even though they're wildly successful, entirely self-employed, and richer than we'll ever be, they're just like us. Like, they're literally just like us. I don't know why I'm acting like I don't do the same thing. I have 1 million subscribers. I absolutely am guilty of that. But you see, instead of going for the relatability factor, Logan Paul's vlogs are kind of the opposite. He wants you to know that no matter how cool you are, your life will never be as crazy as his. And you know, that works for me because that's the last thing I would ever want. Now, one thing I notice about his vlogs is he uploads a lot fewer than he did before. I mean, a few months after the Force incident, he had already announced that he was going to stop the daily uploads. But nowadays, he only uploads a few times a month. I mean, granted, that's still like a lot more than I upload, but my point remains, it's a lot less than it was before. Besides that, his content has also gotten a lot shorter. Gone are the days of the 15-minute TV show that he bragged about uploading every single day for over a year. The majority of the content that he's released this year has actually been right around the 5-minute mark. So basically, Logan Paul went from a ton of content every single day to just a few short videos every now and then. And yet, somehow, there's a lot more going on in these new videos than there were in his older ones. First of all, everything has gotten so much faker. Like, okay, as awful as Logan Paul's 2017 vlogs were, I at least felt like they were created in earnest. Everything now has this my life is a movie vibe. My girlfriend was mad at me, so I bought her an entire horse, haha. I went and played football with Cam Newton because my girlfriend said that if I was really good at football, then she would give me a later. No, I literally didn't make that one up. That's what the storyline of the vlog was.
I told Josie about this and she said, "You catch 20 solid balls, I'll give you a tonight."
Like, did any of these things probably happen? Probably not. Granted, he did buy the horses. Granted, he did meet Cam Newton. He's not lying in these vlogs. It's not clickbait. It's just skits. They're like skits. That's what he's doing in these vlogs. This is written. This is not supposed to represent something that would actually happen, which I literally thought the purpose of a vlog was. That's why I am so confused by this entire thing. In fact, one of his vlogs literally is a fully produced skit. Like, is this supposed to be real? Is this not supposed to be real? If anything, I would say Logan Paul's content is kind of more like the Logan Paul cinematic universe. Like, when you watch enough of his vlogs, and granted, I watched a lot of them, you start to realize there's an ongoing story here. I mean, there's plot lines that continue from episode to episode here. So he'll ask to borrow someone's Rolls Royce in one video, and then he'll dent it in the next. He'll dent someone's Rolls Royce in that video, but then he'll ask to borrow their RV in the next one. He says he's bored of being stuck at home all day in one video, and then he takes the RV that he got from the other video on a massive road trip. Besides the recurring plot lines, also much like the Marvel Cinematic Universe, are the recurring characters. You know, Logan Paul is the protagonist. He's the crazy one. Josie is the love interest, she's the silly one. Mike is the best friend. He's the somewhat less insane than everyone else.
Dude, we got a close working relationship and very fine line between brotherhood style friends and gay lovers.
Jake Paul is the younger brother, and he's actually barely there. I'm going to talk about that a bit later. But unfortunately, the part of Logan Paul's channel that's the most like the MCU is that every single video is literally the exact same. The basic formula is like this. You take something mildly interesting, like asking your friend to borrow an RV, and then you exaggerate it as much as possible. So now it's, can I borrow $250,000? And then you condense that into something as short and frenetic as possible. And bam, you've got a Logan Paul vlog. So rather than a vlog, I would more so call Logan Paul's content like a short form semi-scripted sitcom targeted towards Generation Z, aka David Dobrik. That's the person I've been thinking of this entire time. The David Dobrik vibes are massive. So that's his content, or rather my assessment of his content. Other people might like it more than I did. But my next question is, who is this content for? One thing that makes me think that Logan Paul is trying really hard to skew this towards older people is because he has what is called the Maverick Club. Logan Paul, like Jake Paul has done many times, has found a way of generating additional ad revenue from a subscription-based model. So the Maverick Club costs $20 a month, and it's basically like Patreon. That's it. It's basically Patreon. He offers merch discounts, exclusive merch giveaways, behind the scenes vlogs, and more. Can I just say that exclusive merch giveaways is actually one of the worst perks I can think of? You're basically telling me I can pay you money monthly to have the opportunity to pay you more money for a product that is only being offered to me because I'm paying you monthly. Also, the promo that he uploaded for the Maverick Club just seems like it was written by an AI.
This is the most intimate team experience that exists on the internet. Be a part of the action. All access, intimate, uncut, uncensored, behind the scenes, exclusive.
It's bizarre, but kids don't have $20 a month. So is the content supposed to be for adults? I mean, if it was for kids, why in the world would it be so adult at random times? Like, he's not violating the YouTube terms of service. There's just a lot of stuff in there that's not for kids. It's clearly for adults. But then, if I look at it as being for adults, why is it so ridiculous? Like, who wants to see him crash cars and scream and do pranks on his brother when he's over the age of 18? I don't understand it. This vlog content is so ridiculous. I cannot imagine it appealing to the majority of adults. My educated guess from his comment section is that it's literally all children. And I think a lot of this is just Logan Paul kind of attracting what he puts out. The man just has an immature personality in all of his vlogs. So I think he just naturally attracts an extremely immature audience. So despite his best efforts from years ago, no, I don't think Logan Paul successfully shook his image as literally only children enjoying his content. At least not on his vlogging channel. So Logan Paul's vlog content, in my opinion, is like, I have no interest in watching it further. And I'm sad that I had to watch it for this video. So if you ask me today, has Logan Paul grown from the Japan situation at all? And all I had to go off of were his current vlogs on his YouTube channel. I would honestly say no. But honestly, I think his podcast, Impulsive, might paint a different picture. It's far more tolerable than his vlog channel. There's a few key reasons for this. First of all, Logan Paul is sitting in one place for the majority of the podcast. No more running around shoving a camera in everyone's face. No more 50 different locations in one 5-minute video. Instead, we have a very professional set that's surprisingly nice to look at. Another reason I can actually watch the podcast is because Logan Paul doesn't talk the entire time. You know, there's no more screaming over literally nothing. Instead, Logan has actual conversations with other people, and we get to hear other perspectives. Another reason I like it better is because Logan Paul seems to put a lot more thought into these. I mean, like I said, his vlog content, it's not just cobbled together, but these podcasts seem to really have a reason for existing. You know what I mean? In a way, I think he cares about it more than his channel, because he's uploaded 4 super short videos on his YouTube channel in the past month versus 8 hour-long podcast episodes. And watching his podcast, I realized what I dislike so much about his vlog content and why it just doesn't click for me. The vlogs are so short that there's not enough time to explore anything. So like, Logan does things, but there's never really a reason. It's just an effect with no cost. People react to things, but we only ever see their initial reaction. We never really see the impact that things have on them. The podcast is more so exploration based, where Logan, his co-host, and an impressively large range of guests will take a concept and just explore that for about an hour. Like, the podcast's strength is honestly its variety. I mean, some of the episodes do go exactly like how you would think they would. Logan Paul invites equally unfunny internet celebrities to sit around and talk about nothing for an hour, like episode 214, in which inexplicably popular internet comedian Hannah Stocking comes onto the podcast and delivers the driest episode of any show I've ever seen in my life.
Oof, I was on a tea kick. I was on a green tea, and then I elevated that to black tea.
You're crazy.
Quarantine happened, then I got into coffees, cold brews, nitro cold brews, and now I'm on that Celsius kick.
To be fair, Hannah doesn't give much to work with even on her own social media platforms.
Replace the copyrighted background music with text-to-speech, because if her effort is this low, then I'm not wasting mine on finding a song.
Another format the show winds up taking are Logan and his co-hosts dishing on random internet news that happened between the last episode and this one. So we have episode 197, in which the Impulsive crew discussed Jenna Marbles leaving YouTube and Shane Dawson getting canceled. You know, the takes they give during these episodes are not always unique or even particularly bright all of the time.
There was even a time a while back where putting your face in a cat's vaginal area, making a joke about bestiality, was completely fine.
Sort of. Then of course we have the worst kind of episode format, in which Logan Paul and his co-host basically just exist for an hour and try to drag the time out for that long. Episode 182 comes to mind. Like, the reason I don't like these kinds of episodes are because I cannot relate to Logan and his friends enough to feel like I'm being included in the conversation.
Full transparency, guys, I've pretty much completely stopped working out in quarantine. It's embarrassing, but here's the problem: I still look good.
And more so, it just makes me feel like I'm eavesdropping on people that I don't know. or want to know. In fact, the crazy part is there was only one person on this podcast that I actually liked, Mac, and now because of some drama that went down, he's not even on there anymore. So it's like there's truly nothing there for me. So yeah, I mean, a lot of the podcast is just like everybody else's podcast. There's nothing special there. But every now and then, it takes like a really surprising turn. We had this episode with Sadhguru in which Logan Paul interviews this philosopher. And I was legitimately surprised at Logan Paul's ability to completely change the tone of the podcast and to keep it respectful and to kind of defer to Sadhguru. He didn't try to be the center of attention 24/7. He honestly just let him talk. I think another example of a great episode is the one with Tekashi 69. Now, I know that's like a weird choice because in this podcast episode, he's literally platforming like a convicted child molester. But I find that it was an interesting episode for seeing Logan's dynamic among a traditional celebrity. I mean, Tekashi 69 is a certified platinum recording artist, for better or for worse. Who am I kidding? It's for worse. But Logan Paul's conversation with him didn't feel like a bunch of YouTubers talking to a celebrity.
Sometimes you're trolling, you take it far as And,
Yeah, I mean,
at
I
what
think
point are you jeopardizing your life? Because, you know, are they going to be with you forever?
Honestly, there's chemistry there. I think a lot of people don't realize it takes a bit of skill to navigate conversations with people like that, especially coming from somebody who used to be as emotionally immature as Logan Paul. Another highlight for me when I was watching podcast episodes for research for this video was seeing Logan Paul's stance on views.
I hate myself for that. I hate that likes, engagement, views, any sort of statistic and analytic has any capacity to control the way I feel.
You know, we would never really get this much candid insight into Logan Paul's thought process from his vlogs, so I'm glad that I can kind of see it through his podcast. And listening to him, I get the vibe that he's changed somewhat. At the very least, in 2017, like I said, he was literally incapable of admitting his fault. But he talks differently about the things he did now.
If you followed my journey at all, you'd know there was an evolution.
It's very interesting, you know? I really went into this video thinking I was just going to drag him for 30 minutes and point out how he didn't change, but that's not the vibe I'm getting. Now, another reason that I think this podcast is kind of interesting to highlight is because the audience for this podcast is completely different than the audience he has on his normal YouTube channel. I mostly pieced that together by taking a look at the comment section. So if we look at the top comments on his vlogs, which you should never do, it's basically stuff like this. People say Logan Paul only has American fans. Like if you're not American. I pray whoever reads this becomes successful and we can all arise. Fight Josh Bruckner from JD Vlogs. You won't. Everyone wants to see it. No, everyone does not want to see it. Literally only children want to see that. Okay, there were literally only children in the comment section of Logan Paul's vlogs. Now, compare that to the top comments on the episode of Logan Paul's podcast with Sadhguru. Logan came across as the sanest of the lot here. Total respect for him to be able to balance his questions and also moderate the conversation. This podcast is going to go over a lot of Logan's audience's heads, but those who it helps are going to have some eye-opening experiences. These are the type of unique guests you need to bring on Impulsive. Not all these TikTokers who talk about sex and partying all the time. People can actually learn from guests like this. This kind of proves to me that there's a divide among Logan Paul's fan base. The podcast fans are happier to listen to an insightful guest than a random e-celeb, and they almost seem to resent the few times that Logan Paul uses his podcast to cater to a younger audience. In fact, Logan himself tries really hard to keep these two audiences separate, which I think is a smart idea. There's a disclaimer in the description of every single podcast video in which he basically explains this is supposed to be a separate experience from his vlog channel. Besides that, he doesn't actually list his own podcast under the featured channel sections on his main channel with 20 million subscribers. You know, the videos with random internet people that kids like are not as well received as the ones with more insightful guests. Logan Paul got 700,000 views on the episode with Hannah stalking the TikTok star, but he got 900,000 views on this episode with Casey Neistat, OG YouTube vlogger. Clearly, older people are watching this because I, as an older person, am far more interested to watch Casey Neistat for an hour than Hannah stalking. I actually think having Casey Neistat on his podcast was kind of like a full circle moment. You know, back in that video clip I showed earlier, seeing Logan Paul in Casey's video just felt like I was watching somebody who had done something terrible and just refused to ever admit the impact that it had. But now, fast forward to the present, and now watching Casey Neistat on Logan Paul's podcast, I feel like I'm watching somebody who cares about the content he's putting out and how it affects people.
You had paved the way for the wave of vlogging that was me, Jake. I'm not sure who else was crazy enough to daily vlog at the time, because as you know, that is incredibly toxic.
The way Logan Paul was daily vlogging was toxic. He was putting views and content above all else, including human life, apparently. And I feel like now that he can admit that point blank, that's a huge sign that maybe he has grown as a person from his situation. So yeah, that's the podcast. That's literally what changed my mind on this Logan Paul video. I see the podcast as not just an outlet for Logan to talk about deeper things than he does in his stupid vlogs, but I see it more so as proof that Logan Paul finally met his goal of being able to do more with his platform. And speaking of which, he actually does a lot with his platform. Logan Paul has always tried to do this thing where it seems like he's using his platform for good. I mean, the Force incident is literally an example of that, just spinning it into such an empty message about awareness. But since then, I noticed Logan Paul didn't just give up on trying to do things like that. He's continued to spread a lot of positive messages through his platform. After the unfortunate demise of George Floyd, he didn't just go on his Instagram and post a black square with the caption, #say his name or something like that. Instead, Logan Paul posted not one, not two, but 3 consecutive full-length episodes of his podcast that talked about the situation going on in America. In episode 188, his co-host Mike outright condemns police brutality.
Whether they are black or fucking white, they are not judges, they are not jurors, and they sure as fuck are not executioners. And every day, every week, I have to watch cops deciding that it is their option to carry out execution on American citizens.
In episode 189, Logan Paul talks at length about the responsibility he feels to use his platform to speak up about injustice.
It's 2020. And I'm sure I'll make more mistakes in my life, but one mistake that I refuse to be a part of is the mistake of silence.
In episode 190, they talk about the impact that the civil unrest is having on everybody. To me, this is the opposite of most influencers. Like, retweeting petitions when you have 5 million followers is okay, but pinning a tweet to your Twitter profile and getting 17 million views on a clip in which you explicitly state,
condemn those who feign superiority because of the color of their skin. Friends, hold friends accountable. Hold your family accountable. Hold yourself accountable. And most importantly, we must hold our authorities accountable.
That shows me somebody who's willing to speak up about something that they feel strongly about, regardless of whether or not they get backlash. And to me, that is the point of having a platform. The most recent example of Logan Paul making genuine change with his power is during a Pokemon stream of all things. I guess for some reason, Logan Paul is like suddenly a Pokemon YouTuber because his last 3 uploads all centered around the prevalent trading card game. Basically, he bought like a super expensive box of Pokemon cards and opened it on stream. But he had the idea to turn that stream into a charity live stream. He kicked off the donations himself by giving away his sponsorship money, which was $50,000. By the end of it, he and his viewers had raised $130,000 for the National Alliance on Mental Illness, or NAMI. So, in 2020, if you ask me, has Logan Paul grown from that incident? I'm gonna have to say yes. In 2020, I don't see somebody who would walk into a forest and record somebody like that for views. I instead honestly see somebody who uses his platform to do good where he can.
Yo, I got money, that's cool. I got followers, that's cool. But what the fuck have I done to attempt to activate my audience, the people who follow me, the people who listen to me? Like, I'm an influencer. What's my real influence been?
For better or for worse, Logan Paul has a new brand. I mean, he still relies on being rich and stupid, and hey, that works out for him as far as the kid demographics. But clearly that's just one facet of Logan Paul's whole internet presence. Between his podcast, social media activism, and charity efforts throughout the years, he's also managed to build up a new, more conscious side to his brand. And all this to say, Jake Paul doesn't really fit in this new brand. See, Logan and Jake used to be super close in terms of content, but by the time they got to YouTube, they had already started growing apart.
We had so many fights like out here in Hollywood, like just because I felt like he was so selfish.
I mean, at first, Jake Paul appeared in a ton of Logan's videos back when they did the daily content. Brother Jake's belated 21st birthday present.
I know for a fact the kid is gonna love this. No one knows him better than me.
By the way, it was the worst birthday present I've ever seen in my life, and I say that as somebody who has routinely received plain white socks for his birthday. You know, whenever they were around each other, subscriber count came up like a lot.
Yo, your views are going down, bro. Something needs to change. Yo, yours were down too for the other day. Oh, what happened?
But fast forward to today, and Logan Paul has nearly phased Jake out of his vlogs completely. Jake has only been featured in the title of 3 of Logan Paul's vlogs during this entire year, punishing Jake Paul.
Hi, I'm Jake Paul, and you're watching a bunch of bullshit.
In which he was mostly just there to get dunked on. I hate Jake Paul.
Suddenly, you've become the little brother I hate again.
I actually don't know why he was in that video at all. And Jake Paul warned you.
You need a hand?
I'm not gonna lie, that one was actually kind of funny. But the thing is, people don't like Jake Paul on Logan's channel, like at all. Anytime Jake appears on screen in Logan's recent videos, there's always a comment about how Jake is no good. Why do I like Jake in Logan's videos, but not in his own videos? Logan, I hate Jake Paul. Me. We all do. Unlike Logan, Jake has completely changed and become this character that is absolutely crazy. And that is absolutely true, but I talk about that more so in the other episode of this series about Jake. Logan even publicly criticized his brother for doing similarly terrible actions for content. This year, just a couple of months ago, Logan Paul was spotted at a looting site in Scottsdale, Arizona. It was unclear why he was there at all. Some people thought he was taking parts in the riot, but regardless, Logan Paul stuck up for him while also calling him out for being there for video content in the first place.
I love the kid. I love him. I will always love him, but I don't always like him. He's my brother. He's my family. He's my blood. Sometimes I do not understand why he does the things he does, as I'm sure he feels the same way about me from time to time.
Honestly, in 2017, I think Logan Paul would have been the one to go there and film it. So clearly, there's been a shift in attitudes for him, but not for Jake. It's worth noting that Jake Paul was charged with criminal assembly and unlawful trespassing like 2 days later, but that's besides the point, and I talk about that more in my other video. Anyway, Jake continues to just get in like an ever-increasing amount of legal troubles, and he's headed down a really weird path, and it's clear that Logan Paul has tried to distance himself from that, and honestly, I can't blame him. So Logan Paul's whole story is like something out of a movie. A bad movie that I wouldn't watch, but unfortunately I subjected myself to so I could make this video. A small town kid moves to Los Angeles in search of internet fame, but he gets more than he bargained for, which leads him to face the biggest challenge of his life, learning how to use that internet fame responsibly. Or like, just if I had to shorten the synopsis, I would just say rich person is forced to learn empathy in order to continue being rich and loses nothing in the process. So love that. But after all this controversy and charity and ups and downs, where has that left Logan Paul's content in terms of viewership? And where's he going to wind up in the future? So his YouTube platform is bigger than ever before. On December 31st of 2017, the day Logan Paul uploaded the infamous Suicide Force video, he had just passed 14 million subscribers. And instead of losing anything, as he got criticized by the whole world over the following month, his platform just grew like monumentally from 14 million to 15 million. That is ridiculous to happen in less than 1 month. But since then, thanks to the advent of Logan Paul versus KSI, his audience continued to grow massively, leaving him at a nice and clean 22 million subscribers in the present, and he gains more and more every single month. Now, as for his views, they've gone down a lot, but don't get me wrong, like they're still so big that he's at the top of the vlogging genre. See, before the Force incident, Logan Paul routinely got 50 million views per week, which is how. And after the incident, it looks like his views dropped sharply, but it was not a result of what he did. Instead, it was because he also stopped the daily vlogging shortly after. That's why he's getting fewer views. If you look at his content from before, he routinely got anywhere from 6 to 10 million views, oftentimes having videos blow up into the double digits. And if you look at his recent uploads, they're all still around the 6 million view mark. And he's even passed the double digits a few times this year as well. So overall, in terms of views, Logan Paul is doing better. In fact, he's doing better than usual right now because his Pokemon series is blowing up for some reason. He's also finding great success with the podcast. I mean, part of Logan Paul's podcast intro is that it's the #1 podcast in the world. I'm guessing that's like a tongue-in-cheek exaggeration because Impulsive is definitely not the #1 podcast in the world. I'm pretty sure that's Joe Rogan. From what I saw from checking the charts, he's like number 76 on Spotify. So that's below people like Cody Ko, Noel Miller's podcast, or Emma Chamberlain. But to be in the top 100 podcasts, like ever on Spotify, is insanely high. And seeing as he gets anywhere from 500,000 to 1 million views per episode no matter what the topic is on his YouTube channel, it's safe to say this podcast is enormous. It's expanded his reach into a whole new audience of older people, and probably is one of the best things to ever happen to his brand. As for the future, I suspect that Logan Paul will just continue to stay at his current rate of relevance and growth, seeing as he has content that consistently engages a wide range of audiences, and he has the wherewithal to continue posting that content multiple times a week. So my final thoughts are, the stuff that Logan Paul has done is like inexcusable. Like, I understand that he did change, but I can't very well sit here and say, hey, recording a dead body and getting views off of that on YouTube is not that bad. That's honestly something that he did, and he's gonna have to deal with, kind of like forever, you know what I mean? But I have to be fully honest, looking over his stuff so I could make this video showed me a different side that I feel like not many people see. I mean, I don't see like some paragon of excellence in video content. I don't see somebody who's gonna remain unproblematic all the time. And much like his brother, I see somebody who just proves that he could stoop to the lowest of the low for money and YouTube clicks. But unlike Jake Paul, with Logan, I also see somebody who changed his perspective over time and changed his actions to prove that he would never do something like that again. Long story short, I'm proud of Logan Paul for literally doing the bare minimum. And that kind of shows you how low my expectations were for him anyway. Anyway, thank you for watching my big old video about Logan Paul. Of course, I always have more content coming out later, but there's no schedule, so it could go up next week or next year. Okay, I'm not gonna wait until next year. I do enjoy making money. There's a lot of stuff that also has to do with Logan that I didn't 100% get to cover, but that's why I made 2 parts in this series. So if you're done watching this and you enjoyed it, then go watch the other part. You get to see my take on Jake Paul, who is actually somehow worse. And yeah, that's my Logan Paul video that nobody asked for, but I still had fun making, so who cares? So, last year there was a record-breaking smear campaign on YouTube. The target was James Charles. Fast forward to today, and that smear campaign has backfired, like a complete 180. James Charles is thriving more than ever, and the 3 people behind the campaign are all dealing with karma for trying to take him down. One did it out of jealousy, the other for business reasons. But this video is about the one that did it to teach him a lesson, and how that lesson wound up changing the course of not just YouTube, but her entire life.
Right now, James Charles, you are changing everything. I love you so much. Don't cry.
Hi and welcome back to me talking about whatever I want. Today I want to talk about Tati Westbrook. But first I want to talk about this new YouTube setup. The quality, the depth of field, the organization and color coordination. It's been a while, but I've been working on all kinds of stuff while I was gone. This new setup, I bought a new camera lens, I posted a new video on my bonus channel, it's about K-pop. I worked on new episodes of my weekly podcast that I haven't updated in 8 weeks. Oops. I actually appeared on someone else's podcast before I uploaded the second episode of my own, and I'm designing new merch that's going to be released very soon. The links to all of that stuff will be down in the description below. Let's see, what else did I do? Oh yeah, I passed 1 million subscribers. Thank you so much for all of the support. I literally couldn't have done it without all 1 million of you, and this is actually getting really heavy. I'm gonna go ahead and put this down. Okay, yeah, that was an arm workout that I did not ask for. The support, of course, is coming from my last 2 videos, which are the first 2 in a 3-part series that I'm making about Dramageddon, also known as that beauty community drama that you keep hearing about with, yeah, it's a lot. The first video was about Jeffree Star, everyone's favorite habitual liar. The second video was about Shane Dawson, the world's most disingenuous empath, which is probably the nicest way I can word that without getting demonetized. And this video is about Tati Westbrook, who is nowhere near as bad as either of them, but in my opinion, even more interesting. Now, Tati Westbrook was the most public part of this whole Dramageddon thing, with her video Bye Sister getting 50 million views last year, before she removed it, because it was a James Charles hit piece. We're basically just gonna look at how this whole thing wound up getting wrapped up. But first we're gonna look at this ad read, because I didn't make any money on my last video and it got 10 million views, so I kind of need to. Today's video is sponsored by Mischief. Basically, Mischief creates and drops stuff. Like, a lot of stuff. A lot of really weird stuff. And if you're into my channel, You're probably a fellow connoisseur of really weird stuff. Behold, the Jesus shoes. Mischief created and dropped $1,400 sneakers filled with holy water from the River Jordan. Yes, really.
They don't work, said a guy drowning.
Mischief doesn't just create and drop quirky luxury items though. They also have plenty of free digital drops, like their font, Times Newer Roman, which is 5 to 10% wider than Times New Roman. It really adds up when you're writing a paper. Mischief drops either go super viral or sell in minutes, but they also have plenty of secret drops, like Mischief Mag, a quarterly magazine about, well, causing mischief online. Mischief drops something new every 2 weeks, and out of the over 25 they've had so far, no 2 drops have ever been the same. They never repeat or restock, so you need to download the Mischief app so you never miss a drop and get access to the secret drops. It also has a chat feature, so go tell them they look great today. Get the Mischief app for free in the link in my description today, or go to mischief.com/Dangelo. That's mschf.com/Dangelo, or search MSCHF on the App Store. Now let's get back to the video. So this video I'm doing is going to be in like 3 main parts. In the first part, we're going to look at Tati Westbrook's apology video and the timeline and events that she's talking about in that video and how annoying it is. Then in the second part, I'm going to do like a deep dive into that video that she's apologizing for, her 2019 James Charles hit piece. I'm going to look at the effect that video had on her, James Charles, us, YouTube as a platform. This thing set records, it changed the way we interact with YouTube drama, and YouTube itself, the company, got involved in a really unprecedented way. So that's interesting. And then in the last part of this video, I just kind of want to wrap up this whole series since this is the final part of a 3-part series. A couple things have happened since my first 2 videos. A couple of interesting responses from certain people. Now, without further ado, allow me to present the Tati Westbrook video.
To my subscribers that showed up for me. And I just hope that you're still there. I got a heart attack.
So who is she and why does anybody care in the first place? Basically, Tati Westbrook is a beauty YouTuber. She's one of the biggest channels in the beauty space with nearly 10 million subscribers. She usually uploads twice a week with no exceptions. Her videos are very high quality and well produced. They're unique because in a space where everyone is kind of known for neon colors and bright personalities, Tati Westbrook is more subdued, more elegant. At one point, her brand was that she was the least problematic person in the beauty space, which isn't saying much when it's filled like people with Jeffree Star, and you get my point. Tati Westbrook is also a CEO of 2 companies, Tati Beauty and Halo Beauty. Now that's important to keep in mind because Halo Beauty sells vitamins, and Tati really cares about her vitamins. But over the past year, if you look at her channel, you might notice some weird things are going on. For one, she's losing subscribers at a rapid rate. Every single month, she's losing tens of thousands of subscribers. Even if her channel is growing, there's no way to tell because so many people are leaving. They're outnumbering the new people finding her. You'll also notice a lot of dislikes on many of her videos, despite the fact that the content itself is very innocuous. And the further back you go, the more dislikes you see. As you can tell, something happened on her channel at one point. All of this weirdness is stemming from controversy that happened 1 year ago. In May 2019, Tati Westbrook uploaded the infamous James Charles hit piece, simply titled "Bye Sister." In this video, she made very disturbing claims and allegations against her fellow beauty YouTuber, which we will get into later. It was very quickly revealed that there were 2 other people involved with this video as well, because immediately after publishing that video, she received support from both Jeffree Star and Shane Dawson. I talk about their involvement in the whole thing in the first 2 videos, but basically, people started putting the pieces together and realizing that all 3 of them seemed to be conspiring to take James Charles down. The only problem was James Charles didn't actually do anything. Now, part of the reason Bye Sister was such a big deal was because James Charles had just promoted a rival vitamin brand, which she pretty much cites as the reason for why she decided to speak out against him. So the combination of her serious allegations of him being a predator and the fact that she seemed to be doing this solely because he promoted one of her business rivals, coupled with the fact that she was promoting her vitamin brand throughout the entire video, it turned out to not really be a good look for her in the end. And then once it came out that the claims of him being a predator weren't even true, yeah, she pretty much lost all of the support she got from that situation. After people realized that the video was completely unfounded, Tati started to lose favor. Because Tati was technically the only one who had put out a video, even though Jeffree Star had claimed that he was going to as a follow-up to hers, they let Tati take the fall for the entire situation. Both Shane and Jeffree distanced themselves from her publicly. Jeffree Star went on a podcast and very directly put all of the blame for the situation on Tati Westbrook.
Because everyone wants to make me you ruined James Charles' career. No, Tati did and uploaded a 40-minute video about him, and she should have never uploaded that. But she did. And for some reason, James thinks that me and Shane tried to ruin his life and orchestrated the whole thing. Like we fucking care.
Now, accusing Tati for being the sole one for trying to ruin his life was completely unfair, since Jeffree Star was the main one calling James a danger to society. Now, 1 week after Jeffree Star blamed her so publicly, Tati stopped uploading. 2 months after she announced her break on Twitter, Tati was still missing in action, but that's when Shane Dawson came forward and blamed her as well. This was all in his infamous "Welcome to the Circus" statement, which would be all too familiar if you happen to see part 2 of the series. Did I tell her to make a video? No. Did I have any involvement in the video? No. Did I orchestrate it? No. To be clear, this was also quite an unfair thing to do to her, because Shane Dawson was also supporting her very publicly after the Bi Sister video, therefore lending credibility to her. So because they both distanced themselves from her like that, Tati's reputation was in shambles, and people were solely pinning the blame on her for the entire Bi Sister situation. And understandably, she wasn't very happy with that. Shane's statement was clearly the final straw, because 2 days after it, she posted a cryptic message on Twitter, followed up by another one, and then finally, an announcement that she would soon be returning with a video. And that video came out June 30th, 2020 at 12 p.m. Yep, it was that video.
You're fake crying. You are fake crying. You are fake crying. That is not real. Oh my God.
So I briefly mentioned it in the last part, but now we're finally going to take a look at Tati Westbrook's video, Breaking My Silence. Now, if you sort through all of the emotional manipulation and outright lies in this apology video, there are actually some very serious claims. I think it's a good idea to look at the root of what she was saying first, and then I can point out how ridiculous it is. Now, her video is 40 minutes long, and I have a lot of stuff I want to talk about in this video other than her weirdly warm color balanced apology, so I'm just going to go ahead and compress her main points into a very quick rundown. Now, it's worth noting that Jeffree, Shane, and Tati all made similar videos, but Tati's was the worst received, and it currently has more dislikes than likes. At least I'm assuming it was the worst received because Jeffree Star disabled the likes on his. So who knows how much he had. I like to think it's a 100% dislike bar, but that's just my imagination. So here are Tati's main points. She starts off by saying she was actually coerced into releasing Bi Sister last year.
I've lost over a year of my life terrified of social media and terrified of speaking up against the people that used, coerced, and manipulated me into uploading my video in May of last year.
She then claims that she and James actually made up after the fact last year, and she publicly apologizes to him for uploading the video.
We apologized to each other, forgave each other, and agreed to wait patiently until it was safe for me to share my story.
She then says that she never lied in Bi Sister and that she never called James a predator, which was the main accusation coming from the video, by the way.
I was very worried and heartbroken, but I did not lie in that video. I never called James Charles a predator, and I never said that James Charles was a danger to society. My video was not made with any malice.
Next, she squashes the idea that this all happened because of the vitamins, and instead directly blames Shane and Jeffree for her uploading the Bi Sister video.
While I was definitely upset that he had accepted a sponsorship from the biggest rival to my brand, Halo Beauty, I did not make my video because of vitamins. I made it as a result of all of the poisonous lies that were fed to me by Shane Dawson and Jeffree Star.
And she tries to distance herself from her association with Shane and Jeffree. She said the only reason she hung around Jeffree, even though she knew he was problematic, was because she thought she could change him. And she claims that she had no idea about Shane Dawson's old content and actions because she didn't look into him properly.
I knew that Jeffree had had a lot of drama in his past, but when he came to me, he presented himself as someone who had changed and was trying to be better. I saw his pain and I felt that I could be a positive influence. I didn't know much about Shane Dawson. I wish I had researched him better. I wish I had watched his old videos. I wish I had educated myself and I was aware of his earlier content. All I knew at the time was that Shane Dawson was the most adored documentary filmmaker on YouTube.
After that, she explains that Jeffree Star would constantly tell her really disturbing things about James Charles, which she didn't really believe until Shane Dawson showed up and started echoing the exact same things to her.
I was told there were a lot of victims that were going to come forward to destroy you. Jeffree sent me what he claimed was an audio file from an alleged victim and told me to listen to the pain in their voice. Shane said that James Charles was a monster and that James Charles was hurting minors.
She directly contradicts their assertions that they had nothing to do with the video, and instead claims that Shane Dawson actually offered to work on the video himself.
Shane Dawson didn't just know about my Bye Sister video. He offered to help edit it. He even offered to design the thumbnail and help title it.
Finally, and what I think is probably the most important part, she admits that the rumors and claims were unsubstantiated and no evidence came forward.
After a few days of Jeffrey fanning the flames on Twitter, no victims appeared as they had stated would happen, and no evidence came forward as they stated would happen.
She outright finishes it by saying Shane and Jeffrey conspired to take down James Charles because of jealousy and business reasons.
It's now my opinion that Jeffrey and Shane were both bitterly jealous of James Charles's success. Jeffrey resented that so much of his business was centered around his biggest rival, and Shane did not like that James Charles wanted to make a documentary. Neither of them were happy with standing in his shadow on YouTube anymore. And it's also my opinion that Jeffrey and Shane needed James marginalized and out of the way for their November launch of the Conspiracy Palette along with Shane's merch.
At the very end, she accuses Shane and Jeffrey of defamation and then issues legal threats to everyone involved.
In early May, when Jeffrey went on a podcast and denied responsibility for his involvement and placed blame on me, it was both cowardly and defamatory. Last week, when Shane issued his statements about his involvement in all of this, I also perceived them as cowardly and defamatory. As for everyone else involved that did anything underhanded or defamatory over the last year, I am still well within the statute of limitations for bringing a civil action to seek recovery for my damages.
And that was pretty much the video.
Thank you for listening, and I hope this clears up enough for you to feel like you can forgive me.
So basically, it's a catch-22 of taking no accountability for your actions whatsoever. Jeffrey blames Tati, Shane says he has nothing to do with it, and then Tati blames both Shane and Jeffrey. Now, I've already talked about how I feel about Shane and Jeffrey trying to pin the blame on her in the previous episodes, but now I want to talk about how Tati Westbrook was pretty much lying throughout this entire apology through her teeth. So, Tati's assertion that she was coerced into uploading the Bye Sister video sounds like something that could be true, especially when you take into account Jeffree Star's history with blackmailing people and manipulating them. But Tati here is banking on the fact that you probably haven't seen Bye Sister in a while, so you might not remember what she actually said in there. And even though she deleted that video, we still have access to it. So let's go ahead and take a look at it and see how all of her main points in her apology basically fall apart. So this whole I was coerced into filming and uploading a video is completely bogus, because in that video, in the 2019 Bye Sister video, she explains very clearly why she made it.
And there's so much that you guys don't know, and I'm gonna share a lot of it with you because I feel at this point that I have to, because Gabriel Zamora decided to drag me out on the dance floor by calling me out by name in a video that he made about opinions in makeup.
That doesn't quite sound like coercion, especially since she mentioned several times throughout that video that she was specifically doing it to set James straight and clear her name. She also lied in her apology, and she said that she never lied in her original video.
I did not lie in that video.
James Charles, for the most part, addressed many of the lies in that video, but the main one I want to talk about is the fact that she said that James Charles never promoted her vitamin brand on his channel.
The reason that James always said that he couldn't promote Halo on his channel and really do, like, you know, heavy endorsement was because he has a teenage audience and it would just be inappropriate.
My best friend Tati, she's launching something new on Halo Beauty. Super proud of her. By the time this video is out, it'll already be up, so go check it out. Promo for Tati, love you the most.
Two of the following statements are real claims made by the original Halo Beauty booster supplement.
Oh!
Which are the real ones?
Can I just say I love you guys for putting a Halo question in there.
I just received my package from Halo Beauty. This is Tati's brand new brand. I did not tell Tati that I was buying these, but I did pay for these myself because I just wanted to support her, and I'm so happy. I know she's getting a lot of backlash on this, which is making me so mad because I know she's worked so hard on these.
That's just observably untrue. And the video is filled with all kinds of half-truths like that she uses to make James look like the worst person ever. Now, this part to me in her apology was weird when she claims she never called James a predator.
I never called James Charles a predator, and I never said that James Charles was a danger to society.
Yeah, I guess she didn't, but at the same time, she literally said this.
Oh my God, you tried to trick a straight man into thinking he's gay yet again, and somehow you're the victim. You know, it's really disgusting to manipulate someone's sexuality, especially when they are still, you know, emerging into adulthood and don't quite have everything figured out. You are using your fame, your power, your money to play with people's emotions. You're threatening to ruin them. You're threatening to embarrass them. And you're doing that to have them behave sexually in your favor, even if they're straight. And you know what? That's not okay. You were talking in detail about things you wanted to do to the waiter. And when I said, James, he's straight, your response was, doesn't matter, I'm a celebrity. So freaking gross.
And then she goes on an Instagram comment at the time and says predatory behavior should always be called out. So basically my question for her is, if you didn't call James a predator, then what else do you call somebody who uses their power and influence and money to coerce other people into doing actions they don't want to do? Because that's literally what you accused him of doing in the video. Now, the whole "it was never about vitamins" thing is a little ridiculous, because in her apology video, she actually contradicts herself. I'm not sure if she caught that.
I did not make my video because of vitamins.
12 seconds later.
James Charles's Sugar Bear Hair sponsorship and all of the drama that had kicked up afterwards, that was just my breaking point.
What I want to know is, why was the vitamin sponsorship the breaking point and not all of this disturbing stuff that you thought James Charles was doing to minors? That's a lot.
My video was not made with any malice.
And the whole idea that there is no malice in her video is ridiculous, because she sets up Shane and Jeffrey's involvement in it as being completely negative and motivated by jealousy, which, by the way, I completely believe it was. But then she frames her involvement as not being motivated by the vitamins that she mentions for longer than she talks about anything else in that video, but instead about the fact that she wanted to help James.
So when you pair up with my #1 competitor, it's embarrassing to me. Is it gonna crush my business? No. But it's embarrassing, and you know that.
I would say there's so much malice towards James in that By Sister video that Tati is treating him harsher than she's treating other people.
It's a horrible thing to tell a person, like, hey, it's sunshiny outside, don't feel bad about whatever you're going through. And I always like to tell people, pain is pain, and yeah, at some point you have to feel it, express it, release it, and then set it down and move ahead.
1 minute, 37 seconds later.
How entitled do you have to be to think that you have it rough? You are a 19-year-old millionaire. You do not get to wake up and, you know, stress out about how unfair your job is. Like, that's just so ridiculous to me.
I'm gonna be honest, having watched her 40-minute apology multiple times and then rewatching By Sister multiple times, which is also 40 minutes, I only really saw one claim from her apology that I could verify as being true from watching By Sister. And that was the fact that Shane Dawson and Jeffree Star probably were sending her stuff, because she does mention that.
The behavior that I don't think I can even talk about, like the DMs that I'm getting and the things that I'm hearing, are so gross that I don't think that I can protect that, and I don't think I can help that, and I have to let this go.
I believe that she did believe the things that Shane and Jeffree were sending her, so I'm not gonna hold her responsible for truly believing that James Charles was this kind of person, because it seems like she did, especially when you consider the fact that Jeffree Star has successfully made other people believe that about James as well, like Blair White. So my conclusion is pretty simple. Did she get manipulated into believing things? Yes, absolutely. Did she get manipulated into the act of filming a 40-minute video in which she doesn't even talk about those things, and she instead drags James for a bunch of other stuff that has nothing to do with it? No, how could you possibly get manipulated into doing that? That was a choice. And I find the fact that she can't take some accountability for it to be kind of pathetic. Now, before we go forward with this video, I want to give a rundown of exactly what happened in 2019, right after Tati uploaded By Sister. And instead of going with Tati's teary-eyed version of events, let's take a look at what actually went down. So, Tati's video was initially taken as the gospel true, despite there being no evidence. If you look at it, you can see the like to dislike ratio was surprisingly good for it to have 50 million views at the time. Just hours after she put that video out and people didn't really know whether it was true or not, James Charles released an apology in which he didn't contradict anything she said. It honestly made him look super guilty, and it was pretty bad. This was exacerbated when shortly thereafter, Jeffree Star started posting on Twitter that everything Tati Westbrook said was true, and that he has even more scathing evidence that James Charles is a danger to society. James Charles went radio silent, and then Tati Westbrook posted a video called Why I Did It. In this video, she stood by all of her points, but she kind of plays this saint-like role in which she claims she doesn't want there to be any hate sent towards James.
I do really want the hate to stop.
So she's pretty much having her cake and eating it here too, because she started a massive hate wave against James by claiming that he's done extremely serious things that should be criticized. And now she's also seeming like the bigger person for discouraging everyone from sending him hate. So in retrospect, I have to give her props. That was actually kind of well thought out. At this point, James Charles was losing everything. He lost 1 million subscribers that first day. It was so ridiculous that people were having James Charles subscriber count watch parties, where they were just live streaming his count going down, down, and down. And this was back when they used to show the whole subscriber count, not just the abbreviated version. These watch parties were so huge that the biggest one I was able to find had 32 million views. His public support was dropping as well, which exacerbated the sub loss. He got unfollowed by his traditional celebrity mutuals like Miley Cyrus, the Kardashians, Ariana Grande. The mainstream media was covering James Charles left and right, which in retrospect is ridiculous because all that happened was that someone made a YouTube video about him. I'm not just talking about entertainment-focused publications like Cosmo or Entertainment Tonight. I mean international mainstream media like the BBC, NBC, CNN, etc. But just when it kind of seemed like everything was one and done for James Charles, he pulled the biggest Uno reverse card in the history of YouTube. 10 days after Tati's scathing video, James Charles drops a much more scathing video called No More Lies. In this video, he offers a systematic rebuttal to pretty much every single one of Tati's points, but unlike her, he actually has screenshots. And yeah, it wasn't looking good for Tati. So once the world realized how ridiculous we were being for just believing this vitamin lady solely because her video was very professionally presented, yeah, we kind of stopped doing that. Public perception swung back in James's favor, and people waited to see if Tati Westbrook had anything to say about it. And she didn't. She vaguely claimed that James Charles was spreading half-truths, but somehow couldn't point out to a single one. So yeah, her reputation was pretty much done. In the long run, there was a temporary net loss for James because he was at 16 million. He dropped down to 13 million, but then he shot back up to 15 million after he defended himself. And by now, he's way past all those numbers. Meanwhile, Tati Westbrook is bleeding subscribers, along with Jeffree Star and Shane Dawson. Tati privated the video and then never spoke about it again, until her apology when she claims it was all manipulation and she wasn't really trying to be mean. So yeah, as you can see, the real version of events is a little bit different than what was presented in her apology, so that's very interesting. At no point did Tati Westbrook actually take accountability for lying and trying to manipulate people into believing that James Charles was a predator. And until she does that, I'm not quite sure how much I can respect her as a content creator. Not like it matters, because she still has like 10 million subscribers, even with all the ones she's lost. So before part 2, the last thing I want to do with Tati Westbrook's apology video is look at the emotional manipulation, because oh my gosh, wow, what is happening? There is literally so much emotional manipulation in that apology video. To begin with, she literally opens the video by crying.
I just want to tell you that I missed you guys. A lot.
She's acting like she's been gone for so long, but I looked and there was only 7 weeks between that apology and her latest normal upload, so I've literally taken breaks longer than that. Even if she really was that broken up about it, I still find it quite disingenuous to put a clip of you sobbing to start off your video in which you're trying to take accountability for your actions. It's like a very cheap appeal to pathos. Logos? Is it pathos or logos? I don't know. I haven't been to college in a long time, okay? I also found it manipulative how she gave an excuse for not showing any evidence in this 40-minute video again. Now, I will say, the first reason she gave, which was legal reasons, I completely understand. I don't think there's anything wrong with what she said here.
I'm sorry I was unable to provide you with receipts that I'm sure you want. I've told you everything that I can right now. The remainder will be handled privately, or at a time that I choose to speak publicly on it again.
Then she goes with the whole, there are bigger problems route.
Our world seems to be falling apart all around us, so the last thing you need me to do is fuel more hate by releasing my receipts and voice memos.
This is manipulative because it shifts the blame onto the people asking for proof. Now, we seem like bad people for daring to ask for some screenshots when there are bigger issues in the world. But that's ridiculous because there are always bigger issues than any issue. There are bigger issues than the bigger issues. We can focus on more than one thing at a time. Even when she directly apologizes to James, she still makes excuses for her actions by claiming she is apologizing for allowing herself to be manipulated.
James, I am so sorry that I allowed myself to be poisoned and weaponized against you. I'm sorry that I bought into any of their lies. Believing those lies and allowing myself to be gaslit into making that video is one of the biggest regrets of my life.
There's nothing necessarily wrong with allowing yourself to be manipulated. That just means you're a victim. So she's apologizing for being a victim. And I'm sorry that she's a victim of manipulation too. That probably is the worst feeling ever. But if you can't apologize for your actions, then why are you apologizing at all?
James, I apologize for uploading that video. I should have known better than to fall for their lies and manipulation, but in the end, I failed. And instead, I allowed Shane and Jeffrey to put a wedge between our friendship.
I also find it weird how she frames herself as a victim and kind of a Jesus figure when it comes to her and Jeffrey's friendship.
My intentions with Jeffrey were good, but I was a fool for thinking that I could ever help him become a better person.
Wanting to help someone become a better person is a pretty noble reason for sticking around them, but it doesn't explain why you're publicly hyping them up and using your platform to associate with a known racist. I mean, Jeffrey's makeup is literally in the background of her Bye Sister video.
For some twisted sense of civic duty, I thought it was my responsibility to stay in Jeffrey's life and try to help him become a better person.
Her argument is basically, I'm such a good person that I had to stick around this terrible person.
I even tried to get him involved with my favorite charity.
Her main takeaway, or I guess her main lesson that she learned, is not to allow yourself to be manipulated. But what does that have to do with her actions once again?
I appeal you to please take something from my hard lesson learned and be careful who you let influence your decisions. What you see in the media online and what you hear from friends is not always the truth. Do not allow yourself to be manipulated into doing harm in the name of justice.
In fact, even the manipulation excuse gets a bit flimsy when she reveals a little too much. She says that she chose to upload that video even though she suspected that it might make James Charles hurt himself.
The night before posting my video Bye Sister, I texted Shane sharing my concerns for James Charles, that he was out of the country on the high floor of a hotel and I was afraid for him hurting himself. Shane texted me back and said that I should not be nervous about the 50th floor, that James Charles was a narcissist and that he would never do that.
You know, going forward with something that you think might cause a friend, former friend, any kind of friend to end their life, just because Shane Dawson said it was okay, does not mean you're not at wrong in that situation. I just think it's a good thing that nothing did happen to anybody involved. I don't want anybody to wind up in the news, but that's really disturbing that she thought that was going to make her seem better somehow. And then I debated talking about my last point in this whole manipulation part, but there's too much crying in that video, okay? I'm sorry, I had to say it. Maybe I didn't.
I got a heart attack.
Maybe I sound like I have no empathy right now. It's because I don't. Not for that. Now, let's be clear. I do feel sorry for her crying because she's a victim of manipulation. Like I said, I believe that. I don't think she's lying. I don't even think she's fake crying. I don't feel sorry for her when I see the crying though, because she chose to leave that in the video. And that to me just really comes across as manipulative. Now, if this was an unedited video, just 40 minutes coming straight from the heart, bro, cry as much as you want. You know, just go ham. Cry me a river. As far as I'm concerned, I think everybody should cry for 40 minutes straight, unironically. But this video was edited. It had jump cuts. Cumulatively speaking, Tati and her editors decided to leave nearly 2 minutes of silent, unedited crying in this video. That is ridiculous.
I promised my dad I wasn't gonna cry.
The whole "I promised my dad I wouldn't cry" angle is like the biggest feel sorry for me, and sadly it has the opposite effect on me.
I really promised to not cry during this video and I just could not do it. It's been a lot of pain.
Ultimately, I find Tati Westbrook's apology video to be a mixed bag. It had everything I hate in an apology video: the excessive crying, the lack of accountability, playing the victim, outright lying, blame shifting. But on the other hand, I truly do believe she was telling the truth about Shane Dawson and Jeffree Star being such vindictive manipulators, and so I'm glad she was able to speak up about that. I just still find it sad that she felt the need to be so vindictive and manipulative in her Bye Sister video, and seems completely incapable of taking any sort of responsibility for that. So makes it kind of hard for me to feel sorry for her. I don't know.
I don't think there's any getting through to you, and I don't want to be friends with you. I don't want to be associated with you. And I need to say that very publicly so that this chapter can just be closed.
All right, so we're here in part 2. You know, I've talked a little bit about the apology video, but now I want to talk about this in a general sense. I have opinions on Tati Westbrook. I have opinions on how everyone reacted to this whole situation. I even have opinions on YouTube because YouTube stepped in, and they don't usually do that. So I'm going to cover all of that in this part. And I want to start by looking at why this James Charles smear campaign was so effective at first before James stood up for himself. Now, it had all the elements of a good smear campaign. There were motivations. Jeffree Star was obviously trying to knock James Charles out of the top spot that James had just taken from Jeffree just a few months prior. And it's pretty safe to say that Bye Sister temporarily did that. Too bad it didn't last. Shane Dawson was literally using that situation for profit by using it to falsely advertise the documentary series commercial for his new makeup collaboration. The new makeup collaboration with Jeffree Star, who would have also benefited from having James Charles in a worse position since James was also in the makeup market. And Tati's motivations were pretty obvious. I think she was just mad. So together they hatched a plot to take James Charles down, and I honestly find the way they did it to be pretty insidious. Framing James Charles as a danger to straight men was very precise and intentional. Tati Westbrook and Jeffree Star both did this. So part of the reason that people didn't really question Tati's original narrative was because she was actually feeding us a much older narrative. She basically paints James Charles the exact same way society used to paint gay men before they were seen as human beings, basically.
You see, Ralph was a homosexual, a person who demands an intimate relationship with members of their own sex.
Oh my God, you tried to trick a straight man into thinking he's gay yet again, and somehow you're the victim.
By now, Jimmy felt a fondness for Ralph, and they continued to go places together. Ralph was generous and took Jimmy many interesting places and did many nice things for him.
You are using your fame, your power, your money to play with people's emotions.
He bought presents and even gave him money, but payments were expected in return. You see, Jimmy hadn't recognized Ralph's approach soon enough.
You know, it's really disgusting to manipulate someone's sexuality, especially when they are still, emerging into adulthood and don't quite have everything figured out.
It's literally the same narrative. Rehashing points from Boys Beware in current year is already a pretty disturbing thing to do, but knowingly doing this specifically to get back at somebody because you didn't like what he did about your business is absolutely ridiculous. In a way, I actually don't even have time to get into just how gross that is, but there's a really good video about that by the YouTuber Big Joel, so you can find that and watch it if you want to. Another reason that this smear campaign worked so well and everyone believed it was because Tati set up James to fail with all of his responses. She claims that he was beyond help.
I don't think there's any getting through to you, and I don't want to be friends with you. This person is someone that I absolutely loved, cared for, and would have spent all the time in the world protecting. But he's just too far gone at this point.
And as simple as a statement as that is, that actually made it seem like everything he did from that point on, he was just guilty, trying to make us believe that he was innocent. When in reality, he was literally innocent, just fighting back against rumors that he was guilty. I mean, surely Tati knew that people believe the first thing they hear, especially if the source sounds credible. That's how similar things happened with Slazo or Spoctor. After that, this greedy, unremorseful predator narrative was all it really took for people to start recontextualizing every single thing that James Charles had ever done. Now all of a sudden his relationships with his fellow teenage friends were predatory. Now all of a sudden the collaborations that he did with real life celebrities were motivated by greed. Suddenly, everyone was justified in finding him annoying. Now, I know Tati Westbrook apologized for this, so that's good, I guess, but I really feel that people don't talk enough about the effect that this had on James Charles. I mean, he said point blank that it sent him into a dark place.
I'm so glad that you have that friend group, because
Me too.
especially during your last whole scandal thing, if you didn't have that, that would have been so difficult.
If I didn't have that, I would be dead right now. Like, I'd say that, not even, being dramatic, I don't think I would have made it through everything that went on, without them being with me and making sure that I was okay, and, waking up in the middle of the night to check on me, every 10 minutes to make sure I didn't, literally do something dangerous.
And the fact that Tati Westbrook published this video, knowing that it had the potential to do that, is something I think she should catch a lot more flack for. Anyway, I think the fact that people were so willing to believe Tati at first says a lot about society. Unironically. I, for one, had to confront my biases in a pretty direct way after that, and honestly, maybe it was for the best. Alright, so now that I've looked at why the James Charles smear campaign was so effective on people, I want to look at why it was so effective on YouTube in the algorithm. After all, racking up over 50 million views before Tati got rid of it, it was literally one of the highest viewed call-out videos of all time. And when videos get a lot of views on YouTube, people do what they always do, which is start making extremely similar videos. Basically, Tati Westbrook accidentally started the trend of the 40-minute expose. Now, granted, hers was not the very first one, but after that, oh boy, were there a lot. Now that it was a YouTube trend, we saw a ton of videos in an identical format, but instead of Tati versus James for 40 minutes, we had Deji versus KSI for 40 minutes, Jesse Smiles versus Gabby Hanna for 30 minutes, Stephanie Sue versus Nikocado Avocado for around 50 minutes. Twice. H3H3 versus Keemstar for 40 minutes, Simply Nessa versus Tana Moja for 40 minutes, me versus Shallon Lester for 40 minutes. Twice. Yeah, it was kind of a lot. Even the thumbnails for these 40-minute expose videos are similar. This format of video got so popular that people started turning it into a meme. Now it's a joke that if you mess up online, someone's gonna make a 40-minute exposed video about you. Last year during his beef with his brother Deji, KSI said on Twitter, "Imagine making a Tati version 2 video and thinking I'm gonna reply. 40-minute exposed videos are the new diss tracks." That's actually funny though, because he literally did reply for over an hour. So when he said 40-minute videos are the new diss tracks, he wasn't just talking about in terms of disrespect. He means that there are literally statistical anomalies in the algorithm. See, a few years before the 40-minute expose was the hot stuff, diss tracks actually were. People like iDubbbz, Rice Gum, and the Paul brothers would call each other out in diss track music videos that would get anywhere from 80 million to 200 million views. As you can see, these videos were just as prevalent as the 40-minute call out. Now, these videos racked up more views than normal videos because they were also music videos, and YouTube promotes music on the site differently than it does normal videos. Usually, content is only promoted to people who watch similar content, but music videos are promoted to everybody. It's really not very likely that all 200 million people knew who Logan Paul was before clicking into this video. All they knew, and all the algorithm knew, was, hey, this is a music video, I like music. Now this trend has slowed down a bit, as these diss tracks have fallen out of favor, obviously, and YouTube makes subtle tweaks to its ever-elusive algorithm, so you can't quite achieve the same level of success. YouTube started pushing people to make content longer than these short-form videos. And then, that's exactly why Tati wound up doing so well. You may have noticed, but YouTube content in general has just kind of gotten longer. Longer videos get more views because people click into it more than once to watch it in parts, and they do better in the algorithm because longer videos mean people are watching it for longer, aka spending more time on your channel, which makes your channel perform better. YouTube wants you to spend more time watching YouTube. See, look, here are the analytics on my bonus channel where I only upload 10-minute videos. As you can see, in total, people have spent 3 million hours watching my content, which equates to about 340 years. A few of my videos there do really well, but for the most part, they just perform at the average you would expect from a channel that size. Now compare that to this channel we're on right now, where I post much longer videos, and as you can see, I have a total of 11 million hours of watch time. That's a whopping 1,200 years. So the potential for views on this channel is much higher than it is on my other channel, and that's why my last 5 videos all have more views than I actually have subscribers. It's part of the reason Shane Dawson was so successful when he came back with his documentary episodes. It's the reason creators who make really good short form content like Gus Johnson's still pepper in a really good longer video every now and then. All this to say, Tati Westbrook accidentally cracked the YouTube algorithm, and from a nerd's perspective, I just find that to be incredibly cool. But guess who didn't think it was very cool at all? YouTube themselves. Now, YouTube is a pretty laid-back company. They're hands-off for the most part, which I appreciate, and I'm not just saying that because they send me a check every month. For the most part, YouTube lets the community take care of itself, so even when creators on the platform do really bad things, usually the backlash is going to come from the community. But after Bicester, YouTube decided to step in. The Bicester controversy was the worst PR fiasco that YouTube had to deal with since Logan Paul wandered into a specific forest that one time. Like I said, it was getting worldwide press coverage. People who didn't even watch YouTube were hearing about James Charles and Tati Westbrook, and that's not really a great introduction to YouTube, now is it? And this was actually different than the Logan Paul video, because interestingly enough, Logan didn't lose any subscribers for that controversy. It's actually something I'm going to touch on in my two-part series about the Paul brothers. Just kidding. Unlike the Logan Paul fiasco, James Charles was bleeding subscribers, so it had that extra element of watching the numbers go down in real time. Like I said, they were having James Charles subscriber count watch parties and everything. People were celebrating this. Now, even though it got resolved within a matter of days and James Charles bounced back pretty quickly, the damage had been done, and it left YouTube looking for ways to make sure it never happened again. So they disabled the live subscriber count. See, YouTube.com has gone through all kinds of changes in its history. They've added features like the join button or the mini player. They've taken features away, like the annotations or Leafy's channel. But they've never changed the way numbers are displayed, like the views or the subscriber count or the number of comments, in the 15 years that they've existed, until 11 days after Bicester was uploaded. YouTube announced that they were abbreviating the subscriber count, not just on the channel page, but across their entire API. Changing the API meant websites using the API, like live subscriber count websites, could no longer update subscriber by subscriber. Now, everyone's sub count displays in only 3 numbers at a time. So if you have like 1,360,000 subscribers, for example, it's only going to show the first 3 numbers, 1 through 6, so you have 1.36 million. And because of that, that means my subscriber count is not going to go up until I have accumulated over 10,000 subscribers. And somebody in the double digits of the millions, like James Charles, now he's not going to show any subscriber count gain or loss until he has accumulated 100,000 subscribers. In other words, there's just nothing to watch. Even when people are in the process of losing a ton of subscribers, the count just stays there until the unexpected time when it goes down by 100,000. Now, YouTube of course claimed that they were doing this merely to achieve a consistent look across the website, but that certainly doesn't explain why they had to go and change the API itself. In fact, the live subscriber count is still counted. I can see it in my analytics. So it's not like YouTube stopped counting it, they just stopped sending it out to the other websites. Overall, I think this was kind of a sad update personally, because I still have footage from seeing the rush of getting that 1 subscriber that pushes you over the edge into a new milestone, but ultimately I guess it worked out for YouTube because there are no more of these watch parties. And on top of that, the fact that there are no more of these means I think people are unsubscribing less. Shane Dawson's an example of somebody going through a similarly sized controversy. He has lost over 1 million subscribers in a month, but James Charles lost that on the first day. And James didn't even do the most egregious things he was being accused of, so the last major thing that YouTube did as part of their cleanup was asking Tati Westbrook to remove the video. Now, I'm just getting this straight from Tati. She actually claims that YouTube is the one that asked her to take it down because it wasn't a good look.
I only privated my video at the request of YouTube because YouTube said it was a bad look for their platform.
I, for one, am inclined to believe her because all the other changes they made line up with the time frame that she removed that video. She technically would have removed it just a couple of days within the announcement of them changing the subscriber count. I'm unaware of any other cases where YouTube asked a creator to take down a video. It does make sense though. I mean, YouTube can't just outright remove the video for no reason, because then that's a bad look for them. And also, even if they suppress the video in the algorithm, that's not going to stop anything since most people were watching it because of word of mouth and the fact that it was embedded on almost every mainstream media news site. So how else could they really stop all the attention besides asking Tati to take the video down herself? So that's how Tati Westbrook wound up starting an entire trend of new content, setting forward a chain reaction that led to a record of the most subscribers lost in a day for James Charles, and getting YouTube themselves to step in an unprecedented way, all because of what she said in a 40-minute video and how people reacted to it. With all that being said, I just think it's interesting that the video is technically private, not deleted, meaning it's still there on the website. Imagine if she got bored and decided to make it public one day again. All right, so for this last section of part 2, I'm just going to go ahead and give my opinion on Tati Westbrook. You know, I've said a lot about her videos, I've said a lot about her involvement, but I do have some opinions on her as a person. Throughout all of this, Tati Westbrook has been the target of major criticism for what I hope are obvious reasons. And while some of that is certainly deserved, I can't help but notice the type of criticism that she gets compared to the other two people involved is actually kind of disturbing. So before I say my opinion, I actually want to defend her. First of all, let it be known that Tati Westbrook is nowhere near as bad as Jeffree Star or Shane Dawson. Here's a recap. Jeffree Star is a habitual liar, a self-proclaimed blackmailer. He tried to manipulate other creators into attacking James Charles. He never properly apologized for his extensive history of racism. And he's mean. I know that's a weird criticism, but Jeff is a weird man. Shane Dawson, on the other hand, kissed a 12-year-old on the lips, on camera, got freaky with his pets, on camera, uploaded content that was legitimately harmful by spreading misinformation about mental disorders as well as conspiracies, disingenuously joined the beauty community solely to sell a product, and then immediately leaving and calling everyone toxic, even though he was never actually part of it. I mean, he's done more blackface than makeup looks, for crying out loud. And on top of that, he never uses a tripod. Like, you know, honestly, I think the dog and kid stuff is probably enough to prove my point that Tati Westbrook's not that bad. See, Tati, on the other hand, has done none of the above. As far as I'm concerned, she just did one thing, which was upload that video. And granted, that thing was very disgusting. What she proceeded to do in that video was terrible, but it was one thing. And according to her, the person she was doing it to forgave her. She doesn't have a history of this stuff. I think that's far different than people who have exhibited a pattern of this behavior, like Shane or Jeffree, and then never showed signs of changing or addressing that behavior. Besides that, I noticed that a lot of the legitimate criticism of Tati Westbrook is mixed in with a ton of ageism and sexism. To be clear, age is an important factor in this whole situation, but ageism is not. In fact, I'm not sure if you noticed, but all the way up until this point, I haven't mentioned Tati's age once. See, I've made the mistake in the past of basing my entire argument around the fact that somebody is too old to do something, but that's honestly not fair because older people are still people and people do really dumb stuff regardless of how old they are. I think we should let them instead of not allowing them any space to make mistakes. So basically, like, drag her for the mistake. Her age doesn't have anything to do with the fact that she did the wrong thing, and her age doesn't invalidate the fact that she was manipulated. She's not too old to fall for somebody coming to her and spreading misinformation and her choosing to believe it. Now, like I said, I still don't think she was manipulated into uploading that video because that's not even what she was talking about in it, so to pretend like that's the reason is a bit ridiculous. But my point still stands. This idea that she's too old to be manipulated is honestly kind of sad. In addition to people fixating on her age, there's a lot of gendered insults thrown her way. I've seen Tati Westbrook get called the B word, the C word, a hoe, literally. I didn't see anybody calling Shane or Jeffree that, and gonna be fully honest, it makes more sense in their case. Clearly, there's this double standard going on. The gendered insults were so strong that I feel it would be wrong for me to criticize Tati Westbrook without criticizing the people referring to her and holding her age and gender against her.
It was all your fault. It was all your fault.
Tati Westbrook, a YouTuber in her 30s.
It's so embarrassing looking at this. How old is she?
Older than myself. I'm also 32, but in her late 30s.
Sorry, I need to stop calling her that. It's rude. But she really, I hate her.
Everyone criticizing her for things that she can't control is honestly, I don't know, kind of boring. I also think Tati's character got a bit misjudged because a lot of people think she was faking the crying and the drama and all that. But I think people saying that were unfamiliar with her content. I actually went and looked at some of her older videos and she's just kind of like that.
I started out this channel because I wanted to reach women, and I knew I had a story, and I knew I had felt really bad about myself in the past. And any secrets or beauty tips or fashion tips that I learned along the way, I wanted to share. Holy smokes. Okay, I can do this. I'm a really big crybaby, that's why I don't do this.
I don't believe that she's faking her personality. So basically, my defense of Tati isn't really that she didn't do anything wrong. I'm just saying, if you're gonna drag her, then drag her for what she actually did, not what she can't control. So with that being said, I'm about to drag her for what she actually did. Can someone please tell Tati Westbrook that she is not a Catholic saint? Like, Anyone, please tell her that. Tati spent years helping James Charles as he was a teenager, and then the moment he makes somebody else money off of their hair vitamins instead of hers, she drops a 40-minute video in which she makes him out to be some sort of danger to straight men everywhere. Oh, but now she's spiritual. Now the background has warm colors instead of cool colors. Now she's praying for everybody.
I've been praying every day over this event.
Okay, Tati Westboro Baptist Church, I see the type of person you are. There is a huge power imbalance in what Tati did to James. Like I said, it doesn't matter that she was 37 years old at the time. It matters that she was twice his age, he was a teenager, and he was in a position where she was his mentor.
I was always more of a mentor than a friend to James Charles. I was someone he could lean on if he needed advice.
To intentionally take advantage of that dynamic and put him in such a terrible position just because you feel a certain way over some vitamins. She should be glad James forgave her, because I know I wouldn't. The fact that her mind went there, like, that's abnormal. And at this point, I just want to hear her verbalize it, like, at least once. Like, say it with me. Character assassination relying on bigotry is a really weird reaction to a friend making a mistake. Like, please, just write that on the chalkboard 100 times. Or I'll call your parents. That's how you know I'm not ageist. You're almost 40, I'm still calling your mom. Besides that, she has no credibility or accountability. Like, honestly, imagine reflecting on the situation for a full year and then still not being able to admit why what you did was wrong. It's like, I guess she was self-reflecting, but instead of using a mirror, she was looking at herself in a brick wall. I don't get why all of these people do the exact same thing. Like, there must be something in the water in LA that causes an allergic reaction to accountability. The fact that she can't even admit that this was over vitamins tells me everything I need to know. So many parts of her brand just seem phony now. I mean, even the fact that she's selling us hair and skin vitamins while wearing fake hair and a skin filter, it's weird. I find it strange. Yes, I'm going there. Tati's vitamins aren't going to make me look like Tati, because Tati doesn't look like Tati. Now, granted, I'm not discouraging anyone from purchasing her vitamins, because I looked into it and they actually seem like a good product. I think she's a good businesswoman. I just also think she'd be looking a little blurry in her videos, you know? In the face. Only. It's the lack of pores for me. It's the tape-in hair extensions holding on for their dear life while you're literally selling me products to make my natural hair better for me. But it's not for me. Also, can we please talk about how money motivated this person is? Which, by the way, same. But I think it gets really weird when you start trying to pass it off as a genuine desire to help people. I mean, listen to just how hard she held the fact that she helped James Charles financially over his head as she was attacking him in her Bye Sister video.
He was making $90 a video, and because of me and my husband, he was making $2,500 immediately. If anyone ever offered a kickback, we'd say no, put it in James's pocket. Help James. I negotiated another deal, so he had on the side for him that would have given him $1 million. He got a higher percentage, so literally millions in his bank account. That's just like a small sample of some of the things that we've done for James Charles.
If you're gonna do that after helping me, then honestly, don't help me. So that was my little roast session on Tati Westbrook. Honestly, I know that was kind of harsh, wow, but she should just be glad I wasn't being as harsh as she was while she was lying through her teeth for 40 minutes straight about a kid over some gosh darn vitamins.
I don't know when you'll see me again. Hopefully sooner than later, but thank you for hearing me out, and at some point I'll be back. And I hope that you will be back as well.
Alright, so in part 3, I just want to look at where the situation left everyone now. Like I said in the beginning, some of them have issued some responses, even some responses to things I said in my videos, and I think it's just interesting to see like the effect that this had on everybody. So to start, I want to look at the effect this had on everyone's reputation. I mean, the Bye Sister hit piece was obviously intended to make everyone's opinion on James Charles change, and it did, but for the better, so kind of a miss for Tati. See, before Bye Sister, James Charles was pretty much just known as being immature and kind of two-dimensional. I mean, his fan base was pretty large, but outside of that, he was pretty much just that guy from YouTube who was always wearing makeup. Before the event, James was mostly talked about in a negative light outside of his channel. For some reasons that were valid, for a lot of reasons that weren't valid. Even the things that he did that were wrong were nowhere near as serious as like predatory behavior. But after Bye Sister, I think James Charles is seen as a bit more mature and a bit more capable when push comes to shove. Obviously, it was a bit rough for him during the situation, but the way he came together with the receipts and issued it so professionally, honestly without insulting Tati Westbrook, and proved to be the more mature person in the situation, I think was kind of surprising. As for Jeffree Star, I would say Bisister changed him from being outspoken and powerful to kind of weaselly and conniving. I mean, before the whole scandal, Jeffree Star was still not really considered to be a nice person, but I think he just had a lot of respect from his fans because he spoke up about things he didn't like. He had a powerful reputation too. Anytime someone crossed him, he would kind of insinuate that he had the power to ruin their career. And they often did experience some pretty big consequences. He was like the villain of YouTube, and to some people, that was really cool. And to other people, it was like not remotely cool, but it did at least seem to be backed up by actual actions. After Bisister though, I'd say Jeffree's reputation is just kind of in the gutters. It's like he was a big scary balloon and then James Charles just popped it. I think it's pretty clear now that Jeffree Star has no real weight behind his words. So like, if you're mean and powerful, I guess that's cool. But if you're mean and not powerful, then you're just what, like a bad person? The fact that he wasn't able to back up any of his statements about James Charles was probably the single biggest thing that caused people to start looking at the other areas of his life and seeing that he couldn't back those up either. Shane Dawson, on the other hand, Bisister changed him from being the internet's golden boy to, maybe we shouldn't go into too much detail. I think we all know what happened with Shane Dawson. I mean, before the whole drama, his documentaries were considered to be reputable for some reason. And he never had a public disagreement with the creator, except Bobby Burns, and that went terribly. But he was never outwardly harsh to another creator before James Charles. And I don't think anybody thought he could be. But after everything went down and Shane made his statements, he was seen as being like super dishonest, falsely using it to promote his series, falsely using it to promote his makeup, criticizing James so harshly in his Welcome to the Circus statement. But like I said, there was a lot of weird stuff with kids and animals, so I think that's what we should really be focused on when it comes to Shane Dawson, more so than makeup drama. And as for Tati Westbrook, Bisister changed her from being like this professional, unproblematic, and caring mentor figure to kind of ruthless, I think is the best way I could describe her. Yeah. I mean, before this whole thing, she was specifically known for never getting into drama with anyone. And to be fair, she never did.
Our last guest has been around forever, but somehow has not had a scandal, so we've got Tati Westbrook.
She had a few spats here and there, but for the most part, she handled them in a way that at least made her seem really good. I mean, I really think she probably is a caring person. Her relationship with James Charles definitely seems real to me, at least. And you know, if Tati and James really did reconcile their relationship, like she said they did, that would make me happy. That's probably the best possible outcome. But after Bisister, unfortunately, people now know Tati kind of has a different side to her. And honestly, I think that's just kind of realistic. Now, granted, I'm not saying that everybody in the entire world is going to go, you know, use bigotry to turn everybody against their friend because they didn't like one thing they did. But what I'm saying is, how much can you really expect from somebody? If you're on the internet for 10 years, you're bound to do something. It's just sad that what she did was so serious and had such a negative effect on other people. Even if people recognize that this is not a pattern of behavior for her, I think it's going to be a long time before she's able to kind of shake the reputation she brought upon herself. Right now, if you say Tati Westbrook to the average person, I think we're all just going to see her the way we saw her in the Bisister video. Calm, collected, dressed in blue, in an impeccably clean room, and just tearing down one of her closest friends over vitamins. Alright, so now that we're close to the end of the video, I just want to make some updates that happened since parts 1 and 2. So part 1 was about Jeffree Star, and I think as of now, I released that video about 2 months ago. So there's been some updates. Jeffree Star has released 2 different videos in which he's addressed to the controversy, including things that I happen to speak about in my videos. Now, this first video is more so his reaction to Tati calling him out. The video is called Doing What's Right, and in this video, he claims that he's done with the drama.
I've spent a lot of time realizing why I do certain things and why I do the things that I do. And today, there are no excuses. Today, once again, I will not be exposing anyone.
Now, this of course would mark the 3rd time he's claimed this in a matter of just a few years.
I do regret sending those tweets. Before fully accusing an individual of doing anything, I need more facts. So moving forward, I want to let you guys know something. I'm done. I am done with the tea, with the drama, and I don't want to be involved in anyone's situations anymore. Fighting with people online and all this bullshit is so unhealthy, and it's something that I'm going to completely stop. I'm not going to feed into it anymore. I am not going to feed the fire of hate with hate. I just think it has to stop.
I guess this is becoming an annual thing, so Can't wait to see the 2021 version. Maybe his couch will be even uglier. In that video, he also claims that he didn't try to take anyone down, which is observably untrue.
I didn't try to take anyone down. I'm not a villain in a movie. This isn't a Netflix series.
As there's literally him on the podcast offering to play a voice memo that he claims is incriminating James, so.
Is James Charles a danger to society? Is he a predator?
If you want, we can pause and I can go in another room and play Banks what I have on my phone, and he can determine if he would have sent the same tweet.
Dirt on everyone, and they know to keep their mouths shut.
I've never blackmailed anyone in my life.
Okay, but this is an update from last time. He actually apologizes verbally to James Charles in this apology video.
I would like to personally apologize to James Charles for the words that I've said and for my actions.
It would have been great if he hadn't tried to shift the focus off of him and his mistakes and onto victims of injustice, whose names he couldn't even pronounce correctly.
Breonna Taylor still has no justice. Elijah McClain has no justice.
Now, in Jeffrey's second video, since all of this, it's just like a normal video, but I'm gonna be fully honest with y'all, I think he was responding to me. Now, granted, I could be delusional, you know, I've been delusional in the past. I used to think I didn't look good with glasses. I've been that delusional. But no, like, I'm literally positive he was responding to me. See, in that video I made about him, I had a bunch of weird topics, but two of them I was unsure of. And one of them was the robbery that he claims happened, in which $2.5 million worth of makeup were stolen from one of his warehouses. In this video, I shared that I did not believe this occurred because I didn't see any proof of it, but that if I saw proof, I would obviously believe it happened. So basically, Jeffree Star briefly addresses that.
Speaking of my concealer, Chris, you might find this hilarious. There's someone that tried to say that there's a police report from Jeffree Star Cosmetics that our warehouse and our robbery that we only had $10,000 of things lost. You guys, there was 30,000 units of just concealer stolen and so many other things. Like, it was so horrifying and awful and scary. So for someone to try to like minimize it, like it was a hoax or something, I was like,
I have to say that is quite the markup. The other thing I called Jeffree out, but I was unsure about, was that he had multiple conflicting statements about his grandmother's age, to the point where I was just confused. He said her birthday was in 1 month and then it was in another month. He claimed she was one age and then she was a different age. So yeah, Jeffree responds to that of all things.
Okay, here's a funny one. You know how I've mentioned my grandma a few times?
Yeah.
My grandma Mary, her real age is 103, okay? She turned that in July of this year. But when we did our video, I said my 100-year-old grandma, so everyone thinks that she's not real. My grandma's not real, and I fabricated her and she's all a lie.
Yeah.
You guys, oh my God, I can't.
I will say, in this case, I believe him. I would pretty much believe anybody about the age of their grandmother if they didn't give like 3 different ages. It doesn't change the fact that he was still lying though, because he posted a photo that he claimed was him on his way to visit her, but it was like several months old. Now, part 2 of my video, of course, was about Shane Dawson and was a lot more serious than just some weird lies here and there. Shane Dawson hasn't actually made any public statements since my video, which means we're going on, I think, 2 months since he said anything at all. Now, we do know that he's okay because his fiance posted a photo of him on his birthday, so that's good. But what's interesting though is that even though Shane Dawson hasn't said anything, the 2 people closest to him who are on YouTube have. Both his fiance, Rylan Adams, and his fiance's sister, Morgan Adams, released statements about Shane Dawson that were, dare I say, weirdly similar.
I understand that Shane's made highly insensitive and offensive jokes, and I know that while they were far in his past, it's hard to separate that person from who he is today.
I see these old videos of Shane and I'm like, wow, I don't even recognize that person. That Shane isn't even in the same stratosphere as the Shane that, you know, you get to see in these older clips. So that's all I have to say.
I don't know, I'm just saying they were weirdly similar. Anyway, writing off his stuff as jokes or dark stuff from the past clearly shows me that Shane Dawson's course of action is to just not address the root of the real issues that people were accusing him of, which were not jokes or weird content from the past. But hey, at this point, that's probably for the best. So those are my updates to part 1 and part 2. If there's any updates after this, bro, I don't care. Like, you make the update video, okay? I think we're up to like, what, 3 hours worth of content about this? I think that's good. I think I about covered everything, okay? But you know, now that everything is blown over, it does leave me wondering what's gonna happen next. I have some predictions. I think that Jeffree Star is going to be the most unaffected by this entire thing. He's already back on his channel posting frequently like nothing actually happened. And you know, the comments aren't very happy about this for now, but in the future, everything will continue to die down and the people unhappy about it will just stop clicking into his videos. He'll be left the way he always is after a controversy, just surrounded by people who don't see anything wrong with what he did. Clearly, there's still a lot of them. His business is probably going to continue to flourish. I mean, he actually got dropped by Morphe, but shortly thereafter released a whole new product, so I have a feeling he's going to recoup the costs. As for Shane Dawson, I think he's going to have the toughest time coming back. He's still laying low, like I said, but I don't believe we're never going to see him again. Now, my personal prediction, I don't think he's coming back this year because that would be really stupid, I think. I believe we might see Shane Dawson sometime next year. Maybe he'll just quietly return. I doubt he's going to address any of the real issues because it's been like, what, 10 years, 15 years? Yeah, I think we've got everything we're going to get in terms of that. I have a feeling Morgan and Ryland mentioning him is kind of testing the waters to see what the public perception is. And honestly, some people want him to come back. As for Tati Westbrook, I think she's going to be just fine. She's probably going to return to uploading soon enough. And you know, the comment section on those first few uploads, it's going to be rough, but ultimately, I think people are going to see that she doesn't have a pattern of this kind of behavior. She just messed up. Sometimes you gotta take the L, because you were the L, you know what I mean? None of the three of them are ever going to return to normal, but they're going to get closer than people think and way faster than people think. Things die down, people forgive and forget, and I just can't wait to see who's next. I think we need to accept that it's probably going to happen again. See, as complex and weird and interesting as it was, what happened is not at all exclusive to the beauty community. This is just something that happens to communities in general. We've seen it happen in the art community, the ASMR community, the gaming community, even the commentary community. Even in a group of just 3 people, there's going to be different dynamics, therefore different reactions and different versions of different events. And because we're dealing with groups of like millions of people, there's no way this is going to slow down anytime soon. On a base level, I think we're like wired to care about drama. Yes, even people who claim that they don't care about it but made it this far in a video about literal vitamin drama. I mean, drama channels catch a lot of flack, but anytime this kind of stuff hits the mainstream, I noticed that all the drama channels' views get a large uptick. Because I think caring about drama just kind of means you care about people, you find them interesting. I mean, getting people to take sides is like the biggest shortcut to a parasocial connection. Think of like Team Edward versus Team the other one from Twilight, or like sports. We want to see people succeed, and by extension we kind of want to see people fail. That's weird, but it's how it be sometimes. And wanting to see people fail is why James Charles lost so many subscribers. It worked so well on YouTube because it works so well outside of YouTube. But you know, we're not the only ones to blame. We're on a platform where this is hardwired to happen again and again and again. I mean, it's like a network. It starts with the biggest creators interacting with each other, and then smaller creators sharing their opinions on that, just creating an infinitely larger number of YouTube comments, and then a narrative starts to form. And then systems in the algorithm come together to string all of these together into a rabbit hole, basically. You're in the Tati Westbrook, James Charles, Shane Dawson, Jeffree Star rabbit hole right now. Like, look in the recommended section. I assure you there's more videos about this topic, even if they're mine. It's the fact that YouTube suggests similar videos together, or the fact that these videos autoplay one after the other. It all just comes together to keep you watching this stuff forever. YouTube has even acknowledged that their systems perpetuate this kind of call-out behavior. The CEO of YouTube herself was confronted with the question.
Whole channels are just built now, tearing each other down.
So
and it just makes
again,
me
I have
think,
to
what
see the video.
platform do I want to be part of that is
Right.
promoting a creator hating another creator?
I understand, and
And YouTube doesn't have the answer. Despite all their best efforts to change the sub count or take down the videos or do whatever they can, it's definitely gonna happen again. So I guess all we can really do is learn from the situation so we can deal with it better next time. And what I've learned is, oh my gosh, you cannot trust anybody on the internet. Like, just none of them apparently. You probably shouldn't even be trusting me. Let's just pretend that everything I said in this video is fake, and you'll probably be better off than believing me at this point. Well, did I say I was attractive? If I said that, that's not fake, clearly, but you know, use common sense. And that was it. That was my video. That was my video about Tati Westbrook and vitamins. I'm off my script now. Basically, I think it's good that I got that off my chest. As you can see, I had a lot to say about not just her, not just James Charles, but just this culture in general. I think it's super interesting. Now that we've got the whole official video part out of the way, I just want to say thank you so much for 1 million subscribers. I was kind of playing cool in the beginning, but I was literally freaking out, y'all. I have waited for this thing for so long. So basically, like, where should I put this? Hold on. You know what? It honestly doesn't match the rest of my decor. I think I'm gonna need the diamond one, like the 10 million subscribers. So yeah, if y'all just get me to 10 million subscribers, we can do something, because this is not feng shui anymore. Anyway, I've been putting a lot of work into these videos. I hope it shows. I care about them a lot, you know what I mean? Even though it just seems like petty, stupid stuff, but it's my job. I made it my job, and I love my job. So ultimately, I'm just really happy that people are watching the videos now more than ever. And hey, it's a pretty good thing we have going. If y'all will keep watching these videos, then I will keep uploading them. Also, I was actually serious. I am making the next series about the Paul brothers, because, well, have y'all heard about that FBI raid? Or yeah, there's a lot there. You know, I have like more to say, but the words are escaping me. This is what happens when I don't have a script. So basically, thank you for watching my video. On average, probably like 33% of you made it here anyway, so if you did, you're special. If not, who cares? The YouTuber Blair White had just surpassed 1 million subscribers. Then she uploaded a video where she got one thing wrong, but that one thing revealed a pattern of behavior that wound up causing a domino effect that sent her crashing under 1 million subscribers and hiding from the internet entirely. Hiding, that is, until she tried to come back last week.
But what I won't apologize for is what people have made up in their minds that I have done. One thing about it is I am not cancelable. I will not be run off social media by a bunch of 16-year-olds who 10 years ago would have been the emo kids, but now want to be the trans kids. Okay?
Hi, and welcome back to me talking about whatever I want. Today I want to talk about Blair White, but first I want to talk about the elephant in the room. This is a surprise video. I mean, you may have noticed that I chose a spooky background and I'm dressed like an extra from a Netflix original. That's because this is my time to shine. This whole video is Halloween themed. I created it right before October 31st, and I actually planned on uploading it as like a surprise Halloween present, but Blair White made a surprise appearance just a few days ago, so I had to add some things and correct some things. But basically, it's all still pretty bad. I mean, this video isn't really about Halloween. I'm just very much in that mood. You should have seen my costume this year. It was iconic. The real theme of this video is in 3 parts. In part 1, we're going to look at who Blair White is, what she did, and why she decided to run off right after doing it. In part 2, I want to look at Blair White's track record of mistakes and what they say about the kind of person that she is on YouTube. And I want to do this from the perspective of a former fan. And then in part 3, I will react to Blair's surprise apology return video, which not a surprise, it wasn't very good. But before we get into all of that, I want to get into today's sponsor. And I must say, if you were like sad that I didn't wear my Halloween costume for this video, then this one's for you. Today's video is brought to you by Vessi. That's right, they came back after my last sponsorship where I poured water on their sneaker. They just can't stay away from me, and I just can't stay away from their lightweight knit shoes. So I'm gonna pour water on another one because they're actually waterproof. Look at that. The shoe still looks fashionable on the outside, and it's completely dry on the inside, and therefore it matches my personality to a T. Now, I own kind of a lot of pairs of shoes because I have a problem deep down. But instead of addressing all that, I just want to say that my Vessis are easily the lightest and most flexible pair of shoes that I own. Because the knit material is so breathable, heat and sweat escape super easily, so I can feel good and look good. Not like I need anybody's help to look good, but it's just like an added bonus. I like to go outside when it rains and take pictures like these, and now with these shoes, the rain literally bounces off of them. It's actually comical how little the rain affects me now. What I'm trying to say here is that with Vessis, I am more powerful than the weather. Anyway, click the link in my description to get $25 off your pair of Vessis today. That's vessifootwear.com/Dangelo. Now let's get back to the video. So who is Blair White and how did we get here? Blair White is one of the most popular transgender YouTubers. She's an American YouTuber with nearly 1 million subscribers. She started around 2016 and she's just gotten more and more popular since then. She runs 2 channels on YouTube. Blair Black, where she talks about her own personal experience with being transgender, along with a few reaction videos and other various content. And Blair White, her self-titled main channel, where she talks about other people and their relation to the trans community. She has videos like I read J.K. Rowling's transphobic book so you don't have to, the truth about Trump and the transgender community. Whenever this topic winds up getting mainstream press coverage, you can expect Blair to put out a video and get a lot of views because people value her opinion. Now, while she does have a large LGBT following, it's worth noting that, from what I gather, the majority of Blair's audience is actually not transgender. They're just cisgender people like me. So Blair prides herself on being a sort of liaison between the transgender community and the rest of the general public.
Maybe provide some healing for the trans community and bridge a divide. I do feel like that's my purpose in general with everything that I do, so maybe that'll happen.
As far as liaisons go, she seems like the perfect candidate. She's rational, she's known for using fact-based evidence to clear up misconceptions about the trans community, and she's not afraid to cover the controversial topics. My understanding was that she does her best to paint a more positive picture of the trans community on the internet, since, let's be honest, they tend to get a bad rap because the loudest examples are always the strangest. Now, there are a lot of YouTubers like that, but it's worth noting that Blair White is actually popular outside of YouTube for her unique political views. Blair White is a conservative, which is a political party that many people don't typically associate with being transgender. She used to get a lot of press coverage for being the outspoken transgender Trump supporter. To be clear, she's not the only person with these beliefs, but she was easily the most prominent. I'm not sure whether she's still a Trump supporter or not, but she still very much leans into that conservative persona. Like, when I say that, I don't mean she's a normal conservative. She acts like a stereotype of the conservatives. Black Lives Matter is bad.
I did make videos about Black Lives Matter. I made one entitled, straight to the point, I entitled it, Black Lives Matter is trash.
Guns are good. People attacked me for wearing a MAGA hat in public. It's like, okay, we get it. Though I will say, the concept of a pink rifle is not lost on me. I've watched enough anime to appreciate that incongruency. Now, after uploading for years, Blair kind of broke out on YouTube with her Exposing Trans Predators series. This expanded her channel into the mainstream. See, if you sort her videos by most popular, the 2 most popular ones are about Jessica Yaniv, who does happen to be transgender and is a confirmed predator. She got 2.3 million views on a saved live stream, which is extremely high. As you can see, her channel growth exploded, correlating with the time when this went live, and she gained over 100,000 subscribers in that month alone. So it's safe to say a sizable chunk of her audience is there for that reason. And one of those people in that audience was me. I used to be a huge Blair White fan. I personally disagreed with her conservative opinions, but that was never what she really centered her content around when it comes to YouTube anyway. I mean, she is a writer for this conservative publication called The Post Millennial, but as far as her videos go, she mostly just provides a perspective on things that happen that's alternative to the ones people typically run with, and I found that fascinating. I was already aware that trans people get a disproportionately bad rap in the media, so I was all too willing to follow somebody like Blair, who seemed rational, honest, and very eloquent, to say the least. And in retrospect, boy was I dumb. So between her unique stances, rising popularity, and her interesting position in the world of YouTube, Blair White was pretty much set up for quick success from the start. But at the same time, I also believe that that's what set her up to fail. I think the craziest part is that at first, this just seemed like a completely normal video for Blair White. She posted one called Trans Athlete, I Belong in Women's Sports, in which we see a quote attributed to this person in the thumbnail. In this video, Blair criticizes trans athletes for, in her opinion, exploiting biological advantages over cis athletes. It started off like all her other videos as a basic premise. Blair thinks it's unfair for trans women to compete with cis women in sporting events. She focused on 3 people as examples: powerlifter Janae Marie Kroc,
The idea, the concept of Janae competing against biological women is ludicrous. It's almost intentionally ignorant, and anyone who thinks that that is some sort of level playing field is a liar.
Runner Jude Eastwood.
Madison and her teammate Mary Marshall believe losing to Eastwood was unfair since Eastwood was born a male.
And boxer Patricio Manuel.
I would hope that no rational person thinks that this guy should compete on the women's team simply because he was born biologically female.
All 3 of whom, Blair explained, were trans athletes competing against cisgender people. Next, Blair provides a reasoning for her premise using the examples. She states that she wouldn't find it unfair for transgender men to compete against cis men because there's no biological advantage.
I think he's clearly more fitted to compete on a men's team so long as he meets the standards to be on that team.
Lastly, Blair suggests alternatives and solutions for her perceived problem. In this case, her idea is that maybe there could be separate categories.
And here's another thing no one ever talks about. Is there any real argument why there shouldn't be trans leagues?
That is the basic structure of all Blair White videos. Introduce, opinionate, illustrate, and solve. She basically does all of the work for her audience, and I think typically that's a pretty rational way of approaching things. That's why Blair is so effective at garnering such a large audience. Turns out there was just one tiny problem with this particular video. The information that Blair presented about Janae was just completely incorrect. Janae Marie Kroc does not participate against cis women in bodybuilding and powerlifting events. How do we know that? Because Janae was actually already famous too. She's a very prominent figure in the powerlifting world. So much so that there's a whole exercise named after her called Kroc Rows. Her entire story is public information. In fact, it was all shown in a documentary called Transformer. In this documentary, we see that Janae never at any point enters a women's competition. In fact, the only event she goes to is specifically one for transgender people, and she doesn't even participate in that one. Now, the reason why this was blatant misinformation was because Blair didn't just say it would be unfair for Janae to compete against biological women. Blair said that she did compete against biological women, flipping back and forth between categories.
Janae actually went back post-transition and competed against men just because, I guess, like it was kind of like, she's gone back and forth.
Even though this never happened, Blair holds this against her for the entire video.
I mean, that's just a dick move. No pun intended.
Janae is also the thumbnail image for this video, as well as the opening clip Blair includes. So this whole video framed Janae for something she didn't do. On her Instagram, Janae mentions that the back and forth Blair is talking about wasn't between men and women's categories, but just whether or not she wanted to compete in the men's at all. So Janae tried to speak up. Janae left a comment on Blair's video. She said that she was respectful of Blair's opinions, but that she had spread a lot of misinformation. Blair didn't respond. Janae posted on her Instagram that Blair's video was incorrect and it was causing her to get hate. She restated in her Instagram post that she's only ever broken records in the men's division and has no plans of ever competing against other women. And Blair didn't respond. Janae asked for legal advice on what she could do about this misinformation being spread against her, and unfortunately, she wasn't given any good answers. So far, this has all been pretty standard stuff. An influencer makes a mistake, desperately tries to ignore it in the hopes that it goes away, and then it doesn't. But this is where it gets really weird. Blair White didn't just ignore the criticism on her video. She actually disappeared from the internet. Blair just stops posting on all social media platforms as the criticism against her continues to mount. Meanwhile, this video was still up and continuing to get views. People had started to catch on to her spread of misinformation in a pretty big way. The YouTuber Sam Collins called her out and got pretty much the same amount of views as Blair's video did, and that's actually where I found out about the situation. Then the criticism started to spill over onto other platforms. And that's how you know things are getting bad. So, you're gonna open up about the fact that you blatantly lied about Janae Kroc or not? When are you gonna apologize to Janae Kroc for lying about her 1 week later and you have been radio silent? Blair's subscribers had caught on, and her subscriber count was starting to get lower and lower. She was starting to drop below 1 million fairly quickly. Blair's entire comment section on that video was just full of people pointing out that she was spreading misinformation. And somehow, Blair still didn't take it down. Then, the Blair White commentary video storm started, because that always starts when these things happen. Blair's response of not responding was so weird that people outside of this started making videos about it. Blair White lies about transgender athlete Janae Kroc. Blair White actually crosses a line here. Blair White can't stop lying. See, in making these responses, people found other things that Blair had done. She had spread misinformation before. She seemingly lied about things that could be easily proven before. Heck, she even had her own blackface controversy. Why is there literally always a blackface controversy? Like, why is that a theme with these videos? Basically, it turns out that Blair White was kind of just awful in general. The theme of the commentary videos very quickly turned from Blair White is running away from this one mistake that she made, which was true, to Blair White has a track record of fairly recent yet questionable behavior that she refuses to change or even acknowledge. And that's true too. And do you know what Blair said during all of this? Nothing. So at this point, people just wanted to know where was she and why was the video still up. It was to the point where I commented on that video, why is it still up? And shortly thereafter, it actually got taken down and Blair showed up with an apology. Now, there are good parts to this apology and there are bad parts to it. I mean, the good things is she outright corrects the misinformation. She takes full responsibility for the hate that Janae received. She claims that she reached out and personally apologized to Janae, and she offered to send Janae the AdSense money that she made from spreading misinformation about her. All of this was very well and good, and I'm glad that she did that. But let's be honest, that was all just the bare minimum, because besides that, there were a lot of awful things in this apology. She's still trying to use Janae to paint her narrative from her deleted video, starting this apology off with, unlike many other trans athletes, Janae doesn't compete in the women's division. She also makes excuses in this apology for why she couldn't do basic research. Apparently, she's just been putting out so much content for such a long time that it makes her do a bad job at the thing that she has been doing a lot and for a long time. So that makes sense. She also announces that she's going to go on a break after this, which, was she not on a break before she uploaded this? In fact, that reminds me, she didn't address the fact that she left this video up for about 3 weeks as Janae continued to get hate comment after hate comment from misinformed Blair White fans for no reason. And Blair was well aware of this because her entire comment section said so. What I found most insulting about this entire thing though, is Blair didn't even post this apology to the platform where it happened. She put it on her Instagram story, which disappears after 24 hours, and she posted it on her Twitter. This tweet has 14,000 likes currently, but Blair's original video had 400,000 views. I think it's safe to assume that while some of Blair's viewers may have seen that statement, many of them did not. I actually found an example of someone in the wild who didn't even know she apologized. To me, it seemed like she was still trying not to let her audience know what she had done. But out of all of this, one part of her apology caught my eye. It was this statement right here. While many people are running with the narrative that it was an intentional deception on my part, that's just not true. So that leaves me wondering, is it not true? So there we have it. That's part one. That's Blair White. That's what she did. That's why she's losing subscribers. Now, all of this kind of just sounds like an accident gone wrong. Blair got her information incorrect. It spirals out of control. She goes into hiding and handles it poorly, but then tries to kind of maybe sort of fix it at the last minute. But in part two, we're going to look at how a pattern of behavior and themes that stretches back throughout all of Blair's content from the very beginning points to the fact that this may have been a lot more malicious than Blair's making it seem. How many chances do you get to mess something up before people start assuming that you're doing it on purpose? Now, if I was going to make the very bold claim that Blair White purposely did this to make Janae look bad, then I would have to provide a track record of examples where Blair has misrepresented facts and purposely lied to her audience in order to paint a false narrative. And unfortunately, I can do that pretty easily. The first thing that comes to mind is the J.K. Rowling incident. Now, a lot of YouTubers have talked about this, but the gist of it is, J.K. Rowling is a best-selling author who used to be best known for writing the beloved Harry Potter series, but now seems really desperate to become best known for being the least favorite person of a lot of members of the trans community. A lot of transgender people believe that J.K. Rowling is transphobic. I've seen some transgender people say that they believe she's not. Either way, you would need to look at her statements, the things she said, and their opinions on it to form your own conclusion. And there's a lot to form a conclusion about. See, J.K. Rowling has put out several offhand tweets, an entire Twitter thread, and even this weird manifesto-esque statement about the trans community and her opinions on trans people. She's become a hot topic politically, with some people holding her up as an example of free speech that must be protected against the angry PC mob who tries to cancel anybody who says things they don't like. Hashtag I stand with J.K. Rowling became like a trend, so I feel like she would be fine whether y'all stood with her or not, but what would I know? All this to say, there's a political incentive to downplay J.K. Rowling's transphobia, and this is something that Blair White has done on numerous occasions.
I personally do not find J.K. Rowling to be transphobic. Period. Before I even read these tweets, I, as a trans woman, did not find these offensive or transphobic at all.
Now, these were both Blair reacting to statements that J.K. Rowling made that could go either way if you don't look at them closely enough. But when Rowling released a book that includes a serial killer character that was actually a man in a dress that tricks women, that way he can take them out, you know, in context with all her other weird statements and the entire manifesto, it definitely came across as transphobic to a lot of people. I can't say whether it was transphobic or not because I didn't read the book, but thankfully for us, Blair White did. She did so quickly, in fact, that she managed to get a video review up of it in less than a week after the book came out.
Just a heads up, I read the book. I spent the last 12 hours reading it as an ebook, and so the opinions you're going to hear today are from someone who is not just, you know, on Twitter hearing what other people have to say and hopping on a bandwagon. This is because I read the book.
The thing is, the book is 900 pages long, so it's not impossible to read a 900-page book in one day. I just don't find that very feasible. But taking her at face value, Blair claims that not only did she read it, but that the controversy was completely overblown, because apparently this serial killer's cross-dressing tendencies were only mentioned in one part of the book. And that's when I realized my problem with Blair White's video.
It comes in the form of one line in the book, one page in a 900-page book. And it's where the killer is described in one of the instances of him snatching a woman up as wearing a disguise of a wig and a woman's coat. That's it. I'm not kidding, that's it.
She never actually shows us the line in question. She literally just says, "It's only one line, guys. Trust me." And she could have easily screenshotted it since she said she was reading an ebook version. And she probably didn't do so because she knows that it's more than one line. Now, I wanted to fact check Blair on this, but I did not want to read through a 900-page book just so I could make one point in a YouTube video. So thankfully, I was able to find someone who had read the first 10 chapters of the book. And I know this because they actually showed screenshots of the book on screen. So this is coming from the YouTuber Samantha Lux.
However, also in chapter 8, literally a few pages later, it says again he's suspected of wearing women's clothing to get access to one of his female victims.
In her video review, Blair had also claimed that cross-dressing wasn't even really part of the character's identity. It was just something he did to get the women.
It's just the disguise he's used to get women. It's not like that was his lifestyle or who he was, the character.
Rowling writes that due to a traumatic past, Creed found refuge in fantasy, and sometimes he would incorporate materials from the real world into those fantasies.
Yeah, it turns out that wasn't true either. Now, I recommend watching the rest of Samantha's video because she actually shows the things she's talking about on screen so you can come to your own conclusions, versus Blair White, who never really gives you enough information for you to be able to form anything other than the conclusion that she's already given you, which seems strangely motivated to make J.K. Rowling look better than she is. She's either lying about what was in the book, or she's lying about the fact that she read the book at all, which, considering the fact that it was 900 pages, I feel like it's 50-50. Now, that one example is not enough for me to think she would do something like falsely accuse Janae knowing that it could have been fact-checked. But this next example pretty much is. Now, people bring this picture of Blair White up a lot to prove that she's secretly racist. But here's the thing. I understand that this is a black face mask. Well, not a black face mask. It's like a black it's a skin treatment. It's not inherently racist at all. Blair herself addresses this in a video called "The Truth About My Racist Past."
It's a beauty treatment. It's a mud mask. It's a face mask. How actually mentally deficient you have to be to think that I would unabashedly even post a blackface picture.
The problem, though, is that that's not the problem anyone has with this. The problem was the caption. Blair Black, intersectional trans feminist, depressed, mentally ill, hashtag Black Lives Matter, non-binary dragon king. So, yeah. As far as I'm concerned, this is in fact blackface. Like, your alibi that you were just applying a face mask doesn't mean much when you painted your face dark black and then went online and started imitating a poorly done stereotype of a black person, which is straight up blackface. I mean, calling yourself Blair Black and putting hashtag Black Lives Matter when your skin is literally the color black. And I know you're gonna say, but Dangelo, her second channel is called Blair Black, and it's like, I know, I'm the one who told you that. Try to keep up. We all know why she put Blair Black. So instead of addressing, oh yeah, this was just like an edgy joke I was trying to make, Blair crops the caption out of the post and claims in her video that people were just mad at her for wearing a face mask.
I'm not going to apologize because you think that this is racist. I'm not going to apologize because you think that a face mask is blackface.
Now, I'm bringing this up to prove that Blair has no problem willingly manipulating information to paint a story that's not true. I'm not bringing it up because I believe that one racist joke means that you are a diehard racist. I do, however, think casually saying the N-word means you're probably racist.
Leonard caught me slipping, I guess, and I said the word nigga while I was fairly intoxicated. It's not really part of my vocabulary normally, not because I'm afraid of offending people.
I know that casually saying the N-word with a hard R means you're definitely racist.
Literally use the N-word with a hard R because they're angry at someone and they scream it at them.
I don't care. And I'll be super honest. I do that when I'm playing video games, or I do that if I stub my toe. I do that. So I don't really care.
You scream things out of anger, or you scream the N-word hard R?
Sometimes.
Oh my God, okay.
I didn't see her address those in the truth about my racist past video. And I'm gonna be honest, if you manage to stop Onision, of all people, in his tracks, then you need to rethink your entire life. Now, both of these examples to me are pretty cut and dry. Covering for J.K. Rowling is one thing, lying about her blackface controversy is another. But covering for Jeffree Star was actually incredibly disturbing. Now, I actually mentioned this situation myself months ago, which I'm happy about because now y'all can't go in the comments saying, you only dislike Blair White now because people are mad at her. I've legitimately held the opinions I'm sharing in this video for a while now. A lot of people in the comment section pointed out that Blair played right into Jeffree's hands, and honestly, whether or not this was intentional, I can't really say. I mean, Blair has been on record before misrepresenting facts to cover for Jeffree in the Davi Vanity situation. But anyway, notice how at the time I said I didn't know whether Blair White had done that on purpose or not. Yeah, well, no, now I'm pretty confident that she did that on purpose to make Jeffree look good. Here's what happened. Washed up MySpace singer Jeffree Star, wait, wrong one. Washed up MySpace singer Davi Vanity is a convicted child molester. That much is a fact. And Jeffree Star previously admitted to seeing him do this criminal act. Then Jeffree retracted this witness statement a year later, went on tour with Davi, and claims that they were brothers and everything was good now. And to this day, he claims that he never saw anything happen. Now, this was a disgusting move on multiple levels. Not only was he protecting a predator for a financial gain, but he also made it much more difficult for the victims to come forward, what with Jeffree Star being such a high-profile person, now backing Davi instead of them. Commentary channel Tamimi made a video when she explains this entire situation in much more detail than I have time to. But Blair White wanted to make a video about it too, so she took Tamimi's clip and you probably see where this is going.
Flipped it out and made it seem like, wow, Jeffree Star is this hero for saying something about Davi Vanity, and never mentioned the fact that he had retracted his statement.
So why did Blair manipulate the context of Tamimi's clip to paint a completely different narrative that didn't happen in order to cover for somebody who is protecting a predator? Well, I'm pretty sure it's just literally because Blair White is a Jeffree Star stan.
I used to be, I still am a huge Jeffree Star fan, and back then I loved the music.
Now, Blair White did wind up apologizing for this and claiming that she got her facts wrong, but she never actually addressed the fact that the video she had to watch to include Tamimi's clip started off with Tamimi saying that Jeffree had retracted his statement. It's also worth noting that this apology Blair gave was on a live stream, you ready for this? Not on her channel. Now, here's the crazy part. Even though I've given these three examples, there's a lot more where they came from. I just specifically went with these three because, in my opinion, it's very cut and dry that these couldn't have been mistakes. A lot of the misinformation that Blair White puts out, it could be argued that she didn't know what she was doing. But in these cases, there's no way that she didn't. And here's the thing that I realized. Blair White's information isn't accurate because she's not even actually trying to be accurate. To confirm this, you would have to take a look at her content outside of YouTube. Remember that I mentioned she's a writer for the Post Millennial? Yeah, her work with the Post Millennial is a little bit concerning. First of all, how are you gonna write articles when you can't even do basic research? But that's besides the point. Many of Blair's post-millennial articles correspond to her video topics. And we've just looked at a few of Blair White's videos, so let's take a look at the articles. J.K. Rowling canceled for her transphobic book that contains no trans characters or storyline. The subtitle says, "The book has virtually nothing to do with trans people, and anyone claiming otherwise is lying, has not read the book, or both." You know what? This is weird. This is giving me propaganda vibes. Do not trust anyone who holds an opinion other than mine, because they simply don't know what they're talking about, or they're lying, or both. And that's an especially weird position, seeing as it's coming from the person who's lying. It boils down to one line in a book of 900 pages that has sparked this outrage. And of course, I personally have read on screen in Samantha's videos with my own eyes multiple lines that go into detail about this character, his cross-dressing tendencies, and how that plays into his identity. But okay, you can hear my full review and thoughts of Troubled Blood by J.K. Rowling in my new YouTube video. Wait, so she links her YouTube videos in her own articles? I mean, normally that wouldn't be a problem, but her own YouTube videos are not credible, so by extension, these articles are just not credible. It's like this weird loop. She seems credible because she's a writer for the post-millennial, but she's a writer for the post-millennial because she seems credible. At no point in this loop is actual credibility involved, and I'm starting to think that's because she simply has none. Oh, here's another one. Disgraced singer Davi Vanity back after allegations. Now, this article starts off well enough. It serves as a warning that Davi Vanity has slithered back onto social media and that people don't realize, yeah, he's still allegedly a child molester. But in this article, look who pops up. YouTube sensation Jeffree Star once took to Twitter after completing a tour with Davi Vanity, outing him for the crime. And no mention of Jeffree Star's retraction even once. And bam, a link to her video in which she manipulated Tamimi's clip to prove a point that never happened. But here's the biggest issue I have with all of this. Even though Blair released her apology on Twitter to Janae, there's still an article up on the Post-Millennial about Blair's video on trans athletes. And guess who the cover is? Janae Marie Kroc, a woman who has never competed against other women in her entire life. This is actually pathetic. Now, I will say Janae is not mentioned in this article, which, first of all, it's weird to use the cover of her when that's the case anyway. But if you have never heard of her and you see her with this title, then the next time you see her, how could you think anything other than the fact that she competes against other women? And unlike Blair's comment section, the Post-Millennial has no comments for people to talk about how there's misinformation in this article. There's no view count, i.e. there's no way to know how many people have read this and taken it at face value. These articles probably show up in random people's feeds, making the extent of the misinformation that Blair has spread literally untrackable. And lo and behold, even though she didn't lie about Janae in the article, she had still linked to her video while it was up. To be clear, there's nothing wrong with getting something wrong in a story. I've done that multiple times. It's possible that I could be doing it in this video, but I do try to check everything really hard. But the issue is absolutely everything is wrong with knowing that something is wrong and putting it in your video anyway, because it makes you sound right about something else that you believe. And then making the excuse that you just made a mistake every single time you get called out on it, if you even choose to address it at all. This is Blair's actual line of work. And I got that line from Halsey of all people. Halsey is a Grammy-nominated chart-topping American pop star. Earlier this month, she tweeted out, "Why are nightclubs in LA open? What is going on?" She's of course questioning the decision to open these spaces encouraging public gatherings in the middle of a pandemic. Blair White, in all of her Twitter finger glory, tries to epically own Halsey by posting a picture of her at a gathering without a mask. And the caption, "Shut up." Except, as Halsey pointed out, drawing this comparison was extremely stupid because she only had her mask off for 1 second. Plus, she was at a civil rights protest, not a nightclub, and she was surrounded by people wearing masks. Blair White couldn't even think of a response, so she just deleted her entire reply. And now all that remains is Halsey just ending her on Twitter. When someone pointed out how pathetically Blair tried and failed to make Halsey look bad, Halsey responded with, "Based on her line of work, that type of selective information pulling is the norm for her." And that's actually what made it click in my head. This is Blair's line of work. This is her job. When she gets information, she doesn't think, "Let me spread this to my audience." She thinks, "How can I use this to support something that I want my audience to believe?" And then she changes it to whatever it needs to be, and then spreads that to her audience. So all of this really does raise the question of why Blair is doing this. What does she gain besides the obvious being like 1 million subscribers and hella views on her channel? Of course, I can't know what's inside her head, but I do have some suspicions. Now, I mentioned earlier that I used to be a pretty big fan of Blair White, but when I stopped watching her, I didn't just unsubscribe. I stopped and questioned myself and had to evaluate why I was ever subscribed in the first place. I could claim that it was just because I wanted to hear the opinions of a trans person, but if anything has become clear by now, there are much better people on the platform who can speak up for their trans experiences. Janae Marie Kroc comes to mind, by the way. I watched her entire documentary, Transformer, and this documentary wasn't about becoming transgender. It was legitimately just about Janae accepting herself. Janae held herself up as a positive example and basically said through her actions, "I am just like you." And I think that's a much more important message than Weird Trans Person of the Week number 84. Janae's reasoning for doing this is so different from Blair's.
I look forward to a point where people can just be themselves, you know, no matter what it is, and no one will think anything of that.
What I'm saying here is Janae's whole presence kind of challenges me to be a better person when it comes to trans people. And Blair's entire presence kind of just exists to make other trans people look bad. And I think she's doing it on purpose. See, Blair has always had a vendetta against people like Janae since the beginning of her channel. Now, I'm not bringing these 2016 videos up to say, look, Blair White used to be like this, so this is proof that she's still like this in 2020, because no, I'm bringing them up because they establish a pattern of behavior that I still recognize in her current content. She's still like this. See, in 2016, she uploaded a video called Oh, okay, I'm not gonna read that one out loud. And don't be fooled by the video quality. This really is from 2016, not 2006. Don't be fooled by the video quality or lack thereof. But basically, in 2016, Blair seemed to have a problem with literally all trans people that weren't exactly like her. Like, if you were anywhere between or outside of trans man or trans woman, then Blair doesn't support you.
So I think this meme pretty much sums up how I feel, but I will go into more detail. So yeah, I think all these identities are largely bullshit.
Now, I'm not non-binary, so I'm not like offended on behalf of anybody. But I am offended at this meme. How is this 2016? This meme looks like it was from 2012 at best. Anyway, Blair's current objective of being a liaison for trans people is certainly questionable, seeing as it doesn't seem to extend to people who are different than her. I mean, disagreeing with someone's existence is a choice, and she's entitled to that. But back in 2016, I still found an example of her misrepresenting somebody just because she didn't agree with them.
My pronouns are not preferred. They're not a preference. I don't expect everyone in the world to understand my identity. I barely understand my identity myself. You don't have to understand someone to respect them or their wishes.
I mean, I agree with that. You don't have to necessarily understand someone to respect them, but hopefully your idea of respect is reasonable. I mean, you're not going to hit me with some crazy pronoun like Zim or Zer, right?
This person literally said, I am not demanding that you understand me. I am just expecting respect by asking you to call me by my proper pronouns. And Blair has to flip it into, oh yeah, well, what if your pronouns are crazy? But then Blair cut out the part where this person gave their pronouns. So I went and found like this old video with barely any views. This person's pronouns are they and them. You know, two existing English words that we already use to refer to people when we don't know their gender. Now, like I said, both of these examples are from 2016, and what I was looking for was a common theme. So as I continued to watch her content, I found this clip from 2018.
One of these things is not like the other.
Which one stands out, bitch?
You can call yourself whatever you want. The biggest thing to me is that like this person is paraded around. This person will get casted. This person will be able to go and do huge conferences and speak about trans people and as if they really know. And for me,
as if they've been through anything that we've actually been
through.
This person's literally using our identities as a way to make money and a way to basically endorse themselves.
That's true, actually. Like he makes money from it.
They're taking advantage. He's taking advantage of us, basically, if you think about it. You know what I mean?
In a way.
This comes across as extremely bitter to me, and it's not why I stopped watching her, but I'm definitely glad I stopped watching her. Now we have one from 2019.
In terms of gender, I have about as much in common with a non-binary person as I do my fiance, who is not trans, just a guy, because he stayed at point A. Just like non-binary people do.
See, this doesn't even make sense to me because people who are non-binary, they don't start at point A and then stop at point A. They might not have gone from point A to point B for Blair the same way that she did, but they're non-binary. That is a different gender expression than the one that they were assigned when they were born. By definition, Merriam-Webster, the Oxford English Dictionary, and Johns Hopkins University of Medicine, like that means they're transgender. So as I was watching her, I really started to question, why does my acceptance of Blair White have to rely so heavily on not accepting these other people who haven't done anything other than not be exactly like her? Now, Blair claims to have legitimate reasons for trying so desperately to distance herself from the other trans people, and she's perfectly valid in her right to want to do so. But what's absolutely not okay is how she attributes things that they didn't do to their entire community in order to make them look bad, claiming things like they're trying to destroy the gender binary.
Now, I am not trying to bash non-binary people. I'm not trying to say that I'm better than them, above them, higher than them. We all put our pants on one leg at a time. We are all equals here. What I am saying is that we are different, okay? It seems to me that the goal of non-binary people is to completely destroy and deconstruct the binary. And the goal of trans people is to operate within the binary, as in moving from one to the other. Transitioning.
Like, first of all, nobody can destroy the gender binary even if they're claiming that they want to. That's just an extremely reactionary thing to say. And secondly, why is she saying that non-binary people wouldn't do this when she's only given examples of like a few people who happen to be non-binary who said they want to do that? Isn't that why she claims to make content in the first place, so that people will not project the actions of a few onto her entire community?
Remember when the conversation used to be being born a boy, transitioning to a woman, moving on, like, and vice versa? That is no longer the conversation. The conversation is completely dominated by identifying as both and neither, identifying as, it's different now.
Like many things, Blair says this is another observably untrue thing that is designed solely to elicit a negative reaction towards people that Blair already doesn't like. If you look at the conversation about trans people surely by the numbers, it's dominated by people like Blair White. She's the one with 1 million subscribers, or she was the one with 1 million subscribers before she lost them. The conversation is absolutely not dominated by non-binary, non-gender conforming people like the ones that I only ever seem to hear about when Blair White brings them up in the first. Wait a minute, did you realize that nearly every single person Blair White brings up fits this description? They literally all have, to some extent, various elements that most people would associate with either male or female.
And the same thing goes for Jamie at the end of the panel, the other non-binary individual who was born male, has no intention and has never transitioned ever. So again, stayed at point A, but yet I'm supposed to believe that I'm the same as these two guys, really.
In other words, unlike Blair, we can't just put them in a box for us to feel comfortable. In other words, they all look weirder than Blair. And by the way, I'm not saying they look weird. Blair is the one heavily implying that these people are weirder than her.
I will say, a lot of the people who I typically disagree with tend to have a wacky appearance. But is that my fault?
No. It's not your fault.
It's just really not our fault that the people who we disagree with tend to like go out of their way to look crazy.
Yeah, you guys just choose to look that way. Like, it's not our fault.
Y'all, Blair White is straight up just attacking people who look different than her. See, it's not just the quotes here or the one thing here. It's this entire pattern. And now when I think about the fact that she has gone after somebody like Janae Marie Kroc, who absolutely fits the description of being non-binary and says so, I'm nearly positive that Blair White has done this on purpose, because it's what she's always done since 2016, is try to make these people look bad so Blair can feel better. In fact, Blair still made a point to comment on Janae's appearance in her video.
That is some amazing bodybuilding. Like, that's crazy. Like, who looks like that? Like, no one looks like that. And I am not trying to make fun of her appearance. I know people will just run to that because people like to just say I'm a big old meanie rather than addressing any of my points, but I'm really not making fun of her appearance. I mean, I think that obviously her appearance is outlandish, and I think that even she would admit that, because how could she not? But that's not the point. The bigger point is...
You know, looking back, I don't know how I didn't come to this conclusion earlier, but Blair White is consciously taking her disdain for trans people like Janae, projecting it onto the entire community of trans people who don't look like her, and then relying on the biases of her giant cisgender audience made up of people like me to agree with her that people like Janae are bad for existing. Now, this isn't my original observation in any way. In fact, many trans YouTubers have put out statements and videos explaining this very phenomenon. I don't feel the need to add to or repeat their talking points in my video, but I do feel the need to talk about my own talking points. See, I haven't yet seen a cis YouTuber who used to watch Blair White admit the effect that she's having on cis people watching her videos. Harming the trans community is one thing, and people have spoken up about that, but I really would like to talk a bit about how Blair White is relying on the biases of cisgender people to do so. So here's my experience. I didn't know that Blair White was transgender when I first encountered her. It's not just me either. If you go through her comment section, you're bound to find at least one comment on any video saying, "Whoa, I had no idea you were transgender." Because I never thought that she was transgender when I first encountered her, I never put any of my false preconceived notions onto Blair. And Blair knows this, and then proceeds to take people who cis people like me can visually identify as possibly being transgender and relies on our preconceived notions of them and enables them. That way we can mutually feel justified about tearing these people down. Blair White wants trans people to look as crazy as possible. That way she, by extension, can look better. If they don't look outlandish or wacky enough, and of course these are her words, not mine, then she will go out of her way to make them seem that way. What other reason could she possibly have for photoshopping a beard onto this person for her thumbnail, other than to make people who are not transgender go like, Oh, what's that? In fact, Blair did the same thing with her thumbnail for Janae. She didn't Photoshop her to my knowledge, but she highlighted the fact that Janae used to look like this, but now she looks like this. And meanwhile, Blair still looks like this. You know, if I used a picture of Blair before she transitioned and compared it to one of how she looks now in the thumbnail for this video, what point do you think I would be trying to drive home? If I took a picture of Blair White and I photoshopped a beard onto her for this thumbnail, how is that going to come across, and what would my intentions be? And how would they be any different than what Blair's intentions are? I don't believe that they are. On the other hand, she doesn't just do this visually. If the trans person in question has ideas or statements that aren't out there enough to make cis people feel uncomfortable so they can want to see them get torn down, then Blair makes up her own statements. I mean, the title of the video on Janae was "I belong in women's sports, get over it," for crying out loud. And as we know, Janae has never at any point said that. She has another video right here called "I'm transgender for attention," which is also in quotation marks. And the person in this video also never said that. I went back and found the original video she's reacting to, because at this point, I have to fact check everything Blair's doing. And in this video, this person is talking about how her experience doesn't take away from other people's experiences. And Blair flips it and makes it sound like she's saying the opposite. Blair wants people like me to believe wholeheartedly that trans people are irrational, unless they're exactly like Blair, who happens to be one of the good ones. And she has her justifications for why she does this, claiming that it makes her life easier but not being associated with these people, etc. But when I ask myself, what reason do I have for critiquing this content, I came up very short. The cis people watching Blair's content, of which there are many, are not transgender. We do not deal with transgender issues in our lives. We do not even exist in transgender spaces. So what does it matter how other people are living their lives? And why do we need Blair to come every week and tell us about the latest one that she thinks is weird? If you think about when she rose to prominence, it was legitimately with her Trans Predator series. And of course, I am in no way implying that you should not call out predators. But why was it called Trans Predators? If I made a video about Jessica Yaniv and I called it Trans Predator, I wouldn't get praised for that. I would get rightfully questioned as to why I am associating two things that have nothing to do with each other. Unfortunately, I can vouch for the fact that a lot of people are coming to Blair White's channel just to see the worst of the trans community delivered by the most tolerable trans person we've seen. And what I'm trying to say here basically is, like, I was super transphobic when I was watching her content. I'm not saying like, oh, I was raised this way or I didn't know. I legitimately believed that trans people were irrational unless they were exactly like Blair White. And that's insane. The thing is, I wasn't what I thought transphobic meant. Like, I wouldn't walk up in the street to somebody who I thought was transgender and say, "You're still a man," or "You're not a real woman," or "You'll never be non-binary." And I'm not going to use the wrong pronouns to misgender somebody just so, I don't know, I can feel better about myself. I would not do those things, so I thought I was good. But I absolutely had an aversion to trans people who did not fit in boxes that made me comfortable to begin with. And so I flocked to Blair White's channel because she markets her content to people who are exactly like me in that situation. Well, I've come to realize, as I've tried really hard to systematically reject all of my biases, is that these people are not different than me. And I'm not talking about like non-binary trans people or any subgroup of people. Nobody is different from me. That's the concept that I wasn't getting before. Like, if you are a woman, or if you're Asian, or you're Muslim, or whatever, you are the exact same as I am. And so when I think about how I held beliefs and I may have previously treated people in a way that doesn't make them feel like they are the same as me, I tend to regret that very deeply. I regret it because it makes me think of times when I have been let known that I am not the same as everyone else. And I'm sorry that I used to think it was okay to make anyone feel that way. I am. I didn't need like a Twitter mob to come after me. I didn't need people forcing me to apologize. I just had to step back and realize, why am I doing this? I don't want to be a person who will see somebody and say, "Oh, you're not a real trans person because you don't have this, this, and this medical condition." No, I want to be somebody who everyone can look at and say, "Oh wow, he's just like me," because that's the same basic respect that I look for in my life, and I don't always find it. Despite all of our differences, I do believe that we are inherently the same. And that's the basis of acceptance. Not that there's some people in groups that are close enough to me to make me feel comfortable. Now, I'm obviously not saying that everybody in Blair White's entire fan base is exactly like me. But I will definitely say I've seen enough comments on her page that are identical to things I was thinking when I was like that it's very concerning, the audience that she's managed to build on YouTube. And she's going to have to deal with that. I won't be a part of it. In my opinion, Blair White is the most irrational one out of them all. And it's not because she's transgender or for any reason other than the fact that she is a liar who wants to manipulate the emotions of the whole world into becoming evidence for something that she knows isn't true. And that's what I wanted to explore in part 2. And this is coincidentally where the video would have ended, but of course Blair White had to come back. So, in part 3, Blair White makes her triumphant return, except it seems like she tried to do that while alerting as few people as possible. I mean, 12 days after her pathetic Twitter apology, she uploads a video called Let's Talk, and literally everything was wrong with it, down to the name. Putting Let's Talk instead of I'm sorry is a really sad move because it makes it look more like a channel update than an apology video. And if you've uploaded enough videos, you know that everybody clicks into an apology video and like nobody clicks into a channel update. That's probably why this video has just over 200,000 views, which is like half of the views that she wound up getting on the video with the misinformation. She also didn't promote this video on her Twitter or Instagram, even though she's posted every previous video on those platforms before, from what I could see. I've never seen somebody come back and hide at the same time. Anyway, there are good things and bad things in her apology video, much like her Twitter statement. For one, she sort of reiterates the points that she put in writing. Like she explicitly shows the clip where she was wrong and corrects it.
I was under the misconception that she competes in both men and women's leagues. She corrected it and said actually just men's leagues. And to be frank, there is just no excuse for that kind of inaccuracy to be present in any of my videos, and I definitely never want it to happen again.
She also admits finally that with a platform her size, she can't afford to just make mistakes like this.
The reality is a lot of people are watching, and you know, I can't take it back, but I definitely, as I have been stating, am incredibly apologetic, and I never want that to happen ever again.
She took responsibility for the wave of hate that Janae got after Blair misrepresented her like that.
Even if Janae competed in women's leagues, it was never my intention to send hate her way. I didn't want any hate sent her way, but I also understand that if that's the effect, then that's the effect, and it's still my doing, and I take full responsibility for that.
And she even acknowledges that apologies are useless without changed behavior, and she promises not to do this again.
Unfortunately, I cannot promise that I'm never going to get anything else wrong because I am human and I definitely am going to get things wrong. But what I can promise is to work my absolute hardest to not let this type of thing happen again, to minimize the cracks for which an inaccuracy can slip through, and to just be more steadfast in reactions to things as well.
So it's like, is this an acceptable apology? Kind of. I call it the Jeffree Star approach. Like basically just apologize for the things that weren't really that bad. Then you said sorry and you never had to actually address what you did wrong. Like getting something wrong in a video isn't a bad action. That just means you messed up. So with that being said, why didn't she address any of her actual actions?
I'm seeing a sentiment of people who definitely want me to talk about this again, but this time in video form, and I actually want to as well, so I'm here to do that.
Nobody was asking her to talk about this in video form. We can read. We wanted her to talk about it on the same platform that she spread the misinformation on, which was much larger than her Twitter.
While I know some people think this was intentional deception on my part, I can guarantee you this is not the case. Lying about something that the public can then go correct you on is only slightly more dumb than not doing enough research and coming to a false conclusion.
The issue with this assertion is that she's done exactly what she's saying. As dumb as she maintains that it is, I've shown examples in my video of her lying about things that could easily be fact-checked.
I don't know how I went from the video prior to that one with overnight shipping a long, obnoxiously fake novel of J.K. Rowling's for research to doing such incredibly subpar research on the second video, but I did, and it was dumb, and I am sorry.
Wait a minute, she's talking about the J.K. Rowling book? How did she say she got it?
Overnight shipping a long, obnoxiously fake novel.
Overnight shipping? But I thought she said in her book review that
I spent the last 12 hours reading it as an ebook.
so she didn't read it. The fact that she brings this up as an example of her credibility, like the only example you have that you don't lie is of your last video, which was a lie.
Also, I know that some people are critical of the delayed response I had when I apologized to Janae, and for that, I also have to say I'm sorry. I think the unfortunate thing is it took me a lot longer than it should have to differentiate between valid criticism and hate.
This is just a blatant lie because, as I mentioned earlier, I commented on her video asking why it was still up. And while I was there, I obviously read a bunch of the comments. They weren't saying, "Oh, Blair White, we hate you. We hope you stub your toe every day." That would be kind of brutal, actually. No, they were more so like Janae's. They were very calmly saying, "Hey, this is misinformation. Maybe you should stop spreading it." To write it off as, "I thought it was hate," is extremely disingenuous. There's no way you could read those and think, "Oh, wow, people mad for no reason." So apology video aside, it was just futile because she still hasn't addressed the main issue. I mean, Blair claims that it was an honest mistake, but the real question is, where did she get this information from if she didn't just make it up in order to make Janae look bad? In her original video, she didn't cite a single tweet or article or source that said that Janae was competing in women's events. And do you know why? Because they don't exist. If you Google Janae Marie Kroc, there are no examples of things saying that she's competed against women. So where did Blair get this information from? In fact, if you Google Janae, it says in several places things like, previously competed as a professional powerlifter. She was one of the most successful and popular athletes in the sport of powerlifting prior to her transition. Janae Marie Kroc is back competing as a male. And this is literally from last year, by the way. These are all at the top of the page without scrolling or even clicking into the results. So yeah, no, Blair White did this on purpose and then went on her channel and apologized for doing it accidentally. And somehow the apology still worked on everyone. Even though Blair made sure as little of her audience as possible watched her apology, the top comments are still pretty divided between people supporting her and people calling her out. The positive comments seem to conclude that it is in fact a good video. Just straight up said what she did and why it was a mistake. Good job, Blair. Yeah, this would be a good apology if the thing that she apologized for was the thing that she did. You took it down, you corrected the record, and you apologized. I think the case is closed. You have 1,000 times the integrity of most journalists. I would more so say she has the exact amount of integrity that I've come to expect from most journalists. Also, yes, she did do all of those things after weeks of people contacting her and practically pleading her to. It's not exactly like the hallmark of responsibility. At least she's big enough to admit when she made a mistake and corrected it. I wholly support this. Okay, at this point, y'all are just hyping her up for doing the bare minimum, which is not only weird, but somewhat ironic considering she didn't even do the bare minimum. I almost feel bad for the people commenting though, because I remember feeling the same way. For once, I don't blame the people for accepting this apology, because Blair White is just extremely misleading. If the only context you have are her videos as they come out, it legitimately could seem like she's doing a good thing from day to day. And this apology seems sufficient if you don't have the full story, which Blair White never provides to her audience. Now, like I said, the comments were split. I mean, those were the nice ones, but there were a lot calling out the lack of substance. The problem with that is that apologies don't mean anything if you keep making the same mistakes over and over again. I would go so far as to say apologies don't mean anything coming from Blair in general, because she doesn't even apologize for the mistakes she made in the first place. At this point, she would have to explicitly apologize for purposely misleading people for me to believe it at all. You literally used conveniently cropped pictures to draft a narrative that simply wasn't true. It's true that Blair included a picture of the caption in which Janae explicitly states she's competing against women, but it wasn't cropped, it just wasn't scrolled down. Now, I of course do believe Blair read it and purposely chose not to scroll down and include the rest of Janae's statement because she knew that it would shoot her arguments down. So I definitely agree with the sentiment of this statement. I just don't understand why it took you until you started losing subscribers to take down the video and actually address the issue. I understand why. Currently, Blair White has lost 21,000 subscribers from this whole ordeal. She now has a ways to go if she's trying to hit 1 million again. And this apology video is the bare minimum she has to do if she wants to stop hemorrhaging subscribers at this point. Now, I actually left a comment of my own on Blair's video. The only way I would believe that you didn't read the caption of the screenshot that you captured and inserted into your video with the context cut off at the bottom is if I believed you were stupid, Blair. I really wish I was blessed with a fraction of the patience Janae must have. And guess what? My comment was removed from the video. Now, even though my comment is most certainly missing, I'm not sitting here and saying Blair White took my comment down, because it's possible that that might not have happened, and Unlike Blair White, I tend not to accuse people of things that I can't prove on my channel. Now, I can still see the comment when I'm on my own account, but if I open the link in a new tab signed out, it's not there, meaning this comment is not public on her video. And there's only 3 ways this could have happened. It was either caught in the spam filter, deleted by Blair herself, or automatically blocked. So let's go through our options. It definitely was not caught in the spam filter. I mean, this isn't an uncommon occurrence. At one point, I had over 6,000 comments stuck in mine. But the thing is, your comments only get flagged like this if you've been commenting similar things on a bunch of people's videos, or if they contain potentially controversial words or phrases. And I think it's safe to assume I wasn't commenting, hey, I don't believe you put this in here. Also, I wish I had the same patience as Janae did, unlike a bunch of people's videos. And the only word that I could think of that could possibly be construed as controversial is stupid. So I searched the comment section and easily found another one that has the word in there. So no, my comment was not stuck in the spam filter. There's only 2 other ways it could have gotten removed. Now, I initially did think Blair deleted my comment, because if someone comments on your channel and they have like a higher subscriber count, YouTube will notify you. So it's possible that she saw my comment the moment it went up and just tapped delete it. But the more I thought about that, the more I realized that would be really dumb. I mean, here I am sitting here on the channel this size telling you that my comment's gone. So why would she set herself up for that? I don't think she would. So I'm going to go ahead and rule out the fact that Blair removed my comment, because she honestly might not have seen it. And so that means only one thing, which is literally the saddest option out of all of them. My comment was automatically blocked because Blair White blocked the word Janae from her entire comment section. Now, this is a huge claim to make, so I knew I was going to have to back it up. So I used the website Hadsy to perform a comprehensive search through her entire comment section. And I was only able to find misspellings of Janae. The word Janea with the last 2 letters transposed shows up 3 times. The words Janet and Janie show up once each. And the letters for Janae show up 4 times, but each of those is part of the word Janae's, as in the possessive form. And as far as YouTube's comment system is concerned, that's not the same word as Janae. In other words, there are no results for the word Janae on Blair White's entire comment section of an apology video towards Janae Marie Kroc. While I was searching through those comments, I saw that someone had actually reposted my comment just to see if they could get it past the spam filter, and they did. It was word for word identical to mine, except they changed the spelling of Janae to Jane. So shout out Carla for doing that, by the way. That really helps me back up my case. So this left me with one further question. Did Blair block her name out from the apology video or her entire channel? I decided to go to the video before this one, the JK Rowling one, and I left a comment with Janae's name in it on an account that there's no way she would even see a comment from because it's too small. I opened that link in a new tab where I was signed out, and bam, it didn't show, meaning it never got posted in the first place. That's it. I'm confident in saying Blair White blocked Janae's name for her entire channel, so even if she's somehow sorry, she's not ready to even have a conversation with y'all about it. And that's probably why she went right back to uploading 5 days later, and presumably will never mention Janae again. At this point, my opinion of Blair White has taken the biggest 180 I've ever had out of any content creator I followed online. I legitimately thought she was the pinnacle of rational truth, but at this point, I wouldn't even believe her if she told me the sky was blue unless she backed it up with some photo evidence. And for all I know, that photo evidence would be photoshopped. Why do the clouds look like a beard, Blair? This is a little weird. Anyway, I'm feeling like this whole Blair White situation kind of says a lot about how we live in a society, unironically. Like, what are the lessons that I'm taking away? Well, first of all, my opinion on YouTubers that brag about how everyone hates them is now like 0. Blair definitely fits in that category. Like, her YouTube channel description is your problematic fave. And yeah, that did used to be true for me, but now she's one of my least faves, so I guess you're just problematic. Her pinned comment on her JK Rowling video says, I think it's safe to say JK Rowling has taken my crown as public enemy #1 of the trans community. This is honestly just such a weird thing to brag about. You know, like, there are people who don't like me either. At this point, any video I upload easily gets 1,000 dislikes, sometimes 2 or 3 or 16,000 dislikes. But why make that my brand when I can just focus on making good content for the people who do like it? Like, it's not a flex that nobody likes you. It just probably means you're not that great of a person. But I've seen this kind of thing before. Blair's relationship with her core audience depends on them thinking that she's constantly under attack while constantly doing nothing wrong. This creates this parasocial relationship where if you watch her content or support her or stand up for her against valid criticism, then you feel like you're protecting her in a way. But in reality, Blair is not under attack. In fact, she is the one starting hate campaigns against other people for no reason. Everywhere she goes, she just looks for ways to be inflammatory, like with the housing situation. And Blair can't even take the consequences of her own actions, what with her deleting the housing tweet, or disappearing after misrepresenting Janae like that, or even now blocking Janae's name for her entire channel. Another thing that has really gotten driven home for me during this whole ordeal is, wow, people really need to diversify their information sources, huh? The fact that Blair White is the one that the majority of people are watching, when the majority of other trans people I've encountered on YouTube have made videos saying, hey, yeah, no, maybe don't make her the spokesperson. Here are some opinions and facts about why you shouldn't do that, is insane. Blair White is objectively the worst YouTuber in that entire community because from what I've seen, she's the only one doing this with misrepresenting facts and trying to drag everyone around her down to boost herself up. So like I said, I realized months back that following her was not something I wanted to do. And in the meantime, I found all kinds of other amazing content creators that create content that challenges me to think about things and not like laugh at people for existing. There's people like Sam Collins, he makes commentary videos and they're literally all funny, like you would just have to watch one. Like I said, he was the one who introduced the whole topic of Blair misrepresenting Janae like that to me in the first place. There are people like Samantha Lux. I didn't get to look into her channel too much, but of course I found her during the research for this video because of her J.K. Rowling book. And from what I see, when she shows up with facts, she's talking about like studies and research papers, not just tweets. There's YouTubers like Kat Black, who I've been watching for the longest time. She posts a variety of content, anything from like relationship think pieces to movie reviews. Her True Tea series just literally always makes me consider perspectives that I wasn't previously open to. And that's pretty much why I come to YouTube in the first place. That makes me smarter. That's why I'm so smart, because I listen to people who make me feel dumb sometimes. That was just like 3 people. There are seriously all kinds of people you could follow. Corvidae, Cops Hate Mode, Jammy Dodger. Like the list goes on. And do you know why it's so long? Because it's not a list of like trans YouTubers. It's a list of good people, great YouTubers who happen to be trans and occasionally can speak from their perspective as trans people on issues. Like to that point, I don't accept spokespeople from groups anymore. Never again. Like all the people I just listed, I do think they're good YouTubers, but they're not like spokespeople for the trans community. Much in the same way, I'm not the spokesperson for like the Black community, for example. Now, yes, I am the spokesperson for the Pretty Boy committee, but I didn't ask for that responsibility. That's just the burden I bear looking like this 24/7. But other than that, no, I don't need a Blair White to feel okay about transgender people. That's what I learned from this situation. The fact that I did says a lot about biases that I had, and I'm in a way glad that this happened because I can confront those. For me, this is not about canceling Blair White. I mean, she lost 21,000 subscribers before my video came out, so if anything, she went and did that to herself. And honestly, she already knows that she only makes money by doing all that stuff that I outlined in this video. For me, this entire situation is more so just about accepting the fact that society has progressed past the need for Blair White. Well, thank you for watching my video. That was the Blair White video that, well, I would say you were waiting for it, but I didn't announce it. So that was the surprise Blair White video. Can you believe that this was actually supposed to be like a short video? I know you probably think I'm kidding, but I wasn't. I was initially just gonna write about like the one thing that she did, but the more I wrote the script, the more I realized, oh yeah, no, I kind of have a lot to say about this. Anyway, I definitely will not be back next week. I know it's been super fun with me uploading back to back to back, but I've posted 3 videos in the last 10 days and they were all like this long. So that's kind of a lot, like kind of a whole lot. But you know what? I had fun with those videos and they got hella views. So honestly, who cares? June 30th, 2020, 12:37 p.m. Central Time. The moment Shane Dawson's career ended. He hasn't made a single video, post, or even tweet since then. Now, I'm not saying that he'll never work again, or he won't keep making money, or even that his views are going to go down. I'm saying that his career as Shane Dawson, the persona of Shane Dawson, is over, and all because of what he did that day. Out of nowhere, Shane Dawson starts a live stream. Now, nobody knew what we were about to see on this live stream. We knew it was going to be bad, just not this bad.
I'm losing my mind. This is so. This is. Oh my God.
Shane has upped the ante. The amount of time that I spent watching Shane's film, I will never get back.
He just shoved a penis cookie into a kid's mouth.
He's firing at will. And at children.
Hi and welcome back to me talking about whatever I want. Today I want to talk about Shane Dawson because as you may have noticed, there's kind of a lot going on. But first I want to talk about me. If you're a longtime subscriber, you may have noticed that my channel is somewhat bigger than it was before. Like somewhat a lot bigger. My last video that I posted 2.5 weeks ago blew up, and I've gained more new subscribers in the past 2.5 weeks than I gained in my first 1.5 years on YouTube. I am now closer to 1 million subscribers than I am to 0. And honestly, thanks to you guys, I just feel like my dreams are coming true. And to be quite frank, it is going to my head. It is what I deserve. I snapped on my last video. That last video, of course, was the first in this 3-part series about the 3 most high-profile people in this beauty community dumpster fire that's going on, and that one was about Jeffree Star, who has since released a video in which he apologizes and takes full responsibility for his actions. Look, I already gave my thoughts about Jeffree's apology over on my Twitter, where I give my thoughts on basically everything, but let me just ask you this. Why is Jeffree Star voguing in the thumbnail of every single apology video?
Oh, I love karma.
I have to laugh. Otherwise, I'd probably cry. Anyway, this video is about Shane Dawson, and then the third and final video will be about Tati Westbrook. Anyway, that's enough about me for now. Let's talk about this video. I put everything into it. I honestly feel like Alexander Hamilton while creating this.
Why do you
Edit.
like you're running out of time?
Edit.
Day and night like you're running out of time.
The reason it's almost as long as a feature film is because it's actually in 3 parts. In part 1, I want to look at Shane Dawson in the present. What is going on with Shane right now? He's lost 1.4 million subscribers, almost 1 million Instagram followers, and he's deleted over 1 billion views worth of videos from his channel. If the comment section in his last apology video is anything to go by, clearly something pretty big went down. Then in part 2, we're going to look at Shane Dawson in the past. I have to give a huge content warning for this entire video, but especially part 2. I really need you to understand how severe some of the things are in this video. This is not my normal YouTube video. I turned the advertisements off on this video, not making any money from it because I feel uncomfortable profiting off of this stuff. We are going to be talking at length about pedophilia, bestiality, and racism. So I didn't want to have to like censor myself every time I would say that because I feel like the video would lose some of its meaning. I think you're going to see what I mean later on. Anyway, in the final part of the video, part 3, I'm going to show you how Shane Dawson from the past and Shane Dawson from the present are 2 different people. Not because he's changed or grown as he'd have you believe, but because the Shane Dawson that we're seeing today is a mask. And lately, that mask has been slipping. But without further ado, allow me to present the exact moment Shane Dawson's career ended. So part 1 will be our look at Shane Dawson in the present. In this section, we're going to look at the final 10 days before his career-ending livestream, and then why that livestream was so disastrous. Now, for those of you who don't know, Shane Dawson is one of the most popular YouTubers in the world, just known universally for being kind and genuine, and he does his best to live up to that image. Here's some fast facts you should know about Shane Dawson. He has over 20 million subscribers, he gets over 10 million views per video, and he likes to help people because he's an empath.
So I've learned I'm an empath, right? We were talking about that.
Did I mention he likes to help people?
Why do I want to get so deep with people and talk to people and like try to help them?
Like I said, it's because he's an empath.
He shared with me that he was an empath and that he could feel all of my pain.
Don't ever forget that he helps people because he's empathic.
And I want to help them and all of that.
Because you're empathic.
So an empath, I've heard that before.
After a certain point, it literally just starts sounding like a joke.
I want to help people, but I don't want to become the guy who's helping everyone. Everybody's like, oh God, Shane thinks you can help everyone. I don't want to become that, but it is hard because I do always want to help people.
Are you done? Are you done?
Shane Dawson is the kind of person who spends an awful lot of time telling you how kind of a person he is. And 95% of the people like that I've met, I just immediately recognize them to be terrible people right off the bat. And the other 5% I wound up finding out later. Shane Dawson fits in that 5%. See, for the most part, his reputation as YouTube's nicest person in the history of the entire world, I guess, is largely intact. If you ask his 20 million subscribers, I'm sure most of them will tell you that they believe they're supporting a genuinely good person. But this whole time, there have been people on the sidelines like me who truly believe that Shane Dawson has just tricked all of these people with basic manipulation tactics.
Me, it's Keisha, Amanda, Hannah from Spiky Glow, like D'Angelo Wallace, Angelica. We have all been going on and on and on about how problematic Shane Dawson is.
But regardless of this, Shane has always really nailed the balancing act of dealing with millions upon millions of adoring fans and balancing that with a very vocal minority who think there's some pretty horrifying things going on with Shane Dawson that nobody seems to be frank about. But every now and then that balance flips.
My friend was like, oh, people like you right now. And I'm like, well, it comes in waves. Like every 2 years people hate me. And I said, and it's ticking, like 2 years is coming. So like by tomorrow, something bad's going to happen.
Over the last like 7 years, I've once in a while, once a year, I get kind of bombarded on Twitter with, Shane's racist, and they'll post screen caps and blog posts and all these things, and I ignore it.
As you can see, Shane Dawson, for the last 10 years, has been in a time loop where he falls in and out of public favor for things like racism and other things that we're going to be getting into later. But every single time he gets in trouble, he PR teams his way out of it pretty impressively. Every single time, except for this last time. And that's because relying on your default strategy of claiming everything bad you ever did was a joke and you didn't know was bad and you're actually a good person doesn't really hold up when you're letting people watch you do bad things in real time. So this live stream that Shane did marked the end of his series of unfortunate PR fiascos. And on its own, it's a mildly entertaining thing. Somebody did something weird online, I have strong opinions about that, which I share with you, and then the whole comment section talks about how good I look. Pretty standard stuff for my YouTube channel. But the issue is this situation is kind of deeper than that. It's kind of darker than that. From a glance, this whole live stream thing just seems like an isolated incident. But there is an undercurrent. Shane's losing so many followers because his nice guy persona was starting to unravel at the seams. And I want to look at exactly when that started. So to do that, we're going to have to go back in time. About 10 days before the live stream incident. So 10 days before the whole incident, Shane Dawson posted a statement to Twitter called "My final thoughts on the beauty community." And as you can see, it is kind of long. You can pause it if you want to read it, but I'll cover the important bits. It starts by saying, "Welcome to the circus," which I thought was not only extremely cringy, but kind of fitting because there's a lot going on and everybody is far too loud. The good news is, if you watch my Jeffree Star video, then you already have the context for what this letter was about. The first thing the letter covers is Shane Dawson's makeup collaboration with Jeffree Star is wildly successful. And the second thing the letter covers is Tati Westbrook's video from last year called "Bye Sister," aka a 40-minute hit piece on fellow beauty YouTuber James Charles. Now, because that "Bye Sister" video wound up working so conveniently in Jeffree Star's favor, and by extension Shane, since they were working together on makeup, people actually started speculating that maybe Jeffree and Shane had something to do with it. This was further corroborated by the fact that, according to James Charles, he said that Jeffree texted him informing him that Shane Dawson was one of the people who contributed to the bad blood in the first place. So in this Twitter statement that he posted 10 days before the incident, he basically just addresses two birds with one stone. He says that he's leaving the beauty community because it's too toxic, even though he's somehow sticking with Jeffree Star, who is more toxic than every other beauty influencer combined. And this part of the statement really did not sit well with people because, let's be honest, how can you leave a community you were never part of? The only reason Shane Dawson wasn't anywhere near a makeup palette was so he could make money off of the people in that community. And then once the heat got too hot, he just dips and calls them toxic on the way out. Then Shane tries to squash the rumors that he worked with Jeffree Star and Tati on the "Bye Sister" video to take James Charles down. He claims that he didn't have anything to do with the video, but insists that James Charles still deserved it because he was young, egocentric, and power hungry. It literally sounds like something from like a young adult fiction novel, but those are his words: young, egocentric, and power hungry, and that he needed to be served a slice of humble pie the size of the Empire State Building. Now, this is ridiculous for multiple reasons, chief of which being James Charles was 19 years old at the time and everybody serving the humble pie was in their 30s. Also, the fact that Tati's video was mostly a lie in the first place. But what people really started thinking about was Shane Dawson is saying that James Charles needed this big humbling experience. But as you know, probably from watching my older videos, Shane was far worse than James Charles was, even when he was older than him. So he started getting backlash, obviously, because nobody likes a hypocrite, but he actually specified that he didn't mean James deserved any hate, but then doubled down on the fact that James needed to be humbled. So when people inevitably called him out, he just deleted all of it, all of the posts, and claimed that he's too sensitive for Twitter. But by that point, it was too late. So because he was so critical to James Charles in his attempt to kind of shine a spotlight over there, Makeup Twitter kind of shined the spotlight right back on Shane's face, and they started looking at his old content. And oh my gosh, the amount of videos that started coming out. If James Charles needed a humble pie slice, Shane Dawson needed a humble bakery. We're talking about blackface with like the slurs.
Oh, nigga, bitch, monkey woman, you're the best!
And as trashy as those racism clips are, a lot of people had already seen them. But what was new was a clip circulating that people found in Shane's old content in which he was interacting very inappropriately with a child. It's this whole video where Shane and his girlfriend at the time, Lisa Schwartz, start talking to Shane's 12-year-old cousin Lucy about sex and giving her a bunch of creepy questions, like if she's got her period. It's gross, but we'll get to that later. I've seen some people on the internet apologize for some crazy things, but never asking a 12-year-old to reenact sexual intercourse with a peep, so that was the first. Clip after clip after clip was coming up because people were mad at Shane Dawson, and that's what people do when they're mad. But in this case, it wasn't like old tweets where he was saying bad things. It was legitimately concerning things like this. So now Shane Dawson was in a bit of a pickle. People wanted answers for what he said about James Charles, so that's current controversy. People wanted answers for what he was doing with his cousin 10 years ago. That's old controversy, which in my opinion shouldn't even be called controversy. That's just creepy behavior from an adult towards an underage girl. But okay, so long story short, Shane was stuck between a rock and a hard place that he literally created because he didn't have to release the statement on James Charles in the first place. So after like 6 days of all these clips getting dragged up, Shane's response came in the form of what he knows best, an apology video. So we're now 4 days before the disastrous live stream, and Shane has just uploaded his video called Taking Accountability. In this video, he clears up not just his Twitter statements, but also the really weird cousin clip that was circulating, and he knocks out the blackface while he was there too. Okay, look, just how do you get in this many controversies at one time? I totally understand being in like a blackface controversy. I don't understand that. I'm not racist, but I can see how you could be in the blackface controversy. But then how are you also in like weird behaviors with minors controversy at the same time? Honestly, pick a struggle. Anyway, Shane apologizes. He said that he's sorry for normalizing racial slurs, which it's about time, but it's a little late. But hey,
Blackface was something that I did a lot. Like, I did it a lot on my channel, and there's no excuse for it. There's literally no excuse. So I'm so sorry. I'm sorry that I added to the normalization of blackface or the normalization of saying the N-word.
After the racism apology, he addresses the clip with his cousin, in a really weird way.
I saw a vlog clip of me and my cousin who was, I don't know, probably 12 or 13 at the time. And we were, I was doing the birds and the bees talk. Dumb, gross shit. And I remember a few years ago, I reached out to her mom, my aunt, and I was like, I'm so sorry. Oh my God, I can't believe I did this. Like, this is insane. I can't believe I talked to, my cousin like that. And, she was like, oh my God, we know, it's okay. It was funny. Like, we all thought it was funny. Like, that's just how our family is. So I kind of took that as like, okay, well, then I don't need to apologize for it. But I do.
Our family is just like that has to be the worst explanation for creepy behavior around a kid I've ever. And then lastly in this video, Shane addresses his statements about James Charles.
So the part of the Twitter note that I regret more than anything in my life was the part where I said that James deserved a slice of humble pie the size of the Empire State Building. I only want to talk about this situation with love because I feel like that note had so much anger in it. It was just not good. And so I'm going to come at this situation by first apologizing. I'm sorry, James.
And that was basically Shane's apology. There's a lot more in there because it was like 20 minutes long, but you can watch the full thing for yourself if you want. I just picked the parts that are going to come up again later down the road. But yeah, with like the triple apology video, first of its kind, it was enough, or at least it would have been had he waited a little bit longer. See, when Shane Dawson gets called on to apologize for things, he always hyper focuses on like the one thing that he did and never the root issue. So he was so hyper-focused on the clip with his cousin and just general statements about the weird jokes he used to make about children that he didn't realize downplaying it would turn out to be a lie, because somebody named Miss Hemlock on Twitter made a thread where they just compiled all kinds of video evidence of Shane Dawson's behavior around children back before he was in his current YouTube era, and it is disturbing. Now, this thread came out 13 hours before Shane Dawson's apology came out, meaning he didn't have time to see it and craft his narrative around it. So he wound up shooting himself in the foot because he acted like it was just like a weird one thing with his cousin and the other things were just offhanded jokes. But then this thread is full of him interacting with real children that are not in his household. That's a gross violation of everything, basically. So I guess after Shane Dawson's apology video went up, he realized that more and more of these clips are coming out. So he privated 1.1 billion views worth of videos from his channel. It was like a last ditch effort to stop people from finding this old content, but he was far too late. The more views taking accountability got, the more retweets and eyes were on this thread where everyone could see how Shane was really interacting with these kids. But it kind of reached its peak when this video came out of Shane and Willow Smith on a poster. You just have to watch the video. And again, I'm warning you, it's very upsetting.
Oh, Willow. Oh, I'll whip your hair back and forth. Oh.
So as uncomfortable as you felt watching that, imagine how Willow Smith's mom felt watching that. And it turns out we don't have to imagine, because she saw the clip and she spoke up. So now we're only 3 days before the live stream meltdown, and Will Smith's family has just dragged Shane Dawson on Twitter for sexualizing children. Jaden tweeted out in all caps, "Shane Dawson, I am disgusted by you. You sexualizing an 11-year-old girl who happens to be my sister is the furthest thing from funny and not okay in the slightest bit." Shortly thereafter, the mother, Jada Pinkett Smith, tweeted out to Shane Dawson, "I'm done with the excuses." So less than 24 hours after his apology video where he thought he was in the clear, some of the biggest celebrities in the world just said, "No, we don't accept your apology or your excuses." By this point, so many people, in the effort to archive Shane's content, had sent so many clips, and people were making even more threads, by far the worst of which was this thread made by Kippelodeon, which documented this show called Hey Millie, which we're going to get into later. But long story short, the show was about a fictional 8-year-old puppet girl character. They wrote this character to be constantly sexually abused and unaware of sexual innuendos that she was putting out. That was the entire concept of the show. And because Jaden and Jada Pinkett Smith are such high-profile celebrities, them calling out Shane Dawson made him wind up in the news. Just 3 days before this Instagram live stream, Shane wasn't chilling on his couch. He was literally in the news for sexualizing a child that happened to be a celebrity. He had just deleted 1.1 billion views from his own channel in order to stop people from finding clips that they had found so many of. They were making threads of them on Twitter. He had posted a Twitter statement, that didn't work, he had to delete it. He posted an apology video, that didn't work because Jada Smith basically shot it down. I think for the first time in his career, Shane Dawson was out of options. And then Tati Westbrook posted her video, and that's basically when he lost it. So 37 minutes before the live stream, Shane was in the hot seat, and Tati Westbrook posts a video called Breaking My Silence. In this 40-minute video that she allegedly created with her legal team, Tati alleges that Shane and Jeffree did manipulate her, and they had a huge part in Bi Sister happening because they were jealous of James Charles. She makes really disturbing claims about Shane Dawson too, claiming that she thought making the Bi Sister video might cause James to be suicidal, but Shane Dawson had assured her that he's too narcissistic to hurt himself. It was really, really disturbing stuff. And, you know, hindsight's 2020. I feel like Shane Dawson should have waited half a second and collected his thoughts. But nope, he went live on Instagram 37 minutes after it came out, meaning he didn't even finish watching it. And then this is the behavior he exhibited in response to that.
This is insane. This is insane. This woman is a oh my God.
It is not pretty. He shouts.
How is it that so many editorial outlets knew that something was coming before I...
Because you message drama channels. Oh my God. Oh my God.
He curses her out.
She is a fucking... I can't. I don't want to say mean things about people.
It's kind of hilarious initially, just seeing the contrast of him trying to keep up his nice guy persona while was pacing around his mansion and literally shouting at one of his former friends. But it stops being funny altogether when he starts calling her manipulative for bringing up her sexual abuse, and then mocks her and proceeds to bring up his instead.
As a victim of abuse myself,
Oh my God.
terrifying.
You are so manipulative.
To think of facing public.
You're fake crying. You are fake crying. You are fake crying. That is not real. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. I was molested. I have been. Oh my gosh.
It was pretty bad. And just as suddenly as it started, the live stream ended because Shane's fiance tells him to stop streaming.
That is not.
And I made no mention of it in my video.
Oh my God.
Get off.
The night before posting my video by sister,
Oh my God.
I texted Shane sharing my concerns for James Charles, that he was out of the country on the high floor of a hotel, and I was afraid for him.
The whole ordeal was less than 3 minutes long, but the damage had been done. At its peak, almost 250,000 people watched Shane in real time run around and discredit sexual abuse victims. And then people started reposting it. Between Twitter and YouTube, it's racked up millions of views, meaning millions of people have seen Shane Dawson's mask slip. And he hasn't said anything since. No apologies, no tweets, not even like a like. And that is how Shane Dawson wound up ending his career in 3 minutes or less. Now in Act 2, we're going to look at the real circus. It's not the beauty community or any of the current drama, but rather all of the things Shane Dawson has somehow managed to get away with. So we've seen Shane Dawson in the present. It's not pretty, he's not doing great right now. I'm sure he'll be fine. But now we're going to take a look at Shane Dawson in the past. We're going to get into what was actually in Shane Dawson's old content and why people are afraid to call it what it is, which is pedophilia, bestiality, and minstrel shows. Starting with the blackface. Shane Dawson said it best himself. Blackface was something that he did a lot. Like, he did it a lot on his channel. I saw someone tweet that Shane Dawson has done more blackface than actual makeup looks. Now, I found that pretty hilarious, but then I realized that is not an exaggeration. That is a factually correct statement. I know this really might surprise some people who think that there's no nuance to people who criticize things like this, but I do understand there is a difference between wearing blackface to dehumanize black people and wearing it because you thought it was funny, because your sense of humor is dumb or something. I don't know. And you can look throughout Shane Dawson's content yourself and see that he was clearly doing the former. Now, a lot of times when you bring up blackface or any of this stuff, people say it was a different time. And you know what? They're not necessarily wrong, but here's how I've been looking at it recently. Shane Dawson got his start in like the mid 2000s. And are there other examples of people doing blackface in the mid 2000s for comedic purposes? Yes. Does that mean it was normal in 2008 to literally don blackface? Absolutely not. 2008 wasn't some mythical racism world where people just wore blackface and it was funny. This was a thing that specific creators were doing and getting away with for God knows why. But even at that, Shane Dawson's content is not just blackface, it's literal minstrelsy. Here's why I say that. Jimmy Kimmel has done blackface. Jimmy Fallon has done blackface. Robert Downey Jr. has done blackface. The Office, 30 Rock, Community. But guess what? What they were doing was actually completely different than what Shane Dawson was doing. Now, just so we're clear, I don't condone any of it. Maybe that's just because I know how to tell a good joke without painting my face, that's just me. But in all of the shows I named, black people were not the target of the joke. Again, blackface is still racist, and it's not racist just because you weren't trying to be racist. But if you look at the context of each of those specific cases I just brought up, they were not wearing blackface so that they could make black people look bad. It was more so to reflect on the characters and how stupid they were for wearing blackface in the mid-2000s. Shane Dawson, on the other hand, every time he donned blackface, it was specifically to make black people look bad. It simply was not the same content that people compare it to when they say this was a thing at the time. The reason I keep saying it's like minstrel shows is because, for those of you who might not know, basically minstrel shows were this weird form of entertainment pioneered in America where white actors would paint their faces black, sometimes like just actually the color black, and they would give themselves exaggerated features, and then they would start parodying black people. And by parodying black people, I mean parodying stereotypes of black people, because behavioral traits are not determined by race, but hey, that's just a theory. and anti-racism theory. They would act stupid, they would act lazy, they would act greedy, you know, all the negative stereotypes, which are actually still associated with black people today, which should tell you something about how this stuff is actually harmful. That is the purpose of minstrelsy. And even I, as a black person who considers blackface to be offensive, I can say that that is not what was happening. That's not what Jimmy Kimmel was doing. That's not what Jimmy Fallon was doing. That's not what Robert Downey Jr. is doing. But that is absolutely what Shane Dawson was doing. The whole minstrel show thing is an idea rooted in white supremacy. And that's absolutely what Shane Dawson was tapping into for his humor style. He had a running theme across his channel that black people were less than, and they were always the butt of the joke, and they were always ignorant.
Nastiest cum face thing ever.
Almost as nasty as the black girl's hair on the back of the box. Shauna, I really want her to have a channel, and she has a lot of fans, and like, she doesn't know what she's doing, she doesn't know how to make a video, she's black, she doesn't even know how to, she just slaps her keyboard. So they want to...
So much so to where he had the black people in his skits act ignorant and dumb too.
You'll always be my son. You're my family, and these are my niggas. What?
Oh no.
What?
So this idea or this narrative that Shane pushes that he's built his career off of edgy humor, not racism, absolutely does not hold up. I'll show you edgy humor right now. Edgy humor is this scene in It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia in which what's-her-face puts on black or brown face or whatever you want to call it, and then starts trying to explain POC issues to a group of actual POC.
What are you doing?
Just go with it. Let me ask you something. Why we got to be the trash men and the maids and the gardeners? Why we got to live next to the trash dumps and the ghettos? We deserve better. When was the last time a white lady pick up after you when you threw your orange soda and your grape sodas on the ground?
You're losing them.
Do I personally think it's funny? In concept, yes. In execution, no. It's very cringy. But this, on the other hand, is something Shane Dawson made in a similar time period, is literally just blackface.
And that ghetto tacky ass weave she got from the corner store. And that face, ugh, she got a face of a beast.
Look how similarly Shane puts himself up compared to these images of actual minstrel shows. Basically, Shane Dawson pioneered the art of minstrelsy in YouTube. He revived it because why didn't we need that? So in like the mid 2000s, early 2010s, Shane Dawson's content had already become a pioneer of anti-blackness. And by the way, I'm only speaking about my experience as a black person. I've read tons of people in other groups explain that he was literally doing the same thing there too, but I can only speak from what I know. So that's what I had to say about the blackface, or as I'm just going to call it, the minstrel show that Shane Dawson was running on YouTube for children. Now we have to have a conversation about the bestiality. Now I know a lot of people get really antsy when I even imply that bestiality happens, but it happens. Now Shane, like all the problems that he runs into, namely racism, bestiality, and pedophilia, he has quite a history with it. He repeatedly gets in trouble for the same things every single year. In this case, the peak of it was when a podcast clip from, I want to say 2015-ish, started circulating, in which he talked about sexually molesting his cat. Now, in his infamous "I did not do anything to my cat" tweet that wound up becoming a meme, Shane alleges that this was a joke. And the reason I'm saying he alleges that it was a joke is because there's a bit of gaslighting going on there. I found the original episode that cat thing is from, and I listened to it. At no point does Shane Dawson say, hey, this is a joke.
One time, I laid my cat down on her back.
You gonna get arrested for this?
I don't know. No.
Think about it.
I don't think so.
Okay, go ahead.
I didn't penetrate. I laid the cat down on her back, and then I moved her little chicken legs, like, you know, spread open or whatever. And I was like, if I just like hump, but like on her tummy, like that's not weird, like whatever. And then I humped it, and it kept going. I came all over the cat.
No, you did not.
It was like my first sexual experience.
No
I was also
way.
like 19, so it's like, you know.
Wait a minute.
Wait a second. Did you just say you came on a cat?
Guys, I think I have to put money in the meter.
Yeah, right?
But you know, who likes cats? I never did anything like that. Well, I never did anything crazy like that.
Maybe that's why.
So people listening to that believed it. And now, years later, he tried to say, Well, you're ridiculous for believing that. Why would you, how dare you believe me? Also, I demand that you believe me in this moment when I'm telling you that what I said then wasn't true. It's classic manipulation. Now, do I think Shane Dawson, you know, did that to his cat? It doesn't matter because he is on camera doing so many other weird things to animals and nobody talks about it. First of all, he would post pictures of his pets, his own pets, to his Instagram with poses implying that they were sexy or that he was going to have sex with them. And he would do this a lot. There were a lot of Instagram posts of him implying that he wants to or just finished having sexual relations with his pets. So when you start considering that, with the fact that everyone believed him when he said he did that to his cat, it starts seeming really ridiculous how he managed to trick us all into thinking we were crazy for believing it in the first place. Of course, it could still be argued that they're just captions about wanting to have sex with your dog, but he would also pose with them suggestively. He would just do really creepy stuff. He was literally trying his hardest to give us the vibe that he has sex with his pets.
All right, you guys, I'm going to go. Muffins is already asleep over there, so I'm going to go join her. And we're going to have a wild cats night.
Are you ready to dance? Okay, really quick, I just need to point it out. Oh no, he's obviously ready to have sex with me. Dirty little dog.
But worst of all are the videos of him just actually sexually harassing animals. And I have to give you the biggest possible trigger warning I could ever give. This is like not safe for life. Honestly, just don't watch this. I'm just putting it in here so that you guys know that I'm not making stuff up.
Can they make out? Want us to think about having sex with animals at a young age? Because that fucked me up. Oh yeah, daddy likes. I'm sorry. I blamed it.
Oh my god. He does this every time.
I have never seen a human being with such a large platform that has video evidence of them treating animals this way. And I don't understand. I legitimately don't understand how he's gotten that far. I think a huge part of it is kind of like with the minstrel show stuff. People don't want to talk about it. I'm going to be fully honest. I didn't want to talk about that just now. That's gross. That's gross that I had to edit it. That's gross that more people are now aware of this. But I feel like I didn't do my due diligence before because I threw a couple of clips in there similar to this in my last video and people kind of glazed over it. I really need you to understand what I'm saying here. Shane Dawson sexually harasses animals. That's not allegedly. I really can't get in trouble for describing what I am showing on screen. So this idea that it's ridiculous that we believe him for allegedly doing things to his cat. He's trying to distract you from the fact that these clips exist. This is a real human being who does this to animals and he still has a platform. Also, if you're wondering if I'm advocating for deplatforming, no. Not until we get to the children's stuff. Let me just get one thing out of the way, since we're being so frank in this video. I am not calling Shane Dawson a child rapist. I feel like so many people were like, you can't call him a pedophile, you can't do that. Okay, yeah, he's not a great guy, but you're gonna ruin his life if you call him that. No, I'm not calling him a child rapist, because do I think he's raped a child? No, and if I did, I would not be making a video about this. But you don't have to rape a child to be a pedophile. You just have to display sexual attraction to children or use children in sexual situations. So again, Shane Dawson is not a child rapist, but he is absolutely sexually exploiting children for his profit in his videos. Okay, before we get into that, we could just talk about the jokes he made. He would make frequent remarks that he was just going to rape children. He would joke that he is a pedophile. He would just say that point blank. He would joke that he's not a pedophile. He would make jokes about collecting child pornography.
Have nightmares? What are they about? Mine are always about somebody breaking into my house and taking my computer. But then it always scares me because I'm like, if somebody stole my computer, you know how much blackmail they would have on me? I mean, the fact that I haven't been on To Catch a Predator yet is like a miracle. All right, now it's time to see some hot, sexy bitches wearing my Hot Topic shirts. Damn. Oh, if Justine wasn't watching, I would rape all of you.
On YouTube one day and I saw one of his videos and I was like, oh, that's pretty cool.
I'm gonna fuck him. I'm gonna fuck her. Then I'm gonna fuck him. Then I'm gonna make him react to it.
All of this, in my opinion, is completely unacceptable behavior, but none of it necessarily involves children. They're just all things that a sick individual could say, and it wouldn't really affect anybody. However, the way he used children in his videos should never be excused. And I honestly cannot sit here and let people normalize this and say that this was a normal thing that was happening. Just watch this.
It's you. Where'd you get your pants at? Look, it's like little Shanae. H&M? Girl, ooh, that sounds dirty. That sounds rough. H&M. Good job, Lucy. But next time, shake your titties more. And you, take off the jacket and show more. And Lucy, I checked my statistics and I have a lot of child molesters watching. So can you please eat a cocktail weenie? Do it slow. Oh.
Oh, I like that chocolate, that weenie.
Okay, give her a lap dance.
Oh my god. Do it.
I blow everybody a kiss like you're a mermaid. That was the worst kiss I've ever seen. That was terrible. I would never have sex with you. Titties. Oh, man. Man, 12-year-old. Oh, the chocolate's getting in them. I didn't know 12-year-olds develop that fast. Wait, let chocolate lick your boobs. Look at... Wow.
On multiple occasions, he would have them simulate sexual actions, even going on to joke that it was for the benefit of the child molesters that were watching him. There are just so many of these clips, and it's not okay. The way he would make these children act in these videos is also deplorable. That's something that Shane Dawson has not taken responsibility for. The most he said is that he used to make bad jokes about kids and have them do weird things in skits, and he regrets it. But until Shane Dawson can actually admit to doing the behavior that I am showing on screen, he has not even addressed that this stuff exists in the first place, which is extremely disconcerting. The worst part for me personally was just all the photos and videos that involve him actually touching these kids or like looking at them inappropriately.
We are here with a Latino version of the girl from Paramore.
How old is you anyway?
13.
You 13, okay.
I don't buy it.
Come here. Come here. Get over here. Give me a hug. Breastfeed. Take a sip. Take a sip. Take a sip. So much milk. Actually, I'm sure there's more milk over there. Can you please breastfeed with Shauna, please? That would make...
There's a ton of photos he released for meet and greet where he thought it was a good idea to pose sexually with every single kid at the meet and greet. Just absolutely inappropriate. On top of that, he kissed one of his 12-year-old fans on the lips at her request.
Left, okay? Ready? All right. 3, 2... Okay.
Some people even had the audacity to say, well, she asked for it. She was a 12-year-old girl. Shane Dawson was in his 20s. I think he was older than me. You know, if I kissed a 12-year-old girl, there would be no leeway for me. I really don't understand why more people are not talking about this kind of thing. On top of that, he swapped gum with some 15-year-old kid.
Okay, so please explain what you want me to do.
I want him to chew that gum and then give it to me.
In your mouth?
Yeah.
All right, let's do it.
Oh my god.
Yes, I'm going to jail.
It's already disturbing enough that Shane Dawson saw fit to record this content and put it out for the world to see him doing this behavior. But then it just gets more disturbing when you find out that there's content that he didn't even record. These are things that he might not have even known were being recorded. Videos of him in video chat rooms with kids in them. And I'm not talking about live streaming. I'm not saying like he was live on his channel and he was saying adult things. I would never blame somebody for that kind of thing. I'm talking about just like tiny chat, like Omegle, where you can see exactly who you're talking to and it's only a few people at a time. There were tons of kids in there and he would have sexual conversations.
I'm so sweaty right now. Oh my god, can you guys see my pants? Okay, good. No. I was like itching myself and I'm not wearing any pants. And then I realized I was on camera. This is a bad idea. Anytime I do these tiny chats, I always say something or show something inappropriate.
By far the worst out of all of this though, Shane Dawson had this Daily Booth page. And Daily Booth is now this defunct website. Basically on Daily Booth, you post an image and then people can reply with their own images. So if you go through Shane's Daily Booth page, you see that a lot of his posts were pretty normal, but then some of them were explicitly sexual things he was asking for. He was asking his audience to do their best giving birth pose. He was asking them to do their best blowjob face. He was asking them to do their best porn star move. And these are children. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He was asking children to submit him these pictures. Granted, he didn't say kids, but he didn't put any sort of 18 plus warning on there. And on top of that, the reason I can say he was asking kids for these pictures is because he not only knows that his audience is young.
As a YouTuber, the only pussy that's getting thrown my way is 12. So I can't touch it.
Illegal.
Legally. Do you have fans who want to fuck you? Like, but young? Like, a lot of these young girls, like 12,
Yeah.
like, oh, shove a cock in my mouth, like all this stuff. They'll, like, grab my butt, and I'll hear them, like, I touched his ass, oh, I want him to fuck my pussy, or whatever.
He caters to a younger audience, or he did in that time period. This was an intentional thing that he was doing. It's simply abnormal behavior that needs to be addressed by Shane Dawson. On top of that, he would interact with famous kids in a really weird way. He would just make jokes about dating them, saying things like underage weirdness, and he would touch them weirdly, and just, he was the one taking pictures of this and uploading it himself. He had common targets like Fred, for example. He explains how he was under the impression that he was sending sexual text messages to Fred, a 14-year-old, and that he was planning to go over there so that they could have sex. And again, I'm positive that if he was called on this, he would say that this is a joke, but listen to how he presents the story.
It's like 5 years ago, I haven't even talked to him about this. It was like 5 years ago, and he followed me on Twitter, and he's like, oh, I saw your Fred is Dead video. I'm like, oh, cool, whatever. And then he goes, so do you want to like talk on AIM? I didn't have an AIM, but I said yes, and I made one. And then we started talking, and I was maybe 19, and he was probably like, honestly, like 15, I don't know. And he was just like, yeah, you live in LA? I'm like, yeah. He's like, where? And I was like, North Hollywood. He's like, oh, I'm here right now. I'm like, at a hotel. And I'm like, oh. And he's like, yeah, we should like hang out. It was like 1 in the morning. I was like, oh. And then I was like, oh, isn't that kind of weird though? And he's like, no, it's cool. It's just my sister, and she's cool with anything. She's asleep. I was like, what's happening? So I told my mom, who was like watching Nancy Grace, I was like, Mom, I think Fred is trying to fuck me. And my mom's like, I'll drive. And I was like, yeah, okay, that YouTube Monty. So then I was just like setting up them hangout. And then I said something. I made like a really, really gross joke about like blowing him or something because I thought it was going there.
Right.
And then he blocked me. And blocked me on Twitter. Blocked me on everything.
Wow.
Deleted every tweet he had sent me. And I was just like, I went too far. We never talked about it. And then I met him 3 years later and it was cool. And now it's like this weird thing where we're friends. But I want to be like, were you trying to fuck me?
Yeah.
Also, were you trying to catch a predator? Like, what was happening?
Yeah, what was going on?
I don't know. And then he came out, so I guess maybe.
He did, so maybe he was.
I don't know.
There is no setup, there's no punchline, there's no indication that he's not being serious. And in conjunction with all of this other stuff that he has done that is on camera, it's just incredibly disturbing. Another child that he was constantly inappropriate about was Rebecca Black when she was a kid. Listen to the things he would say about her, and he would prompt his friends into saying about her.
Who's Rebecca Black?
I want to suck Rebecca Black's
Titties?
real bad.
That's what I wanted my mom to say.
My most popular video is my Rebecca Black parody, and I've never met her. And you did.
She's amazing. You're missing a lot. Like, she's gorgeous and amazing.
Besides that, what
Huge
does she got going for
her? Besides your breasts.
And he would also make jokes about dating her, etc. And then another person who couldn't seem to escape it was Leah Marie Johnson. And this one was just extra disturbing to me personally, because according to Shane, he's known Leah Marie Johnson ever since she was 6. And then he made jokes about ruining her.
My first acting thing ever was, before I was even a YouTuber, was like some YouTube video with the Fine Brothers. I was just an actor on Craigslist. And she was there, and she was like 6, and she sat on my lap.
What?
Fucked her good. Kidding! I ruined her.
It's just ultimately very distressing stuff to see that this was so blatant and nobody did anything about this. It wasn't because it was okay. I legitimately don't think people realized what was happening. So that's Shane and his despicable behavior around children, which he's still taken no accountability for. And by the way, like I said, he constantly gets in trouble for these things. He had started catching flack a couple years ago when statements he made in the podcast were resurfacing, making the rounds again about looking up child porn and calling a child sexy. And Shane Dawson's claim was that this was edited out of context to make him sound bad.
The podcast, I mean, there's so many clips that people are bringing up. So there's a clip that has been going around again. A few years ago is when it came out. And they cut out all the parts where I said, pedophilia is disgusting. And they put it together, and it made it seem like I was, talking about how it's normal. So gross. I would never say that.
So I am going to play this clip in its entirety. It's a little long, but because he claims that it was edited to make him look bad, I literally have to play this full thing so that you can understand that he was lying. This is what he said.
What is Kim Kardashian? Is she half black?
No, she's Armenian.
No. Is she what Rebecca Black is? They look similar.
I don't think we ever asked
Rebecca Black has made a little less of a sex tape. She hasn't had sex with as many black guys. She did probably with that guy in that
She's
band.
15. Stop it.
She's growing up. She's almost 16.
Not.
She told us, when I asked her, I said, how old are you? She said 15. I said, that's so young. She's like, I'm almost 16. As if when she turned 16, we could talk about dicks to her.
Yeah.
Probably not.
No.
Well, I have an UGG.
Oh, okay. Excuse
Now,
me.
this is an UGG that I just realized a few days ago. I was with Lisa, and we ran into a child. I'm not going to say why or how, but we ran into a child.
Like in your, wait, hold on. In your
With my car, I hit
like,
the child.
Okay.
It was dying on the side of the road.
Okay,
and I
great.
said, I should probably ask what its name is.
Uh-huh.
No, but this child was probably 6 years old. And I was taking a picture of something. And the kid turns to me and goes, are you Instagramming? And first of all, how does a 5-year-old, 6-year-old know what Instagram is?
Right.
Which is terrifying.
Mhm.
Second of all, I was embarrassed because, yes, I was. And it was a picture of my salad. So then,
that's the plantation salad.
Yes,
I
it was.
saw it. Looked amazing.
And the 6-year-old girl goes, how many followers do you have? I mean, first of all, it was almost like one of those contests where it's like, how big is your dick? And this kid slapped her huge dick on the table and was like, a 6-year-old who goes, I have 125,000.
No.
Her dick was almost as big as mine.
Really?
And I said, okay, little big dick, why do you have so many followers? And she goes, I'm a cheerleader. And I'm like, oh, really? And she shows me her Instagrams, which are like, first of all, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but like, she's like sexy.
You're disgusting.
I know. Listen, we've talked about pedophilia
this
before.
is Shane. Like, do not say this, and like, I don't even want to talk about it. Like, you will get arrested. Like, he kind of can.
Listen,
he
allegedly,
has his justification for pedophilia,
Okay.
and it's so disturbing. And like, I just pretend that he doesn't.
Okay, wait,
and,
no,
like,
no. Let me explain. Let me
No.
explain.
Oh God.
Here's my justification for pedophilia.
I can't.
Okay, first of all, let me just say, having sex with children or touching children or anything of that nature is terrible, and you
Sure.
should not do it. But here's my thing. People have foot fetishes. People have fetishes about, everything. And there's websites on the internet where they can look at that weird, creepy shit and jerk off to it. Okay, fine. Everybody do your thing. So why is it when somebody looks at Google's like naked baby on Google and jerks off to it, they can get arrested? I don't understand that.
Because there's a naked because somebody took a picture of a naked baby. And then by the way, they're not Googling naked baby. They're Googling like, I'm not going to say what they're Googling. I mean, I watch a lot of Law and Order.
But here's the worst part of it. I actually went to Google and I'm like, I don't want to see.
You're going to get arrested.
I know, but I didn't want to see child porn. But I just wanted to see like, okay, let me pretend like I'm a pedophile for a sec.
Okay, by the way, just for the record, police, I have nothing to do with this. I didn't know this. Like, you can literally get arrested for saying
I know.
this.
Listen, let me finish.
Sorry.
So I typed in naked baby. First of all, I don't understand why anybody would be turned on by that. But
that's the first good thing you said.
But they were sexy. I'm kidding. Okay, back to the Instagram. So I look at this little girl's pictures, and she had makeup on. She had her tongue out. She was doing like the peace sign. She was doing the backflip, and one of them she was in the shape of a pretzel, and she put #NoFilters #pretzel. I mean, like, I'm not making this up. Why are children...
Was she really 6 or was she like 9?
She was 6.
She must have been like 10.
No, I asked her. Her bio on Instagram is, I'm 6, bitch.
Stop it.
No, so why... Oh, first of all...
Is she like Honey Boo Boo? Is she fat?
No, she was like a skinny little sexy 6-year-old.
All right, can we please move on?
No, so that's my UGG. Why
What?
are children having Instagrams, and why do they almost have as many followers as I do?
That's your UGG. Mine is...
Okay, fine, move on. But I'm seriously...
I don't know. I don't have an answer.
I'm ugging out about it.
It's disturbing on so many. By the way, they're all your followers probably. Like they're all That's who's following you.
Who, 6-year-olds?
Uh-huh.
No.
Maybe.
Oh my god. Hashtag yum.
I have never heard an adult man call a 6-year-old sexy before in my entire life. Like a skinny, sexy little 6-year-old. If I personally knew somebody who talked about children that way, I would not interact with them. I would not. Quite simply. I would never let somebody like that around my children. Never. Not for any amount of time, for any reason. Ever. If I had somebody in my life who acted the same way Shane Dawson did around children, publicly, my kids would never know about it. And I honestly really couldn't see myself associating with them in the first place. The next thing we need to talk about is Shane Dawson's collaboration with the Fine Brothers. Now, just so we're clear, I am not putting more blame on Shane Dawson than I am on the Fine Brothers. I am specifically talking about what all three of them did and how disgusting it was. So I briefly mentioned earlier they had this show called Hey Millie, and it was with the puppets, etc. Look at some of the conversations that they made this puppet have with Shane Dawson.
You know what we could do, Millie? What?
Motorbike! What's motorbike? I don't know what porn is.
Oh.
So what is pornography?
Porn is a type of filmmaking.
Oh, it's a filmmaking! Yay!
No.
Like this! We're making porn together!
No, we're not
Everyone
making
come on
porn.
down and watch Ralphie the Grown Man make porn with an 8-year-old!
No.
Almost 9. Porn, porn, porn for little kids! Makes us grow up to be strong like...
So, Millie, you a fan of the D?
Are you talking about your big dick? What does dick mean?
What? No! I was talking about D like Deezy. Man, where did you learn how to talk like that?
From watching Selena Gomez.
Selena Gomez.
Yeah, and iCarly. She's so cool and attractive. I love the way her hair flows down her back and brushes over her tight ass. Oh, that shit's so hot. And you know her and her butch friend experiment. I mean, wouldn't you, Deezy? Oh, and her newly developed breast. They're speaking to me. They're saying, hey, Millie, do you want to suck on us? Ooh. I mean, don't you think she's sexy, Daisy? Hey, what does sexy mean?
Whoa! Jump pluff!
Daisy, did you just come?
What? No!
Wait, Daisy, follow-up question. What does coming mean? Can you explain it to me in graphic detail?
But by far, the worst thing of all was this clip right here, which I honestly can't believe multiple adults stood in a room and created this content and recorded it and then let it get on the internet.
Shane, hey, Shane? Well, is it wrong to touch yourself in the nether regions? Shane? Shane, can I ask you a question, Shane?
What?
Shane, will you fuck me? Shane, wait, follow-up question? What? What does fucking mean? Shane? Is fucking bad?
Why don't you touch yourself a little bit?
What do you mean, like my face?
Wait, you're not moving your lips.
Oh, like my face?
No, touch a little lower.
Like my underdeveloped breast?
Hey! Who the fuck is this guy, Millie? Millie! Who the fuck is this guy?
Why are you so angry?
I'm gonna fucking rape you, bitch! Turn the fuck around! Turn the fuck...
Wait,
hey,
Billy,
put the
hold on.
camera here!
Billy,
Ah!
hold on. Shane, hold on, Billy. Shane, what's rape?
He also had the puppet create like sexual parodies, basically, which in my opinion was very disturbing because he used a Willow Smith song. So at this point, he has said this about Willow Smith.
Oh, I'll whip your hair back and forth.
And then yes, a song about an 8-year-old singing about cosmetic surgery. I think you guys might understand why I didn't put ads on this now, because again, if I did, first of all, I would be making money from this and that would make me feel like garbage. And then on top of that, I would have to censor so much of this stuff. And I feel like if I did that, you guys might not understand why I'm taking this so seriously. Now, the reason I'm bringing up this Fine Brothers thing on its own specifically is because it leads into my next point. A lot of people say, oh, well, You know, there's no victims involved in the situation. Well, first of all, besides the actual victims, like the 12-year-old girl that he kissed on the lips, whose statement I'll put up right here as she explains why asking for it is not a valid thing to say about a child, there are plenty of children who were exposed to Shane Dawson's content because he was marketing it towards children, and they wound up getting groomed, basically. Now, I'm not blaming Shane Dawson for anybody's assault or anything like that, but what I'm saying is the content that he was creating and marketing it towards children has the exact same effect as child grooming. That's the point, to put these kids in sexual situations and conversations. And speaking of abuse, what's most disturbing to me is that that was a plot line in Hey Millie's whole channel, was that this 8-year-old fictional puppet was a victim of sexual abuse.
Whoa! That reminds me of the thing that my dad used to shove in my mouth when I was 3. Memories.
And then when you couple that with the fact that Shane Dawson himself has said that he makes content for victims of sexual abuse, he said it as like an offhand remark, but still.
My videos are about making people laugh. But also, like, in a serious note, I like to put in messages or things that I went through when I was a kid, like being self-conscious or dealing with abuse or dealing with, you know, overeating, all that stuff, and put those messages in a funny video so that kids actually watch and relate, and they don't feel like they're being taught, you know, like they actually get the message in a fun way.
Okay.
It's like an after-school special with dick jokes.
You start realizing that Millie was basically crafted to be Shane Dawson's viewer. Very young, just extremely exposed to sexual things because of Shane Dawson himself. She was obsessed with Shane, canonically, and because she loves Shane so much, she would do anything to spend more time with him. Kind of just like he asked the girl to twerk for him, and she would do that because she literally kept repeating, "Oh, I love you so much." Like, look at this video of him and his mother encouraging a fan to twerk, which is a huge abuse of a power dynamic.
Yeah. I love you too. Can you twerk for us? I know twerking is insane.
Oh, I love you too.
Oh, I love you too. No, shut up and twerk. Maybe she can't hear us. Give it.
Okay.
Twerk for us.
Oh,
here we go. She's moving front and center.
These are real children that Shane Dawson was asking to do sexual things. That's not a joke. You can't call that humor. Honestly, I feel like as somebody who does have this platform this size, it would be wildly irresponsible for me to entertain his narrative that what he did in that clip was a joke. It's about abuse of power. That's what this whole thing is. So I simply do not believe it's enough to say that Shane Dawson was making edgy content back a few years ago. I believe it needs to be called what it is. Shane Dawson was abusing his platform. That's what he was doing years ago, just completely unchecked, because nobody could do anything to stop him. And you know what the thing about it is too? People did try. This wasn't for lack of trying. People talked about the racism. People talked to him about the effects that his content was having on other people, and he didn't listen to it. I found a post from years ago from Neil Ciceriga talking about this exact thing. There's a video from Francesca Ramsey from years ago talking about how people mask racism as comedy. So again, this idea that Shane Dawson was a product of his time is simply false. Shane Dawson was doing extremely abnormal things at the time and was completely unchecked because for some reason people were just unwilling to confront him. At this point, I'm perfectly fine saying somebody should be deplatformed when they use their platform to affect children, when they use their platform to affect people that can't consent, when they use their platform to showcase imagery of them harassing beings that can't consent, pets, children, etc. And I say this because Shane Dawson himself said that he would be okay with losing everything.
I'm willing to lose everything. At this point, realizing how many people I've hurt or how many people I've inspired to say awful things or do anything awful, like to finally just own up to all of this and be accountable is worth losing everything to me.
I think at the very least, he needs to take a step back and admit what he was using his platform for in the first place. The last part I want to talk about are the complicit adults in the situation, because to me, the fact that one individual is doing things that are just this gross and sick, unfortunately is not ultimately surprising, but the fact that he got away with it because nobody in his life at any point, on camera anyway, would stop him is disgusting. His girlfriend Lisa is absolutely complicit.
It's natural. Is there anybody around? No?
It's natural for a girl at your age.
Yeah. So we want to talk to you. We want to explain what sex is to you. We did get really quiet.
Oh, where's the other peep? We should probably explain.
We'll just use peeps. Okay, well, one peep and then we'll use you.
Oh.
Okay, so we'll just pretend like that's, I mean, that works.
Lucy, this happens.
See, oh.
And then you're so happy when you're an adult. I can't believe I'm endorsing.
She tried to release a statement on Twitter where she basically parroted the same thing that Shane Dawson said. In other words, she put the blame of that situation on consent and claims that what she did with her cousin Lucy, or Shane's cousin Lucy, was consensual. But again, children can't consent. We're not talking about 18-year-olds, 16, 17-year-olds. She said she was 12. A 12-year-old can't consent to what Shane Dawson was asking of them. Another huge person who was complicit in enabling Shane Dawson's behavior was absolutely his mother. And I'm not saying this like, to talk about his mom or to bring his mom into it. I'm saying this because his mom was on camera. She was just another person in his vlogs. And you can hear, she was encouraging that girl to twerk along with him. When he said he wanted her to undress, she just literally gave him a slap on the wrist.
Yeah! Good girl! Yeah, now tell her to show herself. Stop it, Shaylee.
She would participate in the racist skits that he would write with him, and I just simply don't understand how you could think that's a good idea. So again, this idea that Shane Dawson was in any way normal, or the things that he was doing was normal, is a false narrative perpetuated by him and the adults who are enabling him and complicit in normalizing that behavior. What was normal for that time period, just so we can all be on the same page, was political incorrectness targeted towards adults. Okay? Absolutely was not normal to make racist and sexual content targeted towards children. Absolutely was not the norm. Anybody who says anything otherwise either doesn't realize the extent of what Shane was doing, which I think a lot of his fans didn't, or they're making false equivalences. Because South Park would cross lines that I was afraid to cross in this video, which isn't even monetized. And yet, South Park has nothing to do with running a blog where they're asking actual children to send them sexual images of themselves. So honestly, there is no it was a different time, because as far as I'm concerned, this stuff doesn't have an expiration date. And if we're dealing with a person who hasn't even admitted that he's done these kinds of things, absolutely, I do not have any room in my thinking process for the possibility that this person has changed. No, not at all. Not when the behavior has gone unaddressed and this person has not admitted to it. Part 1, pretty cool. I'm super into that. I actually had fun editing that. Part 2 was a nightmare. It was a nightmare for me to record all of that stuff and to put it together. But I felt like if nobody did it, and I just continued to be the next person who saw all this stuff and didn't do anything about it, I would start feeling complicit, and that's not something I want. So now we're just on to part 3, which thankfully is a lot lighter, because I know it was a lot. Part 3, we're just going to examine the difference between past Shane and how he gets away with being current Shane. A lot of people who think they're defending Shane Dawson are defending Shane Dawson's persona. They are literally defending the idea of Shane Dawson, which is the idea of a very compassionate, sweet, 30-year-old who just sees the good in everybody, who will always stand up for his friends, etc. I'm sorry, but that is not what Shane Dawson does. There is no evidence that he's that kind of person that he's chosen to put forward, and I can only go off of what I've actually seen, which are the things I presented in this video. Part of the reason Shane's audience is so connected to him is because he actually emulates his persona off of his audience members. See, every YouTuber to some extent has a persona, even the ones who will tell you that they don't. It's pretty much unconscious behavior to lean into repeated mannerisms when you're sitting in front of a camera, because you're not talking to anybody, you know? But for the most part, that's actually a very entertaining thing. It's fun to see people's personas, like Jenna Marbles being a 32-year-old lady. That's her thing, you know what I mean?
Welcome back to being a 32-year-old lady. Sadly realistic portrait of what a 30-year-old lady's life is like. Guys, I'm Jenna, I'm 30.
I believe that Jenna Marbles is being herself. She's just being a YouTube version of herself, which is very entertaining. God, I hope I'm being myself. For the most part, I've never seen having a persona as being like this, I guess, devious, dark thing. But in Shane Dawson's case, it is very clear that this persona is not him. All you have to do is compare his behavior up before he's changed over into that new wholesome mentality with the things that he tries to convince us that he is now, and then you'll start to see why he has to spend so much time reminding us how good of a person he is, and he has to spend so much time verbalizing that he only ever wants to say nice things about people, because he's still literally getting his story straight. That's why he acts poor, even though he's just literally not. It's why he uses like the Stan Twitter lingo, even though he's a fully grown adult. It's because he is trying his hardest to relate to, I wouldn't even say his audience, which is mostly, you know, teenage girls. He's like relating to what he thinks a teenage girl is. This very internet version of a teenage girl is what he emulates online. And it's eerie to watch, especially when things start slipping through the cracks. I think so many people forgot that as recently as 2018, Shane Dawson got caught up in weird things involving minors and sexualization. Now again, this fault goes 100% on Tana Mojo, who thought it would be a fun idea to dress up as kid influencer JoJo Siwa, but this kind of version. And Shane Dawson retweeted that. And then when he got called on it, he said he didn't see anything wrong with it and he thought it was funny. That doesn't line up with empath, I understand people's feelings, I want to help, I'm a good person, Shane. I thought a grown-up adult version of this living, breathing child was funny. That is the old Shane that I just showed you in those clips. Another thing I want to talk about is his documentaries. Basically, because he's no longer creating pedophile content or racist content or bestiality content, everyone just spends so much time telling him how good his stuff is now. And it's like, better than bestiality and pedophilia? Wow. That honestly explains how the bar for his content has always been so low. And yet people hype it up so much because of where he started. Every single documentary he's made has been problematic and wrong in some way or another. The one he made with Eugenia Cooney, he was absolutely exploiting her eating disorder for clicks, views, and sensationalism. Especially when you hear how he talks about Eugenia Cooney outside of that.
Well, you don't know struggle till you're taking a picture standing next to Eugenia fucking Cooney, bitch.
I don't know what that is or who that is.
Eugenia Cooney makes dolls? I'm fucking...
He mishandled an abuse situation in the Jake Paul series, and not only that, but widely contributed to misinformation and sensationalization of actual medical disorders. He had a series about Bobby Burns, which was pure manipulation, just designed to get the audience to wind up hating Bobby Burns, which is exactly what wound up happening to Bobby. It was an entire series based off of the idea of showing how good of a person he was to somebody who made a critical video of him. A critical video, might I add, that is nowhere near as critical as people have been of him lately. His first series with Jeffree Star helped to normalize racism on a massive scale, thanks to his apology, or rather, him being an apologist for Jeffree Star's racism. His second series with Jeffree Star was false advertising, but I already talked about that in my previous video. Like, the more you look at Shane Dawson's content, the more you realize whether his intentions are there or not, every single time the impact is very clear and it winds up getting swept under the rug. Because I think most people are conscious of most of the things I've said in this video. I think most people know what he did with Eugenia Cooney. I think most people know what he did with the whole sociopath angle he took in the Jake Paul series. And to some extent, I think most people know about his weird jokes about kids. But I'm not blaming them because people don't put it all together. When you realize the sudden change and he always has to be nice and just how often he has to tell you what kind of person he is, when you see how his entire platform was built up off of these legitimately disgusting things, and now he's trying to just spread like a thin layer of wholesomeness over top of it, that is why he keeps getting into trouble so often. The man himself has admitted that every single time he's ever apologized up until this last one, allegedly, he was doing it out of a place of fear and not even genuine change.
Yes, I apologize for a lot of them, but I'm 31, almost 32. Those apologies suck. I don't know who that person is anymore. Every apology video I've ever made has been from fear.
And then, based off of how he was downplaying his behavior around children in his latest apology video, you can clearly see that that one is not genuine either.
I swear on my life, I am not somebody who would ever talk about a child, like in seriousness. I would never talk about a child in any way that was inappropriate. That is disgusting. That is gross. It is not something I would ever do. It is something I did for shock value or because I thought it was funny or like, oh my God, my child molester character or whatever. It's all gross. And I promise that is not real. That is not me. Have I done sketches where kids were saying crazy things? Yes. Do I regret it? Yes.
So at this point, I don't know what kind of person Shane Dawson is, okay? I don't know if he's done anything to children. Again, I am not trying to imply that he has. As far as I'm concerned, I don't personally believe he's harmed children in that kind of way. However, he was making content that caters to pedophiles by repeatedly exhibiting pedophilic behavior. That's not a question. That's something that he did. He repeatedly used these children as sexual props in his content. He repeatedly brought these children into sexual conversations. That's pedophile behavior regardless of whether you're a child rapist, because again, I'm not saying those are the same thing. However, he's absolutely exhibited pedophilic behavior, and it's ridiculous that in the past he's claimed that we're ridiculous for pointing it out in the first place. I just feel like for so long I've watched Shane Dawson gaslight everybody on the platform, and it's not okay. It's not okay. I feel like even if this video doesn't go over well, I believe in my ability to show you why I am saying this. So that was my video about Shane Dawson. I promise you I am never doing a video like this again. I loved it, by the way. As I'm sure you can tell, I really did put everything into it because I made some really serious claims. So I had to show some really serious imagery, which I hate, and I'm sorry. But long story short, I can in no way support Shane Dawson. I honestly can't even support people supporting Shane Dawson. Just the conclusions that I've come to based off of the things that I found while I was creating this video shows me a very disturbing person that I want nothing to do with. I want him nowhere near my children. And honestly, I just don't want to have anything to do with him ever again. I made this video, I said everything I wanted to say, but something is not right with Shane Dawson and Shane Dawson's content. Clearly, I would venture to say objectively, there is something wrong with Shane Dawson's content and the things that he's doing on this platform. And now that I've said what I have to say about this, I don't want anything to do with it. So my next video is just going to be a cute little video about Tati Westbrook, because she's not, you know, racist. She doesn't mess with kids. She doesn't sexually assault dogs, you know? Just the things that you love in most people. But as you could tell, it was just a very serious topic, so I really appreciate you guys watching it. I wish there was a happy ending, but not everything in life has a happy ending, apparently, because he still has a platform. And I can't help but feel like, no matter how many views this video gets, I haven't done anything. But I still did what I could, so honestly, who cares?
Add it up.